Okay, it's 9:30. If everybody would like to find a seat, we'll call the meeting to order and get started. It's going to be a long day. Every time I read that call to order, I want to see it all worse. Boy, would I get thrown out on my butt. You think we worship? Thank you. We're glad to see everybody here. We will call the meeting to order at 9:31. We will start, like we always do, with an invocation, this time by Pastor Ronald Merchant with the DeLand Seventh-day Adventist Church. If you would care to participate, you can stand with us, please, and then just remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
Let's pray. Father in heaven, this morning I thank you for another day of life. And as this council enters into this session today, I pray that you will be with them, give them understanding and wisdom as they deal with the issues of Volusia County. And I pray that all decisions that are made here today and at all times will always be for the good and the betterment of this county, of the communities involved, and each resident. And Lord, at this time, I just want to lift up all of those families who have lost loved ones in the last couple of weeks. Some terrible things have happened. And draw very close to them, give them comfort and strength. Be with those who have lost, their homes through the storms. I pray that they will be able to recover and start their life again. Oh Lord, we thank you for your presence today and continue to be with all of our healthcare workers through this time. Our first responders, give them protection, I pray, in Jesus' name. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I tried it earlier. It is. No.
Okay, Carissa, would you please call the roll?
Ms. Gertman.
Here.
Mr. Johnson. Dr. Lowry. Ms. Post. Mr. Robbins. Ms. Wheeler. Mr. Brower.
Here. And obviously, for those of you that are here and listening that didn't hear Fred Lowry say here, he is not here today. He is in the hospital wrestling with COVID-19. I think it's been about 3 weeks now. So Fred will be in our prayers and we'll look forward to his return. I don't have any yellow sheets yet. I'm sure that there was people that wanted to speak this morning. This is just-in-time inventory. Okay. Okay, we have three people. I'll just call them in order. Matt Miller. And for those of you that are here to speak, when I call your name, just come up. You'll have 3 minutes. Please just state your name and your city of residence so that we know who where you're from. Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Miller. I live in Deltona, Florida. I want to speak to the council members. I'm a sergeant with Volusia County Corrections. I want to speak with you guys about some of the issues that we're facing. I've been with the Division for Corrections for 16 years, and I wanted to voice staff, retention, safety issues within corrections. I feel that there's never been a more dangerous time for both corrections staff and the inmates they supervise. I feel that if these issues are not addressed soon, something terrible may happen. I will start by speaking about staff within the division. The overtime issues put staff in a continuous burnout state and frustration, which can lead to complacency. Statistics prove that corrections staff have higher suicide, divorce, and mental health issues compared to most other jobs. In Volusia County, currently staff with my tenure are working 36 hours of overtime every pay period. The newer officers are working 48 hours or more. Recently, we provided a roster with a newer officer working 14 consecutive days. We have had staff Baker acted in the past year. We have veteran staff leaving in the past year. We've had more or less staff leave because, quote, my spouse said, I did not marry you to be a single parent. Something has to change. You should not have to choose between family or job. Next is retention. There are retention problems within law enforcement and corrections nationwide. We understand this. However, the retention problems of Volusia County Corrections have been in place since 2005. I have repeatedly heard this saying. The next academy overtime is going to be fixed. When Director Flowers took over as director, he put a recruitment team and put many efforts together to fill vacancies. The point of that last statement is to let all know that our retention issues have been in place well before COVID-19. I went through the Corrections Academy in 2005 with 13 other recruits. I'm the only remaining member of that academy. Safety is the most important part of our job. Our staff shortages have begun to affect the inmate populations. The inmates are locked down behind their doors when we are short-staffed. This is because one officer is assigned to multiple posts supervising 128 inmates. Recently, we have had nights where there have been one officer assigned to almost every unit. This includes units that house murderers and those that have been sentenced to prison. In the event of emergency on days like this, there are not enough staff to respond to emergency situations. The inmates are missing out on things like recreation, phone time, and social interaction. These are all major factors in jail riots and revolt. These issues are compounded when you have staff shortages. In conclusion, we currently have 3 staff members in their final days of their 2-week notice. The question I ask of council is what can be done to fix these issues? A real retention plan, competitive pay compared to surrounding counties, and a bonus may go a long way. I would like to note that our director does appear to care about his staff and does a great job. He has kept corrections under budget the past few years and has done this by getting corrections in the community through inmate labor during disasters like hurricane and through landscaping crews. Through his work, corrections has saved the county a great amount of money. I only ask that you consider my pleas for help. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Paul Richardson.
Morning, Council. How are you guys doing today? Recently, we had a tragedy where Officer Jason Rayner passed away from his gunshot wound to the head, and it's very sad. But what gave me hope was that the community came together and said, this is not okay. And we came together around Officer Rayner's family and all law enforcement. In fact, not only Volusia County, but all across Florida too. And it was hopeful. And in the spirit of continuing togetherness and community, I was wondering, what are you guys doing for the upcoming 4th of July in 2026, which would be the 250th anniversary of this country's founding? And if you guys are not doing anything particularly, I might make a suggestion. Go ahead and, if you could, appoint a council of 5 members to raise private funds in order to put on a celebration for 4th of July, whether it be a parade or fair or whatever. They can put that together, they can raise funds and decide what they want to do for the 4th of July. I looked it up, and 4th of July in 2026 is on a Saturday. Perfect. We could either have a parade or a fair. And this like I said, this 5 council members, community members, will be in recognition of the 5 original community members who wrote the draft of the Declaration of Independence. So that would be symbolic in that, picking 5 people. And if whatever funds they raise over and don't spend, they can donate to the food pantry. And we can also, of course, ask for canned food or non-perishable food for also food pantries for the fair. Or parade, or whatever we want to do. I particularly want a fair. This is my opinion. But another thing, I will of course apply for this committee, but I also would like to say, last meeting, the NAACP came and said they want to participate in county fairs. Why not invite them to this committee? Apply, have someone from them apply for this 5-member committee too. Just a suggestion, as a way of bringing the community together and to show, hey, this is not just for, this side of the county or for Daytona Beach, this is for all Volusia County. Just something to think about, something to digest if you guys want to do this. If you do this, please let me know and I'll apply for the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach, Beachside. I was joking earlier about the budget, and I made a comment, and 3 or 4 of you went, "Oh, what are you talking about?" It's very big on your mind, but I want to remind you about the phrase "squeaky wheel." When you repeat something over and over and over again, it sometimes gets attention. I have probably at least once, if not more, made a comment about the Ocean Center and Dolphin Park, about its maintenance. Walk through the parking lot. It's a shortcut from Main Street to my house. Again, there's like half a dozen trees that are missing. The landscaping needs to be brought up to snuff. All of your hedge between Main Street and the parking lot are gone. So either we have to redo it completely or bring it back to something or do something. But at some point, we have to recognize that it's an important part of the city of Daytona Beach on the beach side, and it has to be maintained well. And I say that with the fact that in 2 years, you won't have the funds to do it, okay? And that's my big thing. And I know you're going to hear about it this afternoon, and I've already apologized to some of you for my behavior to you guys when I start speaking. But I went through a 27% tax increase after telling my commission for 7 years, a little bit is better than a big whop, and we got it. Well, if I read George correctly, in 2 years, the $8 million is going to come due out of general fund. And then the minimum wage will be big time. I think it's $17 million that year. So you guys are going to have to come up with about $20 or $30 million in one fell swoop, and I don't think you're going to be able to do that. From what I understand, the men in black said X, Y, and Z. George said X, Y, and Z. You're going to hear all this. So I'm scared to death that there will be no money for my little pet projects. And to tell you the truth, if I had a choice between a 20 or 30% increase in taxes or doing without the bushes, I'll do without the bushes. I don't want the tax increase. And secondly, I want to make you aware, they're redoing Oak Ridge. Please ask your staff to keep an eye on FDOT. That is I can't use that word, the worst abomination of a street I've ever seen. Landscaping, sidewalks look like Suzanne did it. They're zigzag and spaces and gullies and all kinds of stuff, and then they're putting this little alley down the side that people can trip over. There's so many bad things about it I couldn't even start. So I'm asking you to have your staff look, just don't take their word that there's going to be a sidewalk. A 4-foot sidewalk or 3-foot sidewalk doesn't fit. If you're doing 5 foot and you end up with a 3-foot section, you did something wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Felicia, are you here? Felicia, there she is.
Good morning. I am here to give an award to your councilman, Barbara Gertman. Ms. Gertman, can you come down here for a second? Is it possible? Ms. Gertman opened the doors for our children this summer with summer preparation for jobs. This is where we need to go with our kids. We do all the mentoring, both group and individual mentoring. By the way, I'm looking for mentors again. I need 400 mentors this year. We are also having a literacy and leadership academy to raise the literacy of our children and their expectation of who they are and their focus to be better people and to build a better community. But it takes us to open the doors for them. And so the children kept saying, Miss Felicia, who opened these doors for me? How did this happen? And the parents kept saying that. So at this point, I'd like to award Ms. Gertman the Outstanding Open Door Award for her great work with Career Source to make this happen. Would you please give her a hand of applause, please? Ms. Gertman. We like some of those pictures for our website. Thank you again. Ms. Gertman, here's your plastic. Thank you so much.
Would you like a photo
Yes,
in the front?
yes. That'd be great.
Okay, and can you tilt the, to reduce, tilt the top toward us. That reduces glare. That's good. Ready? Thanks.
One more, one more.
Thank you.
We'll wait for Barb to get up here. Congratulations, Councilwoman Gertman. That is the last person that I had for public participation, so we'll move on to item 1, which is the consent agenda. And I'll just ask the council members if you had anything you wanted to pull for discussion or pull for a vote. No. Okay. Then I'll entertain a motion. Motion to approve the consent agenda as a whole by Ben Johnson, second by Wheeler. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes 6-0. Last week, I think we spent 2 hours on this. That brings us to item 2, proclamation to be presented, and I think that's my honor on this one for the Opioid and Stimulant Use Disorder Awareness Month. Mr. Captain?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, honorable members of council, Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Item 2 is a proclamation to be presented in chambers. It's requested by Circuit Court Judges Mary Jolly and Dawn D. Nichols to raise awareness about addiction in Volusia County. And Ben Johnson will sponsor the proclamation, and we have Judge Jolly here to accept it.
Ben, did you want to read this? Okay. Welcome.
Whereas substance abuse and the impacts of drug addiction have a far-reaching negative effect for our state, including the courts and the people of Florida. And whereas the magnitude of the problem has grown due to COVID-19, resulting in more lives lost and impaired, and whereas in addition to the opioid epidemic, stimulant use has reached an epidemic scale and no FDA-approved medications are available to treat stimulant use disorder, and whereas misuse of one drug often cascades to other forms of substance abuse. For example, about 80% of people who use heroin first misuse prescription opioids. And whereas in addition to impacts of drug abuse on human health and welfare, the CDC estimates the total economic burden of prescription opioid misuse in the U.S. is $78.5 billion a year, including the cost of health care, lost productivity, addiction treatment, and criminal justice involvement. And an NIDA estimates overall substance abuse costs as over $600 billion annually. And whereas it is incumbent upon agencies and organizations involved with such matters to stay current on related topics, and whereas based on these and related concerns, Florida Supreme Court Justice Charles T. Kennedy has issued a proclamation declaring September 2021 as Opioid and Stimulant Use Disorder Awareness Month. Now therefore, we, the County Council of Volusia County, Florida, proclaim September 2021 as Opioid and Stimulant Use Disorder Awareness Month in Volusia County, and call upon judicial officers and court staff members to increase their awareness about addiction and how such awareness can best be used in addressing the cases before them. Dated the 7th day of September, AD 2021, County Council of Volusia County, Florida, signed by Chairman Jeff Brower and the entire Volusia County Council.
Come on, okay. All right, and tilt the top toward me, that'll reduce it. Tilt the top toward me, just a bit. Yeah, that's it, ready. Oh, yeah, he's got an advantage over me. Okay, one more for me. Ready? Good. Okay. And now, Kevin.
Good morning. Thank you, Councilmember Johnson, for that reading. My name's Mary Jolly. I'm a circuit judge. I sit in Daytona Beach. I sit on the circuit bench, but I also handle and preside over weekly Marchman Court. The Chief Justice and the Office of State Court Administrators have created an initiative for opioid awareness among the judiciary for us to do outreach in the community. It started in 2019. Each of the circuits in the state have designated opioid champions, we're called. I don't consider myself that, but I consider myself a spokesperson. With me, Judge Nichols, and Mike Reed from Court Services, we are the designees for the 7th Judicial Circuit. So I'm pleased and honored to be able to be here today and just raise awareness for this crisis and opioid epidemic that we're in and has continued for years now, especially since I've been on this initiative since its outset. And what I see personally in Marchman Court every Tuesday are family members and loved ones seeking help from us for involuntary court orders to get their loved ones the support for their substance misuse. 9 times out of 10 in the evaluations that I read as part of those cases, it's opioid addiction, fentanyl, and the frightening street level of fentanyl that's in so many of the street drugs now, not just opioids, but marijuana and everything else. It's been a real learning experience for me since taking over this docket in January in Marchman Court. I'm proud to do it. It's tough work. But when these family members come before you asking you as a judge to order their loved one to drug treatment, it's a pretty moving experience, and we do it every Tuesday morning at the Justice Center. Not today, it's a court holiday, so I'm happy to be here. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of what we do as Marchman judges, drug court judges, as judges in our circuit, and Judge Nichols and I are proud to represent the 7th Judicial Circuit for this initiative. So thank you for your giving us the opportunity to make everyone else a little bit more aware of what we're doing every week, every day in the court system to battle this, what seemingly has become, is an epidemic in front of us that sometimes families don't want to talk about. And it's important for everyone to have a dialogue on that because these families are not alone. So thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the time this morning. And I wish I know you have a busy agenda, so I'm going to let you get going. But thank you, everyone.
Don't leave yet.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge Jolly. Heather Post?
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
Good morning. Fine, thank you.
Thank you so much for coming in, and it is so important that we do highlight this going on in our county and going on all over the country, but certainly going on in our county. I know, as third year as vice chair of the National Courts and Corrections Committee through the National Association of Counties, I work on this at a national level with all the county commissioners around the U.S., but working on it at this level, it's amazing really how much of an impact it has on our community, and it's really wonderful the various organizations and groups and through the different specialty courts that we have that really impact the effect it has on so many people in our community. And one of the things I wanted to be sure to point out is it's not just the actual defendant that it has the impact on. It has the impact on their kids, it has generational impact, it has impacts on their colleagues and coworkers and on and on and on and on, families. But I appreciate you coming in today, definitely, and highlighting the fact that this does exist in our county and that we do need to address it, and we do need to be putting efforts in to have greater impact, I think. The Volusia County has a tremendous revolving door going in and out of our jail. Would you agree? I see you nodding. Yes.
Unfortunately, yes.
And you're talking about Marchman. I know probably most of the public wouldn't understand what Marchman is. Could you just explain that for 1 second?
Sure. Under the Florida statutes, there's a provision that provides for involuntary drug treatment. So if a family member knows that someone is in crisis from substance misuse, albeit that it impacts them on a daily basis or they're a danger to themselves or others, they have the opportunity to file what they call a petition for assessment. Those are reviewed by me. Every day I get them where family members themselves write them out, and I can make a decision to have those persons immediately transported to detox. And then once they go through that stabilization, the family member or the petitioner can follow up and file a petition for treatment. And then we have a court hearing on Tuesday mornings where I assess those petitions for treatment and then can order their family members or loved ones into involuntary drug treatment. There are respondents in those cases, but I always say it's an involuntary order, so between me and you to do it. And it's been incredibly challenging since I took it over from Judge Orfinger in January, but he did a tremendous job and left a great job for me. And it's been rewarding and challenging at the same time, but it is an avenue that the public has where they feel that you need court intervention to get these folks help. And I think I'm glad that you asked that I explain it a little bit better. We talk about it every day, but for the community, it's important that they know. And I think it's on the clerk's website on how to do that, and the forms are there. And it's really something to see people write to you and say, I'm afraid they're gonna overdose and die. And since January, I've had 2 folks that we've lost on our docket from this crisis. So that makes it incredibly real, but it's very real hearing petitioners seek this relief from us in the courts. And I tell them they're very brave to come before. It's not easy to stand in front of someone, but folks are not alone, and it can happen to any family or any person.
Right. And the comment that you mentioned that really stood out to me was that so Marchman is people that could possibly be of harm to themselves or others.
Correct.
So those are the only people that you specifically deal with for in that court.
In that court, yes. And then obviously my colleagues on the bench, the reality is some of these respondents have some coordinating criminal matters in front of me. There's crossover from our dependency court with parents that are struggling as well. And I was a dependency judge for 6 years, so I've seen some folks that were on my prior docket. It's really important, though, that we as judges all work together. So if I know I have someone that is on another judge's docket, I'm always making sure that we're all in communication with and everyone does a great job, because we all want to get on the same page and formulate the best result for that person as it can be within the parameters of the law, obviously. So
Thank you.
Thank
well,
you.
I'll just remind the council that my ask for some of the ARPA monies to go towards the specialty courts really, and the end game is assisting the people on the mend, the citizens in our community. So I would hope that we keep that in mind as well when we're having those discussions. Thank you so much.
It's nice to be back. I
Thank
was
you.
5 years with the county, so it's always a pleasure to be back. It's a little nervous when you stand up here, though. Thank you very much.
Well, no, you're not done yet.
I'm not done yet.
You'll be nervous just a second longer. Barb Gertman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your passion, for your heart and service. Have you seen an increase in the need? And two-sided question, increased need and increase in financial support and funding. What are you seeing?
I'm in a demur on the second question. That's really kind of, I call balls and strikes in the courtroom. So I leave that to the folks that handle that better. In terms of need and numbers, it's been entirely consistent in I guess is now almost 8 months that I've been on the docket. It ebbs and flows, but as I noted in my earlier comments, what I'm seeing with consistency is the positive tests at assessment for fentanyl. So that is at a great increase. The service providers they appear in court with us in Daytona, they're a great resource for me to learn from this. But it's been consistent. Obviously, COVID has had an impact just in terms of, I think, people having a willingness and want to go out and get services, but we still encourage it. It's first and foremost their safety and health, so we encourage it. And from what I'm hearing, everyone's doing everything their best way to protect against the dangers of getting out there and doing it. But the danger of death is so high for these folks and these respondents. Thank you.
You know, in the next presentation by the medical examiner, we're going to see, I think there's some correlation here. We're going to see some startling evidence of drug overdose, death from drug overdose, and suicide since 2019. I mean, it's just, the trend is like that. So thank you for coming in, making us aware. Thank you for what you do.
Thank you very much. Thank you again for your respect of me. Thank you.
And that will take us to item number 3, presentation of the medical examiner 2020 Volusia County. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for having me, everyone. I appreciate it. This is our 2020 annual report. This is a National Association of the Medical Examiner requirement that my office produced this for the county. It is basically a snapshot of that year's work, the autopsies we've done, and it tracks trends in the county. You'll look forward to seeing me present this every year, probably at about this time. So it'll kind of be a year, 3/4 of a year retrospective, so to speak. How do I go forward? Okay, so a couple key points, because this is the first time I've spoken to you. There's a big misconception. We don't take jurisdiction over everyone that dies in the county. So if you're looking at something that's not under our jurisdiction, like right now, COVID, I can only give you limited information. If you're looking at something like homicides, police-involved shootings, suicides, accidents, accidental drug overdoses, I can absolutely give you all that data. And I can even go beyond that, and we talked about fentanyl. I can tell you exactly how much fentanyl are in these people on average. So This number represents really a small portion of the people that die in the county, but it's a valuable, population to look at. So real quick, because it's a little complicated, in the beginning of the pandemic, we actually did take jurisdiction over COVID cases. From the beginning of the pandemic to mid-August of last year, we were jurisdictionally required to certify all those fatalities. The Medical Examiners Commission of Florida decided in August, because other offices were just drowning in cases, they were getting destroyed, they decided these cases were no longer our jurisdiction. So our data on COVID is challenging to interpret because of that jurisdictional change. All right, forward. Okay, I know you're busy, so this is the executive summary for you. There's bad news and there's good news. The bad news is really everything's up. COVID cases are up, but most shockingly, and this is unfortunately highly related to item 2, overdoses went up 75% from 19 to 20. 75%. And this is what's terrifying. Of the people that died, 85% had fentanyl involved as a contributing factor, not just a little bit of fentanyl present. As an aside, when I first started this career 13 years ago, the numbers aren't critical, but 3 nanograms per milliliter is an average amount to kill someone. I would get excited in a medical examiner way over something in like the 8 to 9 level. We have people that come in this county that have hundreds of nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl in their body. That is to say, the drug they used or injected could kill another 30 or 40 people if you took it out of their body. The numbers are astronomical and really quite terrifying. And it speaks to the caution that law enforcement and EMS needs to use when they're responding to these scenes. So that's unfortunately the bad news. The good news is, despite these increases, the office's internal metrics were still outstanding. Our turnaround time, when I last spoke to you, was 21 days. Now it's 22.6 days. And keep in mind, that's with a significant increase in volume. So that's fantastic news. Everything else basically unchanged as far as homicides, police involved, traffics. More people are dying, more people are getting cremated. The good news is, it's a cursory examination. When someone gets cremated in this state, my office just looks at the death certificate to make sure there's nothing suspicious or unusual or atypical. So we do put our hands on a lot of the death certificates in the county to make sure they're appropriate. But those don't necessarily get an autopsy. So now I'll get into a few details. This is just cases we accepted or declined. And you can see, obviously, there's a big jump from 19 to 20. It's not surprising. The blue is declined cases, and the orange is accepted. My associate picked the colors. I guess she's a Gator person of some description. I don't know. This is also kind of scary, and I'm going to annotate it later, but these are the number of autopsies in blue, the external examinations, and the death certificate-only cases. For the public's sake, I'll quickly define these. An autopsy is, of course, an invasive procedure where we remove the organs, examine them. An external examination, that view, is something where we look at the external body. If there's a great example would be an older person that fell, maybe broke their hip. There's nothing suspicious. We might bring that and examine it. There's no foul play involved. Another one is if there's a traffic with no charges pending and very, 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 very obvious trauma, that does not necessarily need an invasive procedure if you have that very dramatic trauma. Those would be examples of cases like that. We still autopsy nearly all of our drug overdoses because that's kind of a good thing to do, and it's not necessarily an absolute standard by name, but it's certainly very valuable to do. So next slide. All right, so this is kind of, and these things got cut off a little bit. That's unfortunate. So these are the cases and how the cases broke down. So unfortunately, do I have a mouse? Probably not. That COVID line, the COVID and the overdose line should be moved up. I think when we went to widescreen, they got moved and I didn't notice that. So if you just continue the straight blue line that goes, basically across the entirety of, 2011 and over, that uptick, that upper portion of that blue triangle, that's COVID. Those are COVID cases. Now, most of those were externals or death certificates only. As you know, my office HVAC is a challenge, and I went to Herculean efforts not to autopsy anyone with COVID because I was scared that we were going to have that in the ventilation system. We're wearing full PPE, but I can't ask my secretary to do that 24/7 when she's there or whoever's there. So I was worried about contaminating the building. I will say, thank you, the new building will have an isolation suite, so the next pandemic, we won't have this problem, and we'll be able to appropriately do those cases. So, and I know, next, I hate to say that, but you never can tell. So the big increase in the orange, and what I did is I mirrored the angle of the blue line up, those were the accidental overdoses. And that's what's terrifying. And I'm not sure, as a medical examiner, I would have predicted that much of an increase, but the take-home point is COVID was hard on that population. Harder than probably any other population, at least in my jurisdiction. We did not see this increase on homicides. We did not see this increase on MVAs. All these represent accidental overdoses. The shutdowns of the pandemic, the wonderful services that we just talked about got truncated. And this is a great example of the negative effect that has on these people. A lot of these people doing something virtually doesn't work. Can't do that. So it was a real challenge. And I think that's largely what this represents. Next slide, please. All right. Our cremations have also gone up. Some of this is due to COVID. Otherwise, it's just population increase. This is just increased volume of cremation reviews. It does represent a significant amount of effort on my staff, and I appreciate their hard work in doing these. The new database that you've also purchased for us, which is working very, very, very well. I'll just tell you, I've been through a lot of database rollouts in the medical world, electronic medical records. This rollout with my office is the best I've ever seen it happen. A few minor hiccups, the staff bought in, my doctors, and my office manager, who's amazing, all unified front. This is what we're doing. Things are going to, because no one likes change, particularly in their database. It's not liked at all. Unified front, this is what we're going to do. It's going to be a little hard at first, but it's going to get better. And I will tell you, even our most computer illiterate people are thriving. So I'm tickled. It is wonderful. It's web-based. It's highly secure. If we have to work from home in the future for some reason, we don't know why, we'll be able to do a great amount of the paperwork virtually, like in the cloud, which I think will be wonderful. The previous databases were essentially a hodgepodge of spreadsheets that were in the office on county servers, and it was a very big production to get access to those remotely. So this will be a wonderful, wonderful thing if we have to work virtually again. Next slide. This is just a line graph of the accidental drug overdoses. And you can see it's dramatic. We went from a little under 200 cases in 19 all the way up to about 350. All of these accidental drug overdoses, nearly all of them fentanyl. Other drugs that show up, cocaine, methamphetamine, very low amounts of heroin. In fact, people that think they're getting heroin nowadays are almost always getting fentanyl. The problem with that is, of course, fentanyl is much, much, much stronger. So this is scary. The next slide is this one's really dramatic to me. This is what motor vehicle accidents, fatalities, and overdoses look like. And you can see we crossed in 17, and that move from 19 to 20 on the overdoses is just really dramatic. So item 2 was very timely, as you can imagine, from my standpoint. So, next slide. So, when you hired me, and this is just something else good, because that's obviously sad news up there. When you hired me, I told you I'd be an educator, as you, not all of you were here at the time, but my background, I was an associate professor of pathology at a med school. I did all sorts of community outreach education-wise, and this is just a list of the things we've done. Despite having significant limitations with COVID here, and actually the building, the new building will allow me to have a more robust educational program. You can see we've reached out to both FSU and UF. I'm not sure what that makes us, that we're servicing both schools. I'm not sure the name for those people or not, but we're doing all that. We have a great internship with Stetson University, Embry-Riddle, Daytona State, all these additional morbidity and mortality review boards and overdose actions. So this is what we're working on. This will only increase in the future. And it's something that really costs almost nothing and is, if we're there anyway, it's so valuable for these students to get this opportunity. I believe last is the summary. Yes. So we're continuing to beat all external benchmarks. I mentioned 22 days turnaround time. National averages are in the 70 to 80 range, so we're 3 to 4 times faster than our peer group. Quality has not gone down. I'll tell you, I've reviewed a lot of the older cases for testimony that doctors prior to me did, and I think generally the medical examiner work was always pretty good here, with notable exceptions, but it was very slow, very, very slow. And as I mentioned to you when I was interviewing, that you've got a homicide, you're a detective, getting that autopsy report in 22 days as opposed to 7 months makes a big, big, big difference. So there's value in speed. You don't want to sacrifice quality, but getting good work out quick is hugely important to our law enforcement colleagues. We talked about COVID and overdoses. The new database is superior. The new building, we're going to have it. Obviously, you know that. I will tell you that the efforts of the county to produce this building have been outstanding. I've been involved in all those meetings. The external experts and then your internal experts have been wonderful. I think we're going to build a building that will serve this county for decades and decades. So that will be very good. Caseload, unfortunately for us, will not decrease in 2021. I know that's probably not surprising. Our turnaround time will increase slightly for 2021. Unfortunately, I'm warning you ahead of time. It's not, unfortunately, nothing I can do about it. Our toxicology lab, you can imagine if we have a 70% increase in overdoses, everywhere else in the country's having it. So their turnaround time went from about 2 weeks to about a month and a half. So they're slowing us down a bit. But we're working very, very, very hard to get those cases turned around as quickly as humanly possible. Obviously, there are certain cases without the tox results. I can't finalize them. So that's the executive summary. Things are going well in the office, generally speaking. Questions?
Yes, you have several. Thank you, Dr. Fulcher. And we do see a difference since you have been here, and we appreciate that. Barb Gertman?
You know, I was here when you were hired, and I just want to say thank you. It's impressive. I'm proud to have you. I'm proud that you represent Volusia County. You make it clear, concise. You hit each point to the point. There's nothing else that I really would want to know, and I'm impressed that you're doing outreach into the community. There's nothing more that I would ask of you.
Thank you so much,
So I really appreciate you.
I should mention, you'll have the complete report if you want more details. It has a lot of details that I didn't go into.
Heather Post?
Good morning.
Hello.
So I wanted to say that as well. I think Billy was here at the time, but Billy and I were the only ones on the council when we discussed the ME's office at length and really looked to make some significant changes and in bringing you in. And what I liked hearing today was how easy it was to put SOPs in place, even with the new tracking system and doing all of those things, even when people don't like change, even when people aren't fully up on computer access, et cetera, all of the reasons, right? But you have seamlessly been able to do that over and over and over in your position, is to put those SOPs in place, to move us forward to where we really need to be, and to ensure that we are going to continue to be at that level. And I'm just very impressed with that. I thank you for taking that weight off of many of us who, you know, have been wanting to ensure that that has been done. And, you know, we recently had the state ME's office, who I had many discussions with a few years ago, come in and ask for your evaluation.
Yes.
I know I gave you a stellar recommendation or evaluation,
Okay.
and as I know the county did, and I just deeply want you to know that continuously, you know, everyone that I talk to, whether it's law enforcement, whether it's FDLE, the toxicology people, you know, anyone, the citizens, everyone that I talk to, it's just good response.
Thank you.
And I appreciate it, and I look forward to having you here for a long time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Billy Wheeler.
Thank you. I'll make it short because I'm going to kind of ditto off of them. When this decision was made, it really was something that we all knew needed to happen. But you were kind of the diamond in the rough that we found, and you are exactly what we needed to give to Volusia, what we always try to give, the very best. And you have succeeded on that. I do have one question on you. In your summary, and that was from 2020.
Yes.
You said that the overdoses are up by 75% and 85%. How are we looking in 2021?
Great question. We're going to be similar. I actually don't think it's going to go up, which is good. It may maintain that kind of peak, maybe down just a little bit. It's not going to go down significantly. It's going to take some time for that. The reason for that is, as was kind of discussed in item 2, the illicit drug distribution network is very aggressive and dynamic. And when COVID happened, they didn't slow down. They didn't shut down. They didn't take a break. So they flooded our streets with unfortunately, incredibly deadly drugs, and they continue to have a bit of a foothold. And I think it's going to take a little time to get a handle on that. As far as, you know, these services, enforcement, all those things help, but there's still a long way to go. And you should know this is a national problem. The increase we saw is everywhere in the country. In fact, there are areas that are worse. You go up to like the Rust Belt, Midwest area, very high unemployment, lots of problems up there. So we're not as bad as some of our peer groups population base. So, you know, I think some of the things we're doing are helping, but there's just a long way to go on this project. Great question.
Thank you. Just one more, and I'm just curious about this, and it's going to be an unfair question because I'm going to I'm going to ask you to speculate, knowing that you cannot interview the people that you're working on, but you do talk to family and law enforcement.
Yes, we
and
do.
when I'm looking at these incredibly high numbers of fentanyl, you said you would a high normally would be 8 or 9,
Yeah,
and you're seeing hundreds.
Hundreds.
Is there any way of knowing if is it just accidental? Is it a suicide attempt, or do they think they're getting heroin or something else?
Hey, so when you talk to families, law enforcement, these people, and this is true, this has been true for eternity, but it's particularly true now. You have no idea what you're getting on the street. And when you talk to these people and try to evaluate intent, which we try to leave out, they don't want to die. They want to get high. And I will tell you, if you're using substances you're buying on the street in Volusia County today, you have no idea what you're getting. And the risk of getting an incredibly high dose of fentanyl is very, very high. I can't give you an exact percentage, of course, because I don't know how many people use and survive. That's something, I don't think that's a knowable figure. But generally speaking, based on our investigation, probably only about 2 to 3% of these are actually suicides. It's just people. I think that truthfully, COVID was hard, the shutdowns were hard, the social isolation was incredibly difficult on this population. When you think about what works for treatment and substance abuse, it's in person, you know, multiple step programs with peer groups and mentors. Beginning of COVID, a lot of that was really truncated. And unfortunately, idle hands are the devil's workshop. And without that intense intervention, this population did they succumb to that addiction. And like I said, unfortunately, our drug distribution in this area, the amounts of fentanyl we have are really shocking. And I can't even predict which decedent is going to have a high number anymore. There's just no way. It's all over the board. But that's a great question, and I wish I could give you a better answer.
Kevin Captain, if you're in this room, what you just heard was a great bit of video for a PSA on don't buy drugs on the street because you don't know what you're getting. That's one of the most important things I heard you say this morning, Doctor. I wasn't here when these people voted for you. They had background information that I didn't have. I was pretty sure we needed a change. I'll just join these three in saying you have proven that you were the right change. So thank you for your service. And I think it looks good for the next item.
Yeah, no, it does. And one thing I'll mention based on Councilwoman Post's comment, the problems with the old office, in retrospect, me being there, me modifying things, I'll have to tell you, I really did inherit very good people. Like
Absolutely.
the office staff, the investigators, my operations manager, I would put her up against anyone. Spectacular. It was really protocol and some physician nuances that made the office fail. But they got taken so far. Just as an example, there was a peer review, and we do peer review. We do peer review as prescribed by name. They had this awfully burdensome peer review thing where people that had no business interpreting an autopsy report were having to sign off on it. It was bizarre. And really once Dr. Thogmartin came in, we got rid of those very bizarre protocols, things really lined up quite nicely. So the staff I got, they're really good people, and they work really hard.
Yeah, I think you have one more, Heather Post.
I definitely didn't want to go away without acknowledging that for sure. You do have very good people on staff, and but I also want to make sure, I want to thank our staff in this area, because you do have someone who you have Dr. Thogmartin who's come in, and then you have him that's come in, and with very good ideas and very good SOPs, and he knows what he's doing, and he is prepared to move us forward. And what staff has done in this case is to allow him to do that, and you have let him do the things that need to be done. And so I want to thank staff for allowing the doctor to do those things and to really move us forward, because in allowing that, it works. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Director Pozo, did you want to add something?
Just that, Joe Pozo, Public Protection, just that we work very closely from Public Protection Office with Dr. Fulcher. With the current building, just upgrades or things that have to be done there. And he has some mobile equipment there that we work with to make sure that we keep all of those things running. And they're a joy to work with. Ms. Post, you're absolutely right. We have really no business in the subject matter expertise there. We just help manage that contract, and we let him do what he needs. And they'll pick the phone up and call us when they need something, and we move very quickly to make sure that they get what they need. George?
Well, of course, I was there from the beginning, and Dr. Fulcher's been a pleasure to work with. And I do think that the other part, we put a large investment in this office as well. And we're putting a large investment in the building. And thank you, Dr. Fulcher. It's your work and working with us on that new building. The reports I get back also are stellar, and working with you, very reasonable and very helpful at putting the money where it really needs to be. And he's done the same thing in the operations. And I think that another part of that decision that doesn't get talked about is we were also trying to do Seminole County, at the same time, and we no longer do Seminole County, and that's allowed us to concentrate on Volusia County. I think that was another tough decision that we had to make at the time. We made it, and it's allowed us really to take it to the next level. I appreciate that.
Thank you. That takes us right into item 4. Are you going to start with that, Director Pozo? Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Joe Pozo, again, Public Protection. This is Amendment 1 to the existing contract with Dr. Fulcher. Just historically, on June 7th, 2019, Dr. Fulcher assumed Dr. Thogmartin's contract at the time. And in September of 2019, we entered into a new contract with Dr. Fulcher. It's a 5-year contract with a 5-year renewal. The original contract in 2019 stipulated the first 2 years of compensation. This amendment will stipulate the 3rd year, and then we'll be here each year after. It's the same amount of money, $2,556,955, and staff recommends approval.
Motion to approve.
I think you got a lot of agreement up here.
Second.
Motion to approve by, who wants it? By Billy Wheeler, second by Barb Gertman, and Heather Post. You had a comment?
Actually, I just had that up to make the motion, but I would point out that this, I don't want everybody to hear $2 million because it talks about compensation. So that is not Dr. Fulcher's salary, and that is the budget for the entire division. Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate you holding the line.
Thank you so
and for doing a good job. Thank you, Dr. Fulcher. Anyone else? I'll call for the vote. All in favor of contract amendment for medical examiner services, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it passes unanimous 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, you will need a motion on item 2, the proclamation, as well.
Okay, may I have a motion to? Motion by Johnson, second by Post. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, Carissa. And that takes us to item 5, resolution on Volusia Forever program on recommended changes.
Good morning, honorable council members. Brad Burbaum, your Director of Resource Stewardship. So wanted to, the request before you today is to adopt the Volusia Forever Advisory Committee recommended changes to the land selection and acquisition process. This is the continuation of our nationally recognized and award-winning land conservation program for environmentally sensitive lands, land conservation for public use. Next slide, please. Oh, I guess I get the... So this provides a framework of what our process looks like for the public, so I thought it would be beneficial to go through what the process is for selection, evaluation, and acquisition of these parcels as we move forward. We have a model program. I know of 7 other counties who've modeled their program after ours because it was a sound and reasoned approach to doing these acquisitions. So what you have before you is a snapshot of the cycle that the committee and the staff and you will be involved with as we will go through 2 times per year. If this agenda item is approved today, we'll open nominations for willing sellers and land October 1st through November 15th, and then we will have an additional cycle in April 2022. So willing sellers, so this is not an eminent domain program, will submit an application to us. We also, part of the resolution that we're asking you to adopt allows people to nominate parcels as well. It could be partners like our water management district, it could be citizens, it could be members of the staff, but there's a nomination component as well, and our staff will do some due diligence or legwork on those nominations. Once we receive those nominations in-house, the professional staff from environmental management, land management, my team, land acquisition. We'll look at the parcels based on the criteria that are in this resolution and evaluate the parcels based on that application. We will bring those applications back to the Volusia Forever Advisory Committee, who will then make an eligibility determination. Yes, these are eligible for further consideration, or no, they are not, do not align with the goals of the program. Then staff will go out and ground truth the property and do a more comprehensive evaluation based on those things that we said in the ballot language we wanted to do. Is it environmentally sensitive land? Is there a water resource protection component? Is there a public access component that we can provide to our citizens? We will bring those reports back with presentations on each of the properties to the Volusia Forever Advisory Committee. And their job at that point will be to sort them into A-list properties. These are the properties that are the highest priority for acquisition, and B-list properties, which are not as high priorities. We will bring that recommendation, that A-B list, to you for adoption. And once it's adopted by you, that gives my team the opportunity to start engagement with landowners. So due diligence on the properties, environmental assessments, surveys, appraisals. Each of the contracts, as we finish those negotiations with landowners, will be brought back to you for approval. So property evaluation criteria, it's organized along 6 dimensions, and we are a little strategic in our approach here, in that we align these with the ballot, not only the ballot language, but also with our funding partner programs. For example, so our conservation lands criteria are aligned with the ballot language, but also the criteria that they use for Florida Forever. We've been extremely successful in these programs with partner funding. In our first ESL program in '86, about 35% of the funds that were expended to purchase property were from partners. Our 2000 to 2020 program, 36% of the funds to purchase these parcels came from our partners. And so this alignment has helped us realize some of those, to leverage some of those partner dollars. Forests and farmlands is a new criteria that was in the ballot language. And as you know, at the July workshop, I talked a little bit about how the committee really wrestled with, will our current criteria really fit farms and farmlands? And they felt that it deserved its own criteria, but we aligned it with the ballot language again, in terms of these are the things that we're looking for if we're going to acquire working landscapes, which makes it a little different from some of the other conservation land. So it would be working farms where we're buying an easement on. The land management set aside, so the resolution before you today and the recommendation from the committee is to increase the land management set aside from 10% to 15%. And this is the reason why it's important that we manage it is because if we need to realize the ecological benefits. When we talk about the water recharge, fresh air, but also the public access piece. We don't want to buy it and lock it up. We want to give our public access to it. So that's an important component of what our land management team does. Kind of policy direction on what we do is in Resolution 2003-80, which was adopted by this council. That's kind of our document that we use that's directly related to these items for the land management. You can see the different preserves that our team manages. So fuel reduction, of course, is prescribed fire, habitat restoration and maintenance. You know, we've restored 1,300 acres of scrub, which is an imperiled species for scrub jays. We have 590 scrubby flatwoods, which is also an imperiled community that we manage, and 1,234 acres we've restored to longleaf pine. We also have some compliance and monitoring duties. We have a management plan for each of our preserves, but also when we enter into a conservation easement, which is essentially rewarding good private stewardship of the land, we monitor those conservation easements where we set foot on the ground of those easements that we've bought either outright or in conjunction with partners. And then, of course, recreation, public access, trails, and education, 46 miles of trails for our citizens to enjoy, 11 parking lots, signage. We've had over 30,000 people over the last, from the Volusia Forever 2000 to 2020, participate and explore Volusia program. So I thank our partners and team and environmental management for leading those and getting people out on to the properties to understand why they're important to our community. Then item 6, this is again trying to move the program to a more self-funded model. So what what I have in front of you is what was presented to the Volusia Forever Committee on June 25th. And unanimously recommended for approval. And it is funding a project manager, essentially a staff person and some of the administrative staff. The request is for $193,336, which is 2.2% of the ad valorem tax to support the acquisition activity. That's all I have.
Council, Barbara Gertman.
I'm going to make the motion to approve the resolution.
The resolution for Volusia Forever program?
Volusia Forever program, recommended changes in process for land selection and acquisition.
Motion by Gertman, second by Wheeler. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Resolution passes unanimous, 6-0. Go protect some land.
That's 6.
Yeah, you're gonna need now, he basically at the end
Covered
put the item 6, he attached early on to the item 5 presentation. So by doing that, we'd also need a motion for item 6 for the actual staff member.
Motion.
Second, Wheeler.
Motion to approve, right, Ben? By Ben Johnson, second by Wheeler. Request to fund Volusia Forever program staff from the Volusia Forever ad valorem tax. All in favor, say aye.
Brower,
Aye.
before you take the vote, you did have Marion Connors wishing to speak on item 6.
Thank you very much. Marianne, are you here? See, you might turn a couple votes.
Good morning, Marianne Connors. I serve as chair of the Volusia Forever Advisory Committee. I only came in case you had some questions, particularly about the budget. The committee did talk at length about how to approach this. We believe this is a solid funding plan and hope you will approve it. I'm also joined by Wanda Van Dam, who is the vice chair of the committee. So we're here for your questions, if any.
We appreciate your service. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for
Just want to say
Marianne?
thank you. Thank you for your work and your service.
Well, we'll take the vote and we'll see how you did. All in. Yeah, that's not fair, is it?
It's all on you. No pressure.
All in favor of resolution request to fund Volusia Forever program staff and the Volusia Forever ad valorem tax, making it a self-funding program, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 6-0, unanimous
Thank you.
of those present. Okay, that brings us to item 7. Ordinance 2021-30, public meeting ordinance adoption. And Russ Brown.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Russ Brown, Senior Assistant County Attorney. I'm going to be presenting the public meeting ordinance adoption before you today. We last discussed this 2 agendas ago, I believe, August 3rd. So the proposed draft brought back before you this morning is based on council's direction at that meeting. We're going to go through the 5 points we had at that meeting, and if you have any questions, please feel free to interrupt me, or I'll take questions at the end, whichever you prefer. The first question the council answered on August 3rd's meeting was, does the council wish to expressly adopt Robert's Rules of Order to govern its meeting unless otherwise provided by law, the charter, or ordinance? And council said yes. The drafted ordinance before you that's up for adoption today adopts Robert's Rules of Orders. Decision point 2, directed by council, was does the council wish to address points of order that may be raised, how points of order may be raised and handled? Council voted yes, and I believe it's 265, I think E in your ordinance addresses that. Decision point 3 brought before the council was, does the council wish to set aside a specific time period for public input on non-agenda matters that may warrant action by the council? Council voted yes, so the following language was added. Quote, in addition, there shall be 2 opportunities at a meeting for members of the public to comment on items of county business that could come before the council for action but are not on the agenda. 1 at the beginning of a meeting for no longer than 1 hour of public comment, and 2 at the end of every meeting. So we have, there are 3 public input opportunities during each council meeting, 1 at the beginning, 1 at the end, and 1 for each agenda item. This increases the current public comment that the council has pretty significantly. It doubles the time, and just as a comparison of some of your local municipalities in comparison to what this council is adopting, you can see we're either pretty much at the greater end of giving public input. Decision point 4, does the council wish to limit the use of videos in lieu of public comment at meetings? Excuse me, my words are escaping me. Council voted no, but with conditions. So the following language was added. Quote, a video or audio recording may be substituted for public comment during the public comment period of a meeting pursuant to the following requirements. A, the video must be provided to the deputy clerk no later than 24 hours via email or other electronic means before the start of any public meeting, so that the program and media device providing the video may be scanned for viruses. B, the video shall be no longer than 3 minutes in length. C, the person presenting the video in lieu of speaking must be present at the meeting and identify themselves like all other speakers prior to playing the video. And D, only the speaker presenting the video should appear in the video. And then your last decision point, does the council wish to address decorum standards for meeting? And the council voted yes, and that's clearly in the drafted ordinance. So I can answer any questions, go back over anything, or at this point would ask for a motion to approve the ordinance, barring any changes or anything else council would like for me to do.
Okay, stand by. Danny Robbins.
Attorney Brown, thank you. Page 07-4, line 5, section 2-63, subsection A. It looks like they may lock us in on the 12th edition. Sorry for going so.
Did you follow that?
I think I got it. I think I heard. So it's presentation 7-4.
Oh, yep. That was good, Russ.
Section 2-63, general rules of procedure, subsection A. Is that what you said?
Yes, sir. You'll look.
I'm very impressed.
I thought I heard
good
that.
job.
I didn't hear the line number. I'm sorry if you said that.
Line 5.
Line 5. Okay.
And it's subsection A. Actually, line 6, sorry. Revised 12th edition. Are we going to lock ourselves into that, or are we going to do, or what's your thoughts on as amended version just for those updates that come out yearly? Or
Yeah, can we put that on the screen perhaps?
Yeah.
Did you catch the location?
Yes, sir. If you could go to page, can you pull up the 7-4 on the presentation on the agenda items?
Mr. Chair, and I think that the question that Mr. Robbins asked is that, you really see this dealt with in 2 ways in ordinances. Do you adopt a specific edition of something? Like, for example, in your zoning code, you adopt Webster's dictionary, a specific edition for defining terms that aren't otherwise defined in your code. This would be an example of that, or do you have it automatically update as a new edition of Robert's Rules be published? You can really do either. The only thing I would say that is I don't know if there'll be dramatic changes in the code, but If you adopt a specific addition, if there is a new addition that comes out, we can certainly bring that to you and ask if you do want to update to that addition. But this would at least, you would know it's 12th edition and no other edition. But you could do either.
Mr. Robbins, what is your pleasure?
I prefer just to leave it updated, or open, that way it can automatically be updated, without going back and, just for efficiency purposes, without going back and having to go through an agenda item and approving it. So just as it flows, as it gets updated, we just adopt that one. That's all I got.
Will you make that in a motion? And we'll take care of some of these one by one.
Make that motion to just change that verbiage on that specific line as amended version instead of specifically the 12th edition.
It's good to you? Motion by Robbins, second by Post, to use the amended version. And all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so the first one passes unanimously.
Mr. Chair, what we'll do, just to make sure I'm not misstating it, is where on line 6, where it refers to 12th edition, we'll add as amended.
I believe that was his intent, correct? Yes, confirmed. Before we move on, I see Billy Wheeler.
Yes, I would like to have some clarification. So under Robert's Rules of Order, what rule applies to member comments on an agenda item, like time limits?
Well, there's a couple places. Generally, it's 10 minutes per council comment period, and generally it's limited to 2 10-minute times, absent additional special rules being adopted for a certain agenda item by council. But it's generally governed under 43-12 and 43-13 of the 12th edition of Robert's Rules.
So I move that we add those details to section 2-65D, and I think we just need to clarify that and make sure that rule is clear. Well, I just wanted it so we could read it, so I'm making a motion to add that.
Can we clarify?
Sure.
Yes, she's making a motion to,
Limit everybody speaking to 10 minutes? Is that what I'm hearing?
You can have 2.
I believe Robert's Rules of Order says 2 times. You can speak twice.
2 10 minutes, yes, ma'am.
And also, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Billy. Go ahead.
No.
You're done? Russ, does Robert's Rules of Order require that? Or is it up to the chair and the council?
Well, generally, Robert's Rules, it does say 2 10-minute times unless it's amended by the council for a specific agenda item. So if you wanted to give more time, somebody would make the motion for that specific item to give each council member more time.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, and this is Mike Dyer. That 10 minutes per member times 2 is kind of the default in Robert's Rules, but for example, currently the council does not have that time limit. Different organizations may have different language. So going to your question, it doesn't have to be that way. It's kind of a default for an organization to rely on if they want to, but they do not have to. And Mr. Brown was correct in explaining it. That would not, two-time speaking limit on an issue in debate would not apply to making a motion. So a member could still make a motion. That's not considered debate, or ask a question. That is also not limited by the 2-time limit.
Thank you for that clarification. That was my understanding, and it's, I think it's dangerous to limit the amount of time a council member can speak and represent her or his constituents. It doesn't happen very often that it goes longer than that, but in the rare cases when it does, I think we're on dangerous ground telling an elected council member that you can only speak twice for 10 minutes. Again, it's rare, but I would not be for that. Heather Post?
So there's a lot of things that we discuss behind the scenes, and we all go over our agendas routinely. And so we know a lot of things that are happening, but the public does not. And that truly is the point of these meetings. I mean, if it were not, then we could just come in, we could make it 5 minutes, and we could all say approve, 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 not approved, and just go through. I mean, it's literally the point of the meetings is to discuss the issues, vet them. Sometimes we change our minds during the process, and sometimes we don't, or we listen to the public, or whatever it is. But I'm definitely not in favor of limiting council's time to vet through the issues, because that's truly our only role. I do have a question for you, Mike, about questions. Dyer? So you're saying, I want everybody to understand the section about the question that you discussed. So council members can ask a question, and that is not limited, correct? So if you're asking a question about the issue?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you have 3 questions about the issue, I would assume that each of those questions are not a time-limited thing.
That's correct.
That it can be discussed and questioned, correct?
Right, and looking at the Robert's Rules, asking a question, making a brief suggestion, or making a motion is not considered part of debate. So not subject to the two-instant limit.
And so I'm assuming that when you receive a response to the question, that as you ask another question to delve into the issue, that would not be under that as well, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Ben Johnson.
One is, I don't believe that's meant to say, okay, ask a question, I got 10 more minutes to speak.
Right. I don't agree either.
I don't believe that's the intent of that. Okay, I ask you a question, now I get 10 minutes to talk about it. I don't think that is what that intent is. And there's another option anyway, that if something is going on, we can vote as a group to extend it longer. So there's ways out of it. But the idea is how do you stop some of this just on and on and on to where you have a 10-hour meeting that should take, 5 hours would have been a long time. We've got to do something here to, get it to the point, especially this over and over and over and over again of the same thing. But I think it's very important we kind of have some limits. It's worked everywhere else in the country. There's no reason it can't work in Volusia County too.
Okay, I'm not sure everywhere else in the country limits their representatives, but Barb Gertman?
Thank you, Chair. I'm not for limiting. What I'm for is us being thoughtful about the time and the message that we're trying to represent, right? Because I think if it's not timed when you're asking a question, it's really about when you're presenting your concern and expression of, whatever that issue is. So to me, it shouldn't take more than 10 minutes to do that in the first place, right? So again, I think it's just being thoughtful about what your messaging is and trying to be considerate of the time, because that's what we expect the public to do when they're speaking back to us. So I think that's all I would ask, is that we be thoughtful regarding time and how we're, I guess, getting our message across succinctly and keeping it moving. That's all.
Thank you, Barb.
Reason for my motion.
Pardon me?
I said it's the reason for my motion.
Right. And I'll just say before I call for the vote, what concerns me is that in the unusual times, when there's a lot of debate required, I hate to see a limit on what an elected representative, how they can speak, how long they can speak. And while it's true that we can vote to extend that time, the reality of it is that if we have a majority that votes now to limit how long a council member can speak, they're not going to vote to allow that council member to speak longer when that time comes up. So I think it's a dangerous option to stifle elected Representative Danny Robbins.
I'd have to disagree with that, Chair. Just quite frankly, it's just too, and I believe this Robert's rules in those time limits are just to prevent filibustering. We have to make sure that we are effective and efficient on how we run this body and do it in a timely manner. And like Councilman Johnson said, keep moving and making sure it counts. So I'm in favor of that. I'll second Commissioner Wheeler's motion.
Well, that's fine. One man's filibuster is another person's appeal to the public, to educate the public who doesn't know what we're voting on and for serious issues. Michael Dyer.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Just to make sure that I'm capturing the motion, and my understanding is the motion to reflect the language that's in Robert's Rules, the section that Mr. Brown referenced. That language addresses a couple of things, and I can be corrected by the maker of the motion if I'm not capturing it correctly. To reflect the rule that a council member has the opportunity to speak twice on the same question during debate, each time for 10 minutes. The default rule is that time can be extended by 2/3 vote. That time limit does not include a member asking a question, making a brief suggestion, or making a motion. Each motion's a separate question, so translated that that time limit, each motion is going to be a separate question, would restart that opportunity for debate. And there's a general rule that in Robert's Rules that cannot speak the second time until everyone who speaks the first time has had the opportunity to do so, and maybe they will not. I think that's it.
Yeah, and that's easy to do with this little monitor right here. I get to see who's asking to speak in order, and I always try and honor that. I think Billy's agreeing that that's the motion that she made on the table, seconded by Robbins. Carissa, would you call the roll on this?
Ms. Gertman.
Yes.
Mr. Johnson. Ms. Post.
No.
Mr. Robbins. Ms. Wheeler.
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No, so the motion passes.
4-2 with Dr. Lowry absent.
Thank you. You took the words right out of my mouth. All right, and that was decision point 3. And that takes us to the public participation, and no changes as far as the 3 opportunities to speak before the meeting, during an item, and at the end of the meeting. That is good. I would like to find it in my, we are limiting the amount of time for public input. I think it's been presented that we're increasing it, which is true. It used to be half an hour, not even part of the meeting. But this council, in that case, every member showed up to listen to the public, which was excellent. Then we changed it to actually be part of the meeting with no time limit. And now we're going to limit it to 1 hour.
That's correct.
That's what the new
So,
Well,
which again, generally, that's plenty of time. We took 10 minutes this morning, maybe 15. But there are times in important public decisions when a lot of people come here. They take time out of their work, out of their home, out of their family to come here and speak to us, and to tell them that we're cutting them off is just wrong. It's like any one of us, if we have a job and our employer, our boss walks into the room and we tell them, I don't have time to listen to you right now, go back to your office. The public is our employers. When they show up to speak to us, we ought to listen. Ben Johnson.
I believe that hour is plenty. Most of the time, it's like you said, short. But there are times when we have people that have something on the agenda, and they have a lawyer who may be from $300 to $600 an hour. They may have other people they're having to pay to be here for that agenda item, for whatever it may be. And it's not fair to them when you have a time certain item for them to sit here and maybe pay an attorney for 3, 2, 3, even 1 extra hour. So I'm very much in favor of keeping this at an hour in the front end, and then afterwards, if there's any more that want to speak again. Now there are ways that this can be streamlined, and it's done at the state of Florida. You can take, and most of these, usually when we have a big number of people, we're basically hearing the same thing over and over again. Once in a while, a little bit of different. When you go to the state of Florida and you go to a committee meeting, what they do is you have the opportunity, somebody said something, instead of you getting up and saying the same thing again, I stand up, wave my chance to speak, and support the speaker. Or I waive my time and I reject. You can do that, and we can save a lot of time. And still they get their chance. We get to see where they stood. And not everybody would do it, but this has been very effective. And they've been doing it for years. And it is a way for everybody to get their chance to speak, but not over and over and over again, and you can keep it moving. Now, you don't have to do it. Don't get me wrong. It's not a requirement. But you yourself have said one of the scariest things, and we all know it, is public speaking. And this time give some of those people a chance to make themselves heard without standing up here in front of it, but a way we can streamline it.
I understand, that's a good point, but we're not the state. This is local government, and especially at local government, we should be a bottom-up government, not a top-down. And to listen to our constituents is one of the most important things we do. And I don't read minds. So if there's 100 people out here, I have no idea if they're going to repeat what somebody else already said. And if they choose to take their 3 minutes, even if somebody spoke similarly to what they're going to say, that's their decision, and I want to hear from them.
You're not requiring them. You're giving them the option.
Not if we limit it to an hour.
Option to do it that way. So if they want to speak, they can speak. It's not a requirement.
Billy Wheeler.
Yeah, I just want to clarify. You said local government, and he does have an example on here that, City of Daytona Beach, DeBerry, Ormond Beach, Brevard County, Flagler County, Seminole County. We're here with this option that we've given is more than any of them. And I certainly think that we are allowing our people to speak if they take an hour at the beginning, and then they could speak on individual items and then speak at the end also. We've had times, twice now that I know, that we've had to take an item off the agenda because we're in here for 10 hours. And we are here to hear from everyone, and we get emails all the time and phone calls. I think 2 hours of public speaking plus on each item, that gives them an opportunity to speak, which we all want to hear what they have to say. But we are here to do a business too, and that's critically important. But by looking at these other cities and the counties and everything else, we're definitely giving twice as much as any of them, maybe 3 times more, because they only speak once for 30 minutes. So I think we are giving our citizens ample time.
Okay. Daytona Beach is hardly an example of what we should follow. Their public comments is at the end of the meeting. It's not even part of the meeting, and the only reason anybody knows what they said is because a private citizen videos it on Facebook. So just because everybody else does it is not a good reason for me. Danny Robbins.
Yeah, I'd like the motion, make a motion to approve this item.
Okay, motion to limit public speaking to 60 minutes in the morning. Is this 60 minutes in the afternoon as well? At the end of the meeting, on the second opportunity?
I don't think there's an actual time period at the end.
There's no time limit at the end. There has not been.
So we're leaving that wide open. We're restricting the morning to 60 minutes. Is that your understanding of the motion you care to make, Danny Robbins?
That's fine.
And
Yes.
second was by Ben Johnson. Motion by Robbins, second by Johnson. Would you call the roll again, please?
Ms. Gertman? Mr. Johnson? Ms. Post?
No.
Mr.
Still.
Robbins? Ms. Wheeler?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
No. So the motion passes 4 in favor, 2 against. Okay, there's a couple more decision points. Let's go to video.
Yes, sir.
To video calls. I think generally this is very good. It streamlines it more. I have one thing that I would like to see changed. If anybody agrees, I'll have to make the motion. And that is the on your decision point 4, does the council wish to limit the use of videos in lieu of public comment? This does not actually limit that. It gives some structure and parameters. But the very last one, I would like to see stricken. I'm not sure I understand the purpose of it, except that we're maybe in the county attorney may choose to speak to this. We're just exchanging somebody coming up here and just speaking for 3 minutes with doing it by video because it scares them to death. They're still going to be here. But it says only the speaker presenting the video should appear in the video. I would like to see that struck in case they want to, in their video, they're interviewing somebody else or including someone else.
Sure, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Specifically, that's on page 7-10, lines 3 and 4. If that were to be stricken, and that the language that we have there was just based on direction at the last meeting, and it certainly can be changed today.
It's up there.
Okay, first was Ben Johnson.
Motion to approve as written.
Second.
Motion to approve as written on the video parameters by Johnson, second by Robbins. Heather Post.
I have a question about D. So we're saying only the speaker presenting the video should appear in the video. So typically when people come in, they're allowed to provide handouts or have a small, show pictures or do any of that. What if someone was wanting to do that on the video? So say it's someone that's, I don't know, pick an issue that is talking about their property and something going on their property, and they're taking video of that area. If there's other people in that video or whatever it is, are we not going to allow those videos? Or because we're saying nobody else is allowed in the videos except them. So is it literally, are we just saying to the public, for these videos, you will not be able to do that? You will only be able to be in front of the camera speaking to the camera? Or
That's how
so not showing video while you're speaking or doing those kinds of things?
Yeah, that's how it reads now. That it would be just a statement by one individual, not having someone else speak or videotaping somebody else that's not speaking.
Is there a way to, how would we word that if, is there a way to put that in there?
To allow somebody to appear but they're not speaking? Is that, I want to make sure I understand your
Right,
question.
so if someone wanted to present a video, for whatever reason, I mean, we've had various things before, but, you know, we had a guy come in and talk, do you remember the guy, West Side, and he was talking about flooding on his property, came in, and so he showed pictures and did various things, but if he's just on the video, he's going to be wanting to show those pictures and do all of that kind of stuff, right? He's going to want to be showing the video of his property or whatever it is. I mean, we're in a very technological era, so why aren't we allowing those things? So could we, I would hate to see just this comment strike out that option or that availability to someone to publicly present a video.
Would it limit that, Russ, or would it just limit talking to somebody else on the video about it?
I mean,
That's what I'm making sure of. This says only the speaker can appear in the video.
The way that reads currently, if I think the example you gave is it could be changed to say that only the speaker presenting in the video should speak in the video, but they could appear in the video because something may be pointed out. I think, is that what you're asking?
So that, I'm much more comfortable with that.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Who made the motion? Would you be willing to amend the motion?
It was by Johnson.
Do you understand them?
So we're striking one word in that last sentence, Ben, which should appear in the video, should speak in the video.
Yeah, what we're after, and that's what we have to look at, and Ms. Post has some point there that we might need to think around. What it's trying to get away from is like we had a video that went for almost an hour, which, you know, that was, and matter of fact, the time before, I had authorized the video, and I'm the one who brought it up. It's supposed to be 3 minutes, and they went 3 minutes and 14 seconds, which was against what they had even said. The idea is we're trying to make it fair, but like what we're talking, and we don't want to lose something in this process. Somebody standing here talking, and maybe they have a video of the flood while they're talking. Or they talk for a minute and 2 minutes of video. The object is to keep it down to the 3 minutes and not get off of track or use this. You know, it's all got to be them, not me talking and Billy narrating the video. So I think what we have to look is what we're looking at, and we've got to be able to see these things behind the scenes in order for us to do our job. So I don't know exactly how to put it, but I think we need to do that. The intention is not to have those long drawn out videos. The intention is not to take and use one video to represent 5 or 6 speakers. The intention is not to get lost in the weeds, but the intention is they sit down and able to show us what their issue is.
Can we just maybe then word it to say something to the effect, so that's the intent, right? So something to the effect of only the speaker preventing the video
should speak.
Should speak. I think that takes care of it.
The speaker's limited to 3 minutes.
Yes.
Video included.
Yes. I think that.
And he is, and they are not, you know, they, if there's any video, that they are the speaker on the video.
Yeah, that makes it consistent with what happens here.
Right.
If somebody comes, they can use some kind of a handout or whatever. But, so this kind of keeps it consistent with that.
We've got to remember too, nothing that we ever do should be locked in stone. It's like a policy and procedure manual. Even though we do something, this right here, it's not locked in stone, because if we see problems down the road, we should always remember that we should be flexible. As times change or we see we've made a mistake, to back up and look at it and correct it. So just because we do this today, it's just like right here, Heather, you brought it up now, but you might have brought it up next time. that, hey, we messed up. Here's a problem. So we got to remember, change as time goes on change when change is needed.
I'm going to hold you to that.
Nice thing about being old, I may not remember I said it.
It's on video, and you were the only one speaking.
So my understanding
So-
is that the maker of the motion was amenable to that change? to
Which was
replace-
Johnson.
Replace?
Yeah. Yeah, with his long, almost 10-minute oration of why. He didn't hear that. Barb Gertman.
Thanks, Chair. So my concern with the video and with the other persons in the video, when you stand here, you're representing yourself. If you've got flooding and you have a video where you're showing your flooding, that's different than having a video showing 10 people with signs saying our property flooded too, right? They may not be saying anything, but you're still standing here representing beyond your own voice. And that's what I don't think is fair, right? Because you get to stand here, and if you're addressing your flooding, then you're addressing your flooding, right? So that's why even with the change in the motion, it doesn't necessarily address my concern. Because I think you can have on your video where you're the only one speaking, but you're still representing, a broader voice. So.
Okay, thank you. Heather Post.
So that brings up a point. If we're, what's, the point of the videos is we're saying that the person making the video has to be in the room, right? So they're not able to send in if they're not able to attend.
Correct.
All right. I don't like that aspect of it only because I'd like for everybody to have a voice, but okay. All right, never mind.
Yeah, for me, I wasn't for this, but I can actually, I will support it with the one person speaking. I understand Barb's concern that there could be 10 people holding up signs, and this would allow it as long as they didn't speak. I think it's a good compromise, and sometimes you just have to compromise. It's not perfect for me, it's obviously not perfect for Barb, but I think it's a reasonable compromise.
I think, Mr. Chair, that's where it goes, that we look at it and see if it's abused, then we can address it at that time.
Billy wants to dispute that.
Well, no. I was going along with you, and I think, we could have a speaker up here right now, and there could be 10 signs back there. So I think that kind of clears that up a little bit.
And also, Ben, this won't surprise you. I've got to say, because it comes up every time, the 1 hour video that we had was 3-minute videos all put together. We decided with staff to do it that way to save time because it was going to be long. I didn't think you were. I was not offended. Okay. All right. So the motion is on the table.
Mr. Chair, just so procedural, I think we had an amendment to change the word appear to speak.
My understanding is that Mr. Johnson was amenable to the change, so you were not pursuing a formal amendment. The original motion now would be that have the word speak rather than appear.
Right. So no amendment required. We can just vote on the motion. Okay. Krista, would you call the roll?
Ms. Gertman? Yes. Mr. Johnson? Ms. Post?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins? Yes. Ms. Wheeler?
Yes.
Mr. Brower?
Yes. Motion passes unanimous, 6-0. Okay. Decision points. Okay, decorum standards. You need a vote on that.
Or if there's no, if everybody's good with it, you could move to adopt the ordinance as drafted with the changes we just recommended, the council just voted on, and I could go through those. You just want final vote if there's no changes to decorum.
I'll make a motion to adopt the ordinance as written, incorporating the changes made at this meeting.
Second, Wheeler.
Motion by Johnson, second by Wheeler to approve the motion as directed by the council in the previous meeting, which is what has been presented to us on decorum. Did I overstate it? That's what you're, okay, and second by Wheeler?
I thought the motion was to adopt with the changes as drafted, so we're skipping the decorum. It's just included in the overall adoption of the ordinance. Maybe I misunderstood, Mr. Johnson.
No. No.
You're doing the whole thing?
That's what I thought.
Because there was no changes in decorum, unless I hear from anybody on the council. I was comfortable with it. It gives, I don't anticipate this will create a problem, but it does give the chair some leeway to determine if somebody comes up and uses a bad word, that's probably not disrupting the whole meeting. If they stand up and start cussing at you, or Mrs. Post or anybody else, then that's another subject.
The way I look at it is, yes, you have that option. If we disagree, say we feel like that you're not, then we can take and call point of order.
That's correct.
But it is up to you, and we all realize that some words out there you can't control. We understand that, but it's what we don't want to do, and we have all seen this happen in some other councils, to where the council chambers have, not just one meeting, have been taken over. It's much easier for us to keep it under control now than to regain control. So what we want is just, it's for us, it's for the people in the audience too.
Yes.
But we need to have decorum rules.
And for the people that are listening in online or otherwise on a device. No other feedback from council? Then I'll call for the vote. So this vote is to approve the entire
Ordinance as drafted with the changes made by the council at today's meeting.
Yes. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Okay. Passes unanimous, 6-0. Thank you, Russ.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Attorney Dyer. That was almost painless. That takes us to item 8, a resolution proposed vacation of a portion of the plat of Volusia Highlands. Tad Casper.
Good morning. Tad Casper, Volusia County Engineer. This is a proposed vacation of a portion of the plat of Volusia Highlands. The petitioners, Mr. and Mrs. Harrell, are requesting a section of Blue Ridge Avenue that is unopened and unimproved be vacated. It's approximately 10,000 square feet of platted right-of-way. This will allow them to combine their two parcels into one. As a part of it, they've agreed to provide an easement to the city of Orange City for utility purposes in the future. Staff recommends approval. There were no objections.
Motion to approve, Gertman.
And the motion to approve is by Gertman, second by Wheeler. I just have a couple questions. I'm a little concerned with in the supporting package here. There is a picture of the property that is old. It shows it as almost a pristine forest. It doesn't look like that now. Do we have a picture of the current condition?
The aerial was from...
Not with us.
It was from May of this year, and no, we don't have anything ourselves more current.
All right. Have the, I understand that that the infractions have been taken care of. There was some, this was pulled from a previous meeting because there was some code enforcement issues that had to be dealt with. One was a racetrack was there illegally. Is that no longer there?
I can't speak to the racetrack, Clay Irvin can. I would like to make one minor correction. When it was previously pulled, there was a discussion internally about whether or not it was being, the plat was being vacated or the road was being abandoned. It was around the same time that there were infractions in front of code enforcement. They are two separate items.
But that's not why you pulled it. Okay.
So, with regard to the code enforcement items, Clay can speak to those. He'll certainly know better about the racetrack than I will.
So you know my second question, Clay, so I'll give it to you. You can deal with both. One is the racetrack and the other is the wetlands that we hear that they filled in.
Yes, sir. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. I checked with Chris Hutchinson and Maggie Godfrey before the meeting just to make sure we had an up-to-date report for y'all. We did receive complaints from an adjoining property owner about the fact that the Harrells had gone in, done some clearing, and had potential impacts on wetlands. Also had done some construction without permitting. Samantha West and Julie McChrystal from our Environmental Management Division went out there and investigated, identified areas that had been cleared illegally without proper permitting, indicated that they had to come back in and work with us. As such, they also identified, believe it or not, several dead trees that had to be removed because of that. We've gone through and worked out a program where they are not going to be utilizing the track at all and allowing for reforestation, so therefore we're under a monitoring situation with them to ensure the compliance with those concerns. The other aspect was the two buildings that were constructed on the site without permits. The applicant is in the permitting process and seeking approval of those. So again, under the basis of our code compliance software and our standards, they are in compliance in regards to the environmental standards, and they are working through the issues right now from the building permit.
So how did they restore the wetlands?
That was my question.
I believe that there was not a significant impact to the wetlands that prompted the permitting at this point, but I'll have to get clarification. My understanding is that there's no outstanding issues in regards to the environmental impacts.
Okay, Ben Johnson?
As it stands at the moment, I'm gonna support this right here, but I want it well known to the owners. Are the owners here? Where? If you don't play well in the sandbox, eventually you're gonna wanna do something else and you'll find it awfully hard to get my support. If you don't do what you're supposed to do with this and correct any issues that are here.
Any other questions while Tad and Clay are here? And is there a motion?
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Pardon me? I can't hear who that is.
I have a
Is that Barb?
motion by Ms. Skirtman, seconded by Wheeler. We're just waiting for the vote.
Okay. Heather Post?
But we really didn't get the wetlands question answered, so I'm curious as to that. Since we have the owner here, are they willing to talk about that, or no?
Well, I mean, the environmental staff went out there and identified what had to be done, which was basically allowing for the area to reforest itself. At this point, there's no additional permitting required of them from an environmental permitting perspective because they understood what the issues were. They are working on the compliance. So they.
But did they address the filling in, or did they address? Because you only mentioned the cutting down, so I want to make sure that our environmental people saw any filling in and addressed it.
The owners were on site with their attorney and our staff from environmental management, the building department, code enforcement. They toured the site. They toured the buildings. There was identification of what was violations, what were violations, what weren't violations. In regards to the clearing, they went through and identified what had to be done, which was basically allowing the site to reforest itself on its own and no longer be able to utilize the track and no further impacts on those areas. So the clearing did not necessarily disrupt the wetlands. All it did was basically clear the area out, and they are now allowing it for reforestation. I can go back right now, and if y'all want to continue this item for a few minutes, I can go double check with our environmental staff and report back after you get through items 8, 9, and 10.
It sounds like what you're saying is that there were no filling in of the wetlands, it was just the clearing?
Let me go verify with our environmental staff who are here.
And here she is now.
Ginger Adair, Environmental Management. There are both tree and wetland violations on the property currently. The way to resolve those is through permitting, and the way to get to permitting is after this vacation. So there are still outstanding violations. The applicant has indicated they are willing to resolve them. We would do that through a tree permit and through a wetland permit. That part hasn't happened yet because this is the first step.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure and address, because we did not mention wetlands at all, and we're not touching on that. So if in fact this is saying that the owners now understand that they're in violation of the wetland stuff and that they are moving forward to fix any of that, then I'm good.
Yes, and if for whatever reason
wanna
they
make sure it's
decided
addressed.
to not participate, then they would go through the code enforcement process. That's not what we expect. We expect them to get the appropriate permits, but we have a way to deal with it if they choose not to.
Okay, I just really wanted to make sure it was addressed, because it didn't sound like, okay, thank you so much.
So if it goes through the code enforcement process, it would then come back to us.
Typically not. The code enforcement board would take whatever action they could declare them in non-compliance. They could impose fines and liens. The only time that would come back before you is if the owner then appealed that, the fines or the liens at some point. But generally, the code enforcement process is pretty self-contained. But the staff would go and present the case, and code enforcement would choose to find them in non-compliance or not based on the evidence, and it would go through that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Michael Dyer.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to kind of follow up, because it is confusing. You've delegated your code enforcement authority to your code enforcement board that makes those decisions. This is one of those areas, vacation of plats, where the legislature has created a statute that creates really a limited basis to deny a vacation request. And if there's competent, substantial evidence that the request will not affect the ownership or right of convenient access or persons owning other parts of the subdivision, it should be approved. But at the same time, the compliance issues are not affected by that. So the property owner is still going to have to come into compliance with your applicable regulations, and granting this does not change that.
Gotcha.
Okay. There being no other questions, I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the proposed vacation portion of the plat of Volusia Highlands, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0.
Please fix. I see you. Please fix. Yes. Okay.
It brings us to, you're not going away, are you, for a while? Item 9, proposed vacation of a portion of the plat of Wolcott Gardens. Thank you.
Again, Tad Casebeer, County Engineer. This is a request, as stated, to vacate a portion of the Wolcott Gardens plat. This is located in the northwest corner of the city of DeLand. Originally platted in 1928, it created a portion of Boulevard Court and Sans Souci Avenue, which the petitioners, Mr. and Ms. Moll, are requesting to vacate in addition to the platted lots adjacent. So the property is zoned R4, and the unopened rights-of-way of Sans Souci and Boulevard Court, totaling approximately 0.24 acres, will be part of the larger parcel, which they will make contiguous after this is potentially approved.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve the vacation by Gertman, second by Johnson. And this is a public hearing. I don't have any slips. I'm assuming nobody wanted to speak on this, so looking around the room, we'll close the public hearing. And I don't see any questions on this, so all in favor of the motion to vacate a portion of the map of where am I? Of Wolcott Gardens, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. And Tad, item 10 is another proposed vacation of a portion of the map of Carver Heights.
Correct. Tad Casbier, County Engineer. H&H Properties is requesting by petition a vacation of all of Block 3, portions of Block 2 and 5, and a portion of Wilson Avenue, Booker Street, and Thomas Street between the aforementioned blocks. This is located over in the city of New Smyrna Beach area. With the vacation, they'll be able to consolidate the approximately 16 acres into one parcel. The property is already zoned RPUD and is set for a potential future development. There were no issues with the utility providers or any objections. Staff recommends approval.
Any questions from the council? Ben Johnson.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Robbins. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this? You have no request. We'll close the public hearing. And still no questions. I'll call for the vote to approve the proposed vacation of a portion of the map at Carver Heights. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. And that takes us to item 11, requested, what time is it? 11:41. Requesting a small-scale future land use amendment of 8.65 acres located on the west side of Tafoka Farms Road. And Clay Irvin.
Good morning, Claire. I'm Director of Growth and Resource Management. Before you today is a small-scale land use map amendment, which means it's applying to a property that's under 50 acres in size. And what it's doing is going to be changing the designation that we have on our future land use map, which is a part of our future land use element of our comprehensive plan. This 8.64 acres is located on the west side of the Tomoka River. The subject property is west of Tomoka Farms Road and is bifurcated by the Tomoka River. And in it, there are currently two land uses. There's the rural, which is on the property that faces on Tomoka Farms Road. There's environmental systems corridor, which applies to the area that's encumbered by the Tomoka River. And then on the west of that is forestry resource. These are antiquated, not valid lots that were subdivided without county approval. And so the current property owner has put together these two pieces of land and is working to try and come up with it such that he can have a usable piece of land. In prior cases, we have done a similar situation immediately south on the same similar type of property, in which case we changed the designation of the property to the rear of the property, or on the west side of the river, from forestry resource to rural. That will give them the sufficient acreage under the rural land use in order to be rezoned to a zoning that will allow for the use of this property. Their intent is to utilize it for a single-family home that's located on that portion of the property that is east of the river, west of Tomoka Farms Road. All environmental other standards would be applicable to it. All other requirements would be applicable as well. This is the first step. The following item on the agenda, item 12, is the companion rezoning. Staff recommended approval to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, where they held a public hearing. There was no comment, no objections, and the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission is approved, sending it forward to you, finding it consistent with the comprehensive plan. Depending on the action you take today, if y'all approve it, it is a small scale, so therefore the time frame is basically we're sending it up to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity and through the Volusia Growth Management Commission for their certification. Because it is a small scale, that is a very expedited process. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Just a quick one, just to give everybody some bearings geographically. Where is the landfill on the
Immediate-
green map?
Immediately southwest of that subject property. The best way is, if you see on page 11-26 of your agenda packet, that shows the aerial. If you looked over into the lower left corner, that's where the beginning of the landfill is starting. So it is west or to the left of that page, and south or to the bottom of that page.
It's close.
Adjacent to.
Yeah. Okay, Ben Johnson?
Motion to approve.
Item 11, correct? Just this, okay.
Second it.
Second by, motion by Johnson, second by Robbins. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak on this? You have no request. I'll close the public hearing, and there are no questions. I will call for the vote. For the small-scale future land use amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimous. And which brings up item 12. So let's deal with that. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. What you see here is a rezoning from the current FR, which is forestry resource, to A2, which is a rural category. In our comprehensive plan, we have a very specific set of categories in regards to land use. In that, there's a matrix that shows zoning categories that are deemed to be consistent with that land use category. The A2 is the one that is associated with the rural land use. Staff has reviewed it. Now with this comp plan amendment, the applicant does have sufficient land to be able to meet the minimum requirements of 5 acres for a buildable lot on these properties. So therefore, staff has recommended approval of the rezoning from FR to A2. That was a finding, or recommendations brought to your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, who followed staff's recommendation, finding that the proposed rezoning would be consistent with the comprehensive plan. The rezoning would be subject, obviously, to any kind of appeals or anything else through the comp planning process as well.
Is that a recording?
Pardon?
Was that a recording? I will say that this is I need to say that this is a quasi-judicial hearing. Does anyone on the council have any ex parte to declare? And Danny, your name is up for something different, correct? For a motion? No one? Yeah, okay. Danny Robbins.
Just motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Robbins, second by Johnson. And any public request? No. Then I'll call for the vote. All in favor of the rezoning of an 8.65 acre portion of a 20 acre property, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And it's approved unanimous. Okay, that takes us to item 13. Rezoning an 8,185 square foot portion of a 16,370 square foot property located in DeLand. Clay?
Yes, sir. Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is a rezoning request in order to address a situation where we have the zoning line actually splitting up a piece of land that is currently occupied by a single family home. This is done to correct that so that way this 16,000 square foot parcel can be unified and from a zoning perspective, and the property owners can put in an accessory structure. It was brought to county staff's attention that this was occurring. We forwarded it on to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, recommending a rezoning to the R4 from the B4 zoning. The PLDRC held a hearing on it. No one spoke against it. They are now sending it forward to you with a recommendation of approval 6-0. If there's any questions for us, we'll be glad to answer them.
Okay, this is another quasi-judicial hearing. Does anybody have any ex parte to declare? Seeing none, there's also public participation. Did you have none? Ben Johnson.
Second, Gertman.
Motion to approve by Ben Johnson, second by Barb Gertman. All in favor of the rezoning? Hold on one second. Not for this? Okay. Say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 13 passes unanimous. Okay, that brings us to item 14. Requesting a rezoning of a 123.09 acre property, and you're going to tell us where it's located.
Thank you, sir. Claire, I'm Director of Growth and Resource Management for the record once again. The current property has got a zoning of I-1 and A3, and it's requesting a planned unit development. The subject property is located in the Sunrail DeLand Area Activity Center. This was a specialized area created by Volusia County in 2013 to address the fact that we had entered into and were planning for the expansion of the Sunrail commuter rail into this area. In order to do that, we followed a lot of what was being done in the city of DeBerry, who was also identified as having one. And in looking at what were the existing land uses around where these transit centers were supposed to be located, it was clear that we needed to do more to intensify it so that way riders and users had accessibility to residential, commercial, other types of uses in close proximity to these stations. So Volusia County approved the activity center for this area. And in it, they identified two areas. There's the core district, which is surrounding where the existing station is. And then on the periphery that follows out towards it, there's the transitional area. And this gives you an idea of where we're at right now. This gives you the locations. And this gives you a map that shows the proposed development. This is in your agenda packet. The purple area generally reflects the core, and the greener area where the development is occurring is also in the transitional area. This gives you an idea of where the different types of uses are going in. And as you can see, they're consisting of 114 single-family homes on 40-foot wide lots, 210 townhomes, 324 apartments, and 55,650 square feet of commercial use. Please understand that these densities and intensities are consistent with the approved plan. But we wanted to make sure that there was clarity as far as how that compared to what the theoretical maximum was. This gives you an idea of what the theoretical maximum could be for these potential developments. Within the core district, they have approximately 30 acres that could translate to approximately 900 units. They have a 2.0 floor area ratio. Floor area ratio is a term used by planners and zoning officials to identify what is the theoretical maximum of non-residential. That indicates that if you take the gross area of the land and multiply it by that number, that gives you an idea of how much commercial building you can put on that property. So where we have this area, we could get upwards of 2.6 million square feet of commercial use in there. So it's a very intensely authorized, developed area. In the transition area, that's where we have 93 acres. And again, looking at the densities, again, these are theoretical maximums. They're at 15 units per acre. So that translates to 1,395 dwelling units. And then a 0.5 floor area ratio. So that would mean that in easier math terms, because I'm a planner, not an engineer, that 1 acre, which is 43,000 square feet, multiplied by 0.5, you're looking at roughly 21,000 square feet of commercial use that could go on there. But given the area out there, we could get upwards of 283,000 square feet of commercial office uses out there. And I want to go back to kind of clarify how that compares to what the developer is proposing. The reason I bring this up is there are concerns about the intensity and density that's being proposed out there. Staff has heard that there are people who are concerned that it's getting too developed out in this area, and we need to be very careful before we go forward with this. The reason why I bring this up is that your comprehensive plan gives us, your staff, the minimum thresholds that we have to utilize. we have to go through and make sure that these development applications first are consistent with the comprehensive plan. Then we get into our land development code and our zoning regulations. In your staff report on page 14-87 begins the criteria that we have to utilize when we review a rezoning to PUD. And of the 5, the first one is it consistent with the comprehensive plan? And what staff has done is gone through that analysis that I just provided to you. Then that way we can verify that it meets the minimum densities and the maximum densities that are identified. Next is impact on environment and the natural resources. We sent our environmental management staff out there, included on page 14-129 of your agenda packet, is a memo summarizing the findings from Samantha West, who went out and toured the site and identified what was out there, went over their environmental impacts, talked over what could be done, and what you're seeing is that at this point there's no objections to the rezoning to PUD, but there is clarification that any future development has to comply with all of our minimum standards, not just from Chapter 50, which is our county-wide standards, but also from Chapter 72 of our Code of Ordinances, which is our specific requirements for Volusia County unincorporated. Also, there's impacts on economy. When we look at this, we have to look at what is this going to be doing in regards to, is it consistent with the goals, objectives, and policy of the comprehensive plan in regards to providing a diversified land use pattern that will allow for economic development to occur in a proper location. The whole point behind transit-oriented development, which this is focused on, is that you have residential and commercial within close proximity so that you can live, work, play, and walk to your residential home, go to the commercial areas where you are either going to be buying groceries, buying other products, or going for services. So we believe that it also meets those criteria. Fourth, is there going to be any impacts on necessary governmental services? This is your infrastructure: roads, water, sewer, stormwater, schools. Included in your packet on page 14-204 is a letter from Stephanie Doster, who is the planner for the Volusia County School Board. They have reviewed it consistent with their standards and determined that there's adequate capacity at the schools that would be impacted by this development. So they've met that. Also included is a letter from Jim Ailes, that's on page 14-208. He's the utilities director for the city of DeLand. He's identified at this point in time there is capacity in their plant, but they cannot reserve it, so therefore they would have to be able to make sure that they have the capacity when they go to final plat. In other words, what they're saying is that currently at our plants we have enough area or capacity to provide you with the water and sanitary sewer. When it's a first come, first service, and we base that on when you get your final plat. So what we're seeing is that there's adequate capacity. The big issue that was identified by your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission was traffic. 3 of the members identified specific concerns with the potential traffic impacts this will have on the roads that are in that immediate area. The applicant is required to provide us with a transportation impact assessment that's consistent with the standards that were established by the River to Sea Transportation Planning Organization. That is also included in your packet. What it shows is that the roads are not going to be over capacity. There's going to be, however, impacts at intersections, and the applicant is aware that they are going to be required to make necessary improvements to ensure the operational capacity of those intersections that they impact. We bring this up because it's important to understand is that we understand that traffic will be generated from here. But we have to do basically an accounting. What are the existing trips? What are the committed trips? And what is this going to do to the roadways as we see it at the time of the application? And right now, based on these approvals or these proposals, there is not a capacity issue with the roadways. There are some operational issues, and they are aware of it. The other issue that was brought up from a transportation perspective was how does this property work with our River to Sea Trail? This is part of that process. It's right in there as part of a missing link in there. As such, the developer has agreed that they will integrate the trail into their project and work with us so that coming in and exiting will also be able to be addressed. There's going to be improvements that they're doing on Grand Avenue tied with this project that are required, so they'll be able to integrate all of that together so that that way, once this is completed, and it will all be done in phase one per their agreement, they will have that segment of the River to Sea Trail in place as part of that project. So that's where we can sit there and for item 4 say that they meet that criteria. Item 5 are changes in conditions in the neighborhood. Yes, this is going to change that area because it's currently underdeveloped in that there's a lot of existing vegetation. There are some surrounding areas that have industrial uses. At the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission meeting, there was an adjacent property owner who has an existing industrial business operating in close proximity, adjacent to this property. They were concerned that there would be potential negative impacts from residents moving into this area and that they would be calling in and creating a nuisance issue and potentially hampering his operation. He requested additional screening. The applicant was acknowledging that they are willing to work with them. I will allow them to elaborate what they've done, but it's my understanding that they have met with that property owner and come up with an option that will address his concerns as well as allow for the development to go as proposed. So you got to remember is that this was envisioned for this type of density to begin with. So this is one of those areas that we've targeted where there's going to be changes. Lastly, are there any mistakes? This was not a mistake in regards to, like, say, the last item where we were having to address the fact that there was a shift in the boundary and we needed to do that. This is a request to comply with our comprehensive plan. Impact on use or value. We see this as something that will further the development of transit-oriented development on the remaining portion. Remember, this is 123 acres of 313 acres that we've designated for this transit-oriented development. 39 acres have already been initiated as development for single family and another portion of the transition area. So what we're looking at is we've got roughly 140 to 150 acres left that is south of this project and west of the existing project that is still yet to come in for any kind of development proposal. Public health, safety, welfare, and morals, we do not see that as necessary an issue at this point. It does not have a negative impact. Given those criteria, your staff recommended approval to the Planning, Land Development Regulation Commission based on the application that was provided and basically the developer agreeing to meet all those criteria. At the PLDRC, I did mention that 3 of the members were concerned with the traffic issues. County staff provided an oversight of what their review of the transportation study and how the county does concurrency and analysis of those impacts, so that way they understood that it is meeting all of our criteria. So after the initial vote was a 3-3 tie in regards to what to do with it, after a discussion, it came back around and the motion was to approve with a 4-2 vote. So it is coming to you from the PLDRC with a 4-2 recommendation. I believe I touched on a majority of the issues. I know the applicant has a little bit more details. If there's any questions for your staff, we'll be glad to answer.
Okay, and before we do that, this is another quasi-judicial hearing. Does anybody have any ex parte to declare?
I do.
Mark Gertman.
Yes. I met with Attorney Woods, or had a call with Attorney Woods, and he provided an overview of the project and feedback regarding, I guess, concerns related to the traffic and how that would be addressed. And again, just discussion around the Sunrail and the project overall for the intent for that area to be a work, live, play, community supported by around the Sunrail area. So, thank you.
Barb, I'm curious if those traffic concerns were resolved in your mind in your discussion with them. Were you pleased with the plan, or?
Well, more or less after speaking with staff and better understanding, because I was as concerned because of current conditions of the road, and I was told by staff that the road would be repaved and addressed. So that was more my concern, so that was resolved for me.
Okay, thank you. That was the only ex parte, nobody else? Go ahead, Heather Post.
Yes, so basically same thing. I spoke with the attorney and him right there, it's a developer, to have my questions answered. And we did discuss quite a bit the roadway and the improvements to the roadway on that main portion. We also discussed that State Road 44, they don't have, it is unfortunate, but even monies provided to the county in regards to that would not be able to improve that area, because that's it's a state road and it's FDOT's, Florida Department of Transportation's area of responsibility, and we can't touch that area with those funds. But we did discuss the other areas.
Okay.
Mike Woods also contacted me. We just discussed it in brief.
Okay, thank you. I thought you were reaching out. Okay. This is a public hearing, and I do have some requests to speak, so we'll hear from the public. And Clay, can you just answer a quick question? I believe it's 1431, a picture on, oh, it's that one. What's the zoning, there's this big square that's not part of this property.
That's I-1 industrial.
And it's not owned by the applicant.
Sure.
So we don't know what might happen with that land.
See if we can.
You don't, you're not a fortune teller, or you don't read the future.
No, sir. I mean, the fact is that it's not part of this, but it is within the area, so has the opportunity that it could, if they wanted to, redevelop the site. If not, they may continue on with the I-1 zoning.
Okay, thank you. Let's hear from the two people from the public that wanted to speak on this. Bart Phillips.
Good afternoon. I'm the owner of Dominion Metal Recycling. I'm also the owner of that property at that location. I also own 9 acres on the Fair Street, which is across the rail line from it. And the TODs that they're talking about with Metro Plan Orlando, excuse me, I used to be on the Citizen Advisory Committee of Metro Plan Orlando. So I saw a lot of the TODs come in front of us from all the different cities back in 09 and 10. The issue is they're all about the same. So really, you're really talking about, do you want high density in this area? Because the old transportation systems of using rail to go to a job in downtown Orlando or wherever else it's going to go is very limited. So the thing is, in that aspect, that's up to you guys how that's going to be developed and the cost that's going to be incurred by you guys after the 7 years, which is up. So anyway, on my property, we use it as a metal recycling yard. And we are serving the public of Volusia County. We are only the only location on the west side of Volusia County that is a full-fledged metal recycler. If you look at the rebar that's being used on I-4 and the different buildings part of that came through our yard because we are supplying the mills that are making that for our local communities. Now, in the back part on where they're planning on developing the Phase 6, that is very, very close where we load rail cars. I own my own rail cars that we load, and that's not going to go away. We're clanking all day long from 8 o'clock till 6 o'clock, and we have it in the back of the property in the industrial, and we were surrounded by industrial, so we were kind of protected from bothering other people in the neighborhood. Now, bringing the household and the townhomes right to our back door, they're going to be like putting a townhome right at the end of a runway. It's going to be planes taking off all the time, we're making noise all the time, and as this county grows on this side of town with the amount of housing you guys are building all over this side of town, we are going to be increasing. Now this job, this business here is cost me $4 million to put in it. That's what I have in investment. My payroll and what we pump into the local economy by buying the local scrap metal is $170,000 a month. The taxes that I'm paying is about $75,000 a year. That's between the tangible tax and the property tax. And I know I only have 3 minutes, so $4 million gets me 3 minutes. So the thing is, I tried to talk under as a property owner and also as a business owner, but the attorney told me I could only talk under one. So 3 minutes is about up. But the problem that I have is I approached the owner of the property, or Richard, and gave him a business card at the planning meeting. I never got a call back. So anybody that said they talked to me about this, they have not. And I would like to work with my neighbors.
Thank you.
Questions?
There's probably, everybody has questions, but it's generally, we just hear from the public. I understand your concern. I understand your concern.
Oh, one other thing. I did say under the planning that it wasn't going to affect me financially. Yes, it will. It will affect me, and that was a misstatement that I did in the planning meeting. So
Okay.
property will be affected.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. Michael McGee?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a local resident, live at 2331 Glenwood Plantation Road. Retired military veteran, served our country for 30 years in Iraq and Afghanistan recently, and so I just want to give you that perspective. I believe, and again, I'm not a subject matter expert here. I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express recently, though. But I believe that developing pristine forest land, which obviously provides oxygen to help those who are wearing a mask understand that that's CO2, you're breathing poison back in your face. That is very pristine property, and I think it's very irresponsible and very disrespectful of our state of Florida. Florida, as you may or may not know, and I'm not a geologist either, but I did take a course here and there, was the last piece of land to come out of the ocean. It is basically a swamp, and I'm sure you all know that, so I'm probably preaching to the choir. But I think to let any developer come in and put that kind of a development on that kind of property is not only disrespectful, but it's extremely irresponsible. And I, as a voting member of the local community, would not vote for that, which means I would not vote for you, Barbara. So therefore, I think you need to take some very serious medicine, be it melatonin or whatever, and think very hardly about whether you're going to allow this property to be developed. My vote is that you do not allow that to happen. It's short-term impact, as the young gentleman pointed out that owns the metal plant, that there's obviously short-term costs. But we also know, having served in third world countries, that there are second and third order effects, and those are your long-term effects. What does your community look like tomorrow? What does it look like next week? What does it look like 7 years from now, when funding either runs out or you have to go back and get more funding once again? So again, I got plenty of time, and I could probably ramble some more, but I'm not going to, because I respect your time and your citizenship as well. But please take some deep consideration on whether this property should be developed or not. Thank you for your time. God bless.
Thank you. And Heather and Ben, I see you on the screen. Let me just ask a question before I call on you. Clay, we have a representative of the owner here and the developer. Did both of them wish to speak?
Yes, sir. They're typically, they don't have to necessarily fill out the application to speak,
Right.
because they're given that right. So
they're
here. They do want to speak.
Fine. I'm just trying to plan. Heather, did you want to ask a question before they speak?
I actually have questions for them, so.
For them. Okay. Ben?
I don't have so much of a question, but he's got a real issue, and I even brought this up in front of staff. And we've seen it before, golf courses, they don't want the golf balls in the yard, and that's where I play. Airports, we had the same problem. But I really would think that if we approve this thing, that these people should have to sign a waiver that's notarized saying, I know his business is there. you know, if we approve it, we should, you know, it should be in the file that these people, they move in, they don't start making complaints against that guy saying, I didn't know, that would be something to be waived at them to say, yes, we know that. And I think that's something, if we approve it, this should be included in it, in the paperwork.
That's a great point, Ben. I bought land in the middle of the Feaser's Dairy. I knew that there was a dairy there. I knew that sometimes it had derriere. And they're the best neighbors that I ever had. So we put up with that on the occasions when it was. But then they opened up the acreage across the street, and 10-acre ranchettes started going in, and almost every one of them complained about the dairy that had been there for 2 generations, maybe 3. So I hear you. And that's why I said we hear your concern. Yeah. So,
Mr. Chair?
Heather Post.
I do have a question for them when they come up, but I have a question for the actual owner, if I might ask.
Of the business?
Sorry, the owner of the zoning I-1C area, you?
Yes.
I was just listening to your statement that you would be losing a lot of money. Can you explain that?
Yes. Well, in the metal recycling industry, we make quite a bit of noise, and we're making a lot of vibration. And having industrial neighbors, we don't have an issue with that because they do the exact same thing. By having residential there, we are not going to be able to have the noise allowed because we're going to be bothering everybody around us. And I like my neighbors to happy. In the other areas that I have my metal recycling yards, we have good relationships with everybody around us. And the last thing I do want to have is neighbors complaining and then 8 o'clock on a Saturday morning, someone come out and shoot me.
Gotcha.
I mean, who would want to hear it at 8 o'clock in the morning till 8 o'clock at night? And then every once in a while, we'll work on a Sunday. We're not open on a Sunday, but if we get fallen behind for some reason, we will work on a Sunday. And boy, I just hate to bother my neighbors that way, because I feel for them as much as I feel for myself.
Gotcha. How long has your business been there?
Since 11, so 10 years.
Okay.
It's been a commercial business for years too, because it was a lumberyard before that.
Yes. And we're
It's
gonna
been
be growing.
commercial, and all along that whole area has been commercial for many years, right across the tracks. So they don't have a right to complain about him.
I would hate to be a realtor selling those properties, the homes, the townhouses there with your business going on, but
Maybe on a Sunday.
I'm assuming the owner and the developer are considered that. So let's.
If you look at the 6 though, phase 6, I mean, it's right next to our loading track. And the rail cars are 11, 12 feet tall, magnet dropping it on, metal against metal, clang, clang, clang. That's what we do.
Thank you.
Okay, and you want to wait until, yes, your name is gone. Pardon me? Did you fill out a?
It's a public hearing, so people could speak, so I didn't fill one out.
He will help you, and yes, you can speak. But if you care to go.
Well, good afternoon. For the record, my name is Richard Wolfarth. I'm the developer. I'm also the engineer and the planner on this property. And first of all, I want to thank Clay and Susan and the whole staff. We've been working through this project now for about a year. And, you know, I will say a lot of great input. You know, it's been a great project. We think it'll be a great project for the county and the city. Now, what I'd like to do is maybe address 2 specific comments as they were brought up. First one is dealing with the industrial use that we were just talking about. We're very much aware of it. Now, if you look at the plan on the west side, we have totally preserved that area. There are no residential areas being proposed. On the east side, we have a 250-foot buffer between the road that you see up there. We have some apartments, we have some commercial, but it's over 250 feet. Now, one of the areas, and I do apologize, I just ran out of time to talk to the owner, and we obviously need to do something with him in the future. But on the south side, those townhomes, I'm very happy to increase the buffer to 100 feet, and if we lose a few units and move the towns further away, you know, that's not a problem. if you go out to the site, and the other gentleman mentioned about the trees, well, a couple of very important parts about the trees here. You know, when you go through these developments, you do a very thorough analysis. This was a citrus farm way back when, back in the 30s and 40s. It then became a planted pine forest. This is not an ancient forest. It's not anything. These pine trees were planted for one purpose, to take them down and mill them and to make pulpwood out of them. Now, that's not all the trees, but all the trees on the west side, for the most part, are in fact pine trees that were planted. The other thing is very important.
Excuse me, the west side of Grand?
Side of Grand,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Now, the other thing that's very important to point out is and I apologize, my coloring wasn't all that good. The purple areas you see up there and the green areas, that's 48 to 49% of the property. Most of that is being left in common use. The areas that are green are being preserved. That's 15% of the property, will not be touched at all. The areas that you see that are sort of a violet, lighter color, those will be only the understory and the smaller trees removed. All the big trees are going to stay there. And the only area that in that purple, the darker one, that's our retention areas. In order to have retention, we've got to dig that area out. But it will be left as an open space. It's just there won't be any trees there. So the majority of the site, a large portion of the site will be left alone. And we were proud of that. Now, I am also the developer of Pelham Park. That's the project that was referred to the south and east. And we told the same story. This is what we were going to do. The good news for me is I can sit here in front of you and say, go out and look at it. We did that. We also saved 48% of the property. We have a planted park, or a park that's all naturally vegetated, that's next to our playground. And I think it came out great. We kept all the preserve areas we said we would keep. And if you go out there and look at it, you know, darn near half of the property is some form of green. We think that's the same thing here. So we are very cognizant of our environment. We are very cognizant that we should not go out there and just simply tear it apart. Now, while I appreciate the income and all the rest, this particular project, as you see there, we believe will generate about $130 million in base on your ad valorem taxes. That the county overall would get about $2.5 million, of which $1.5 million of that, the ad valorem tax, would be coming directly to the county. So we do believe that this has a significant impact, and it's a positive impact. In addition to that, you know, impact fees were devised years ago to provide a way that development should pay its way into what the impacts are going to be. Well, it's interesting. This project has $6.6 million in just impact fees. That does not include $4 or $5 million in water and sewer fees. Over $3.1 million of that impact fee is for roads. $2.8 million for schools. $160,000 for local culture. $227,000 for district culture, and almost $200,000 for fire impact. So it's quite a sum of money. So this is not a project coming in saying, okay, we're not going to pay our fair. I believe we are paying our fair share. In addition, on the $3.1 million being paid, as was pointed out by Clay, certain improvements have been identified that need to be looked at. We are totally rebuilding Grand Avenue, and we think we will be building it into a Grand Avenue. It's going to be a two-lane divided highway or roadway with a median. It's going to have left turn lanes so the traffic could flow better. We've incorporated the 12-foot trail on the western edge. We have a 5-foot sidewalk on the eastern side, and we have parallel parking. All of our units on Grand are in a neo-traditional sense. They're rear alleys. The services from the back, and all the units face the front to Grand Avenue. We think it's going to create a very nice streetscape as you go in there, and really start to tune in what the idea of the TOD was all about. We believe that we're at the beginning of what could be one of the best TOD in the area being of all Sunrail, because we had the opportunity of having some land nearby. Most of the areas along the railway do not. and this have nothing like this. Now, as far as where we could have been, where we've gone, under the current zoning of industrial, or the property could generate about 800 PM peak trips. We're doing about 400. In other words, without even asking for a change, the traffic from this project could be double of what we're proposing. I think Clay pointed out very well that as far as the comp plan and the overlay district we're working with, we are at the extreme low end. If you take the numbers, it's about 150% of the minimum and only 31% of the maximum numbers. So based on the master plan developed that we were basically directed to follow, we're at the far, far low end. And we do believe that with the traffic being where it is, there's plenty of water and sewer out there, and we think this will be a great project that hopefully the county will be proud of, and hopefully we'll be given the opportunity to go forward. And I can answer any questions that you like.
Ben Johnson. Yes, don't go away.
As for traffic concerns, my biggest concern would be Grand Avenue and Old New York Avenue.
Okay. Grand Avenue, we are totally revamping it.
Yes, but that's not the intersection where you have the cross traffic. Have you considered maybe a traffic circle down there to keep the traffic moving?
The right-of-way doesn't exist at this point. However, as I mentioned before, we are writing quite a big check, and we would like to work with the staff to see if there's a way. One of the unique parts is that being an engineer and a developer, I would be very willing to work with staff to come up with a plan to do it, and hopefully some of the money that we're paying into our impact fees could be used for that intersection. If it would be anything that could be done down there is a plus for us. So I would rather see this over $3 million being spent in our general area, and I think the roundabout at Old New York and a Grand would be an excellent way to make traffic better down there.
Heather Post.
I'm glad that you brought that up, because I'm looking at the 14-31, that picture that's up there, and there is a roundabout on there at the top on 44.
Yes.
So it's actually on the drawings.
Yes.
But it's actually not at this point coming to fruition.
No, the one on 44 is physically there.
Okay.
The one on, I think that Mr. Johnson's talking about is where Old New York comes down and hits Grand Avenue. Okay. There's one of our plans somewhere here that we actually have taken the southern part of the TOD, and it does show, this is a plan that came out 10 years ago, and there was a proposed roundabout at Old New York and Grand Avenue. And we would be very happy to work with the Fords who own that property. If we can get adequate right away, if the staff is willing to use some of this impact fee money, we'd love to see that getting done, because I think that would be a plus for the whole neighborhood.
Okay. That was confusing for a second, because I know we had talked about that, and that there was one there, and then I was brought up New York again, so, okay.
Yeah,
so it's Old New York.
Old New York,
okay.
Yes. I believe so, right, Mr. Johnson? You're talking about Old New York.
He's obviously talking about where there's not one, so. Yeah.
Talking about Old New York,
Yeah.
it's I don't know, you probably remember it, Heather, but it's a terrible intersection.
Yeah, that used to be my zone, actually.
Yeah, but it's where the curve comes around, and that road is starting to get more and more used as almost like a western bypass to get around and come out on McGregor Road.
Right. Okay. And so I'm not sure how excited I am about the statement, though, that you haven't had time to talk with the owner of the industrial park there in all these months, in all these,
I'm not making excuses, Mrs. Post, but I lost my wife in the beginning of August.
Okay,
and
sorry to hear
so candidly, on a normal situation, I would have done a lot more. But after 49 years to lose someone you've been with, it sort of messed my head up a little bit. So I wasn't very active for about 45 days. I mean, the hearing, I was here at the hearing, she passed away a few days later. So I apologize for not doing it, but at the same time I'm not making any excuses for it either, and I will be very happy to meet with him anytime he wants.
So perhaps Mike Woods, that would have been a great suggestion on your end. I'm not sure whose suggestion, but I would have loved to have heard that they were just chatted with. And So we did actually talk about that business there, because I wanted to make sure, because it was shown that there was a business there, and I wanted to make sure that that obviously wouldn't impede. And the response was that there is the green space on to the right and to the left in the picture, which would allow for some boundaries. But then we're looking at the south. That's the railroad there, correct? The little purple line?
It is a spur. There's a spur that goes in.
Into
off
his
the main
property,
track, yes.
correct? So it's used.
Actually, the spur's on our property. It goes through, but he has an easement for that.
So he uses it?
Yes, he does.
But that's very, very close to the development there. So I'm wondering if in fact you had talked to him, or you are planning on talking to him, what are you looking at are you looking at doing anything to work to alleviate any noise?
Well, I can't eliminate the noise. The noise is
right,
from
the noise
them.
complaints, or,
No, well, I think it was mentioned here by Mr. Robbins about the possibility of, in our homeowners documents, or maybe Mr. Johnson, no question, we will have, I mean, it's a given, we will have in our homeowners documents that it's going to acknowledge that there is an industrial park and its location and all the rest that goes with it. Very standardly done. We want it for our protection and for the builder's protection. So our HOA documents will have noted that there is an industrial use there. Second of all, I'm not sure if it's 50, 100, 150, but I've gone out there and with one of my survey crews, and we've actually put flags up and then gone back 100 feet to 200 feet. By the time you're back a little over 100 feet with the growth that's out there, which will be left just the way it is, you can't see anything. I mean, these trees are about 25, 30 feet high. They're not that dense, but they're dense enough that you can't see through them after about 100 feet. But, you know, if 150 seems to be a better dimension, I know Susan and I could work out a buffer there. Right now, I think the buffer says 25.
So I think that was a large part of our discussion, was the visual.
Yeah,
and not so
visually,
much the hearing.
Yeah, visually, I don't think you'll see it.
Sounds like the hearing is what they're concerned about, not really seeing it.
Yes, but also the one thing nice about trees over a wall, you know, we could, and where we are closer than that, we're like right now, I would not object to putting up a 8-foot barrier wall along the property line. Traditionally, that is done with the industrial against the residential, but he's already there. So it's not fair because I'm coming in to make him do that. So I'll commit to put up the 8-foot barrier along the southern side of him, and I will agree to have a 100-foot buffer in addition to that. And what we would do is in the development order, we would just change those, add those two items to the DO, so it's not a debate. I mean, that's what will happen. And I believe with that tree buffer and with the wall buffer on that southern line, you know, will we still hear it? I don't know there's anything you can do to stop that noise completely, but it will have a major effect of reducing. And as Mr. Johnson said, we will make sure that all residents know about this.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions. Thank you. And I'm so sorry to hear about your wife.
Yeah, I have a question. I don't know if you'll choose to answer it. You may if you choose, or if Clay would want to, but I keep hearing, I think I first heard it from Clay, that it's 25 to 30% less density than the maximum allowed. And I had a question about that, but I think you might have answered it when you talked about density as well. My question was, is it density in the current zoning or in the new zoning that you're applying for now? Is it less density than what is currently allowed?
We're dealing with, depending on where you line in with the TOD. Obviously, we're looking for the PUD to be approved, but there's an underlying use that is specified by the county. That underlying use is a TOD with some very specific criteria. That's where we're about 68% of the maximum, of the, I'm sorry, to say it differently. We're only 31% of the maximum density based on that criteria. I was very concerned because Clay and Michael and I were talking about it, and I never really checked it. But when we started thinking about, okay, what's the minimum? And I started wondering, did I even meet the minimum? Because we really have not developed that dense of a property. Luckily, we are over it by about 40 or 50%. And depending on how you measure. My measurements were based on taking the gross area of the transition and core, lessing out the commercial, and then the densities that Clay showed. And when you do that, we're about 150% of the minimum, but we're only 31% of the maximum. So I think that maybe a long answer, but I believe that under the criteria that's established by the county, we followed it pretty close.
If we pass the rezoning.
Again, I think Susan or...
Clay, what's allowed there right now under the current zoning? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Understand where you're coming from, Chair. What do we have right now? Okay, as you can see, here's the current land use, or excuse me, zoning classification on page 14-213. And what you're seeing is in the core area, they've got an industrial designation, and then you have A3 on the other portions. And actually, some of the portions of the core have that. When we do our traffic study, we require the applicant to provide the maximum that it could get under the existing and compare it to the proposed. And I'm trying to find the exact number right now. So 14.31 million square feet. Okay. And what that does is that provides us with the information in regards to, based on the existing zoning. Okay. Okay, so under the existing zoning, there's I-1 at 49 acres that has a maximum floor area ratio of 0.5, which results in a maximum development of 1.17 million square feet of general light industrial. That would be the areas surrounding the I-1 out parcel. And then the A3 would be 1 unit per acre at 74 units per acre on the other side. So they have currently development rights for that amount. What they're trying to do is transfer those development rights from being the industrial into the basically the TOD development, as well as intensifying some of the residential.
Thank you. That's what I was trying to get at. Let me call on we have two other members of the neighborhood, I believe, that want to speak. Who was first? I believe it was Lisa. Yes.
Hi, Mr. Johnson, first I'd like to say thank you because you are applying common sense to this, like talking about Old New York and Grand. We just recently moved here, but we moved here because it's a small town. And have you ever driven down Grand Avenue? Have you ever driven where they're talking about developing? It is beautiful. You will never get those trees back. You will never get that environment back. We have bears in our backyard. Do you know if there's any gopher turtles that live in that? I'm sure that the contractors would pay to have those gopher turtles removed, but they're protected. It's destroying an ecosystem by removing 123 acres of trees. The part that they talk about the green space, and by the way, I have no fancy, this is just a passionate plea from someone that doesn't want to see it destroyed. I mean, when you drive down there, the speed limit's 30 miles an hour. He's talking about putting in two lanes, four divided, I don't know, I lose track of all of these numbers and crap because I don't care about the numbers. I care about the planet. I care about the trees, I care about the bears, I care about the turkeys, I care about the little farm fire ants that are there. The environmental studies that these people do, they don't mean anything. It doesn't matter what the studies say, it's what your constituents that voted you in care about. And I can guarantee you there isn't a single person that lives in that area that wants to see this crap come into that 123.9 acres. And he's talking about an 8-foot wall and 150 feet of trees. I live off Glenwood Plantation Road across from the fire station that's there. And we have more than 150 feet of trees from 15A. Let me tell you how many motorcycles, the fire engines, 150 feet of trees and an 8-foot wall is not going to stop that man business from being hurt. And having somebody sign something, let me tell you something, I'm in the mortgage business. Can you believe that? I'm here fighting. You're talking 648 units. That's 648 units. So you're talking no less than 648 people. And I'm not following the 3 minutes. These people all got way more than that. And the 648 people, that's just 648. You multiply it times 2. Put their kids out there. The amount of traffic that comes already down Grand Avenue, and you're talking about widening it and making it, I mean, it's a beautiful, pristine area. Leave it alone. If they want to develop it, put into zoning that they have to have 10-acre lots with 100 yards worth of a conserving easement along Grand Avenue so those trees stay. So when I drive down Grand Avenue, I still look at the trees and thank God that I live in DeLand. If you allow this to happen, I will not thank God that I live in DeLand anymore. It will be ugly, it will be disgusting, and there is not a single person, like I said, I am not about not developing things, but you guys allowed, off of 15A next to the rink, you allowed for 20 acres to be developed. They're putting over 200 homes on 20 acres next to the rink. Do you know what 15A is already equipped to handle that? Grand Avenue is not, and I don't care what they promise. They can promise whatever they want, but it doesn't mean it's gonna happen. You guys are in politics. You know that promises are not.
Lisa, hold up 1 second. In a quasi-judicial hearing, the developer, the owner have unlimited time. You're passionate. I think we hear your point.
Tell that or not, but I'm not nervous because I don't mind public speaking. I have no issue with it at all. I'm trying not to cuss. That's hard. But I'm very passionate about this. My parents farmed 4,000 acres in southern Illinois, and my grandfather sold the mineral rights out from, leased the mineral rights out from underneath them. They came in and strip mined that. And then guess what happened? They went bankrupt. So now the land is just stripped. So what happens if these developers go bankrupt? What happens to them?
Thank you. We get your point. You've heard. You've been well heard. You did a good job. Thank you. Carol Luby.
Good morning. Thank you so much for the chance to speak. I wasn't planning to either, but I had to open my mouth. When I heard some of the things, I was at the last meeting, the original planning meeting, or the last planning meeting, July 15th. And what I heard there was that there was a pretty strong resistance when the vote was 3-3 at the end, and there were for good reasons. Traffic being number one. This is a beautifully designed spot. I mean, it looks like it'd be a great development somewhere. But here, it's completely out of place, but it's there for a reason. The sunrail is coming in. However, one little piece that hasn't been discussed or prepared for is that the $40 million a year that it's going to cost to bring the sunrail here has not been appropriated. You all have to figure that part out, or the city of DeLand does. Somebody does. They don't. Where's that $40 million coming from? And yet this is contingent on the sunrail coming here. But who's going to pay for the sunrail once it's here? That's a real important consideration. And that is the buck that was passed on to you guys when they decided not to vote against it. It was 3-3, stacked pretty evenly. The noise is a huge piece of the puzzle, and that's not going to go away. But you all could recommend a sound study be done. Not just a waiver, but a sound study that looks at how far does the decibel go? Is that going to make it a place that's uninhabitable for people? What about people who have night jobs, who sleep during the day, who are living in those apartments? These are real important considerations that I don't think they're going to be looking at because the profit motive is what's fueling them. And it's not far off from what's fueling the county to want that, because the taxes are really great, and it's going to be an asset for the county, but it's going to be at the cost of the environment, which is a huge piece of the puzzle, and my personal passion. And it's also going to be at the cost of $40 million a year for the sunrail to get here, or to be annually paid out of our pockets here. So please consider those issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Heather Post.
Clay, so we were talking about the current assignment to each of these properties, and the India properties, we've labeled them as industrial, like we've said that out loud, but we haven't really said for the public what the A3C properties are, so could you just do that for the public so that we know on that side?
Well,
current classification.
What you see on page 14-213, which is the second in from the left map that's shown on the screen, this shows the current zoning classification, which shows that you have industrial in the purple and the green reflects A3. If you read through the policies that are currently contained in the Sunrail TOD Activity Center, it allows for those to be developed as industrial or continue as A3 because the county council was concerned about taking away development rights of those property owners at that time to do what they already had in place. But it did allow for the flexibility for approval of these projects under the TOD standards. So they did have to meet those minimum requirements. So what can happen is you do have industrial development that can occur on the purple side, and then you have residential that can result in single-family residential development in that area.
So the A alpha current designation can result in residential?
Yes, ma'am.
Currently?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
That's what I wanted to clarify for the public. And then on the industrial side, do we know how far back it's been industrial, or was it changed to industrial?
It was
10
part
years ago, or what was the deal with the industrial?
We can only speak to the latest, greatest when it was adopted as part of the original 1990 comprehensive plan, and that's when those were land uses.
Far
were
back
added.
as 90. Okay, thank you.
Did you have, did anybody else care to speak that's been here from the property? Did you? You're speaking for him.
If you mind, I'll
His
start,
wives.
and then Michael will go ahead. And
Okay.
have a few. A couple things. I mean, environmental, since that seems like a hot button here, and we're concerned about it. We did a very detailed environmental impact statement on the property. We did two things. We did a phase 1, and because of the citrus use, we automatically did phase 2, and both of them were totally clean. So from a hazardous waste perspective, the site is a very good site. The other thing we looked at, and I always call it the bugs and bunnies type studies, we went out and Biotech came in and did a very detailed study. I will tell you, I'm surprised. There are no gopher tortoises out there. Now, that's not to say when we start clearing, we still go out a second time, because they seem to show up from time to time. But we have no endangered species on the property at all at this point, at least when the study was done 9 months ago. In addition to that, we did a wetland study, and we do have wetlands, and they're in areas that we are not touching. So we have no wetland impacts whatsoever. We have no environmental impacts as far as the endangered species or that kind. And the soils are some of the best soils probably in Volusia County. They're very sandy. They're the same type of soils I worked with at Pelham Park. It's very percolative soils, and if you do development, probably an ideal place to be doing development. So, and the one last thing is that was brought up, and I will meet with the owners over there of the scrapyard over there. But on the other side of the equation here is that in addition to zoning, you also have a comprehensive land use map that was prepared. And as I think Clay brought up, the comprehensive land use for this property is AC. And AC has, under the TOD, has very specific criteria. So when we look at what is it today zoned, well, there it is up there. But what has to be also looked at is, you all came up with a plan that was developed 8, 9, 10 years ago. And it was to make this a TOD, it was to land use it AC, and then you gave everyone who was looking at it, me, others, a criteria. I think we followed that criteria. I think where we've gone with it is exactly what the AC was there, but at the lower end. So you know, while I appreciate a lot of the comments, I absolutely will look to see what we can do. We don't want to have a lot of people complaining. Now, while I have certain requirements, as you all know, The scrapyard also has noise issues, and they also are required to meet those criteria. And I'm assuming they do. But, you know, even sometimes, you know, even if they meet the noise requirements, it could be a bit of a nuisance. So like I said, putting that wall down there, moving our townhouses further south, and we'll commit to that right now, and you know, hopefully you'll see fit to approve us. And Michael, I think you were going to say something.
Good afternoon. For the record, Michael Woods, Cobb Cole, 231 North Woodland Boulevard, on behalf of the applicant. I think the main point to kind of recontextualize this conversation and hearing the comments from the neighbors, hearing the comments from the commission, is that we aren't looking at a contrast of this property never being developed and held in perpetuity of no development versus what's being proposed now. We've talked a little bit about the entitlements for industrial. So the idea that the gentleman that's there with existing industrial property makes sense, continues to make sense with that industrial still remaining there. But the county made a determination that in order to support Sunrail 10, 15 years ago, was going to make this as a transit-oriented area, but has built-in protections for industrial that's already there. I think Rick touched on this. If today you go out to the property line and operations on Sunday, Monday, or whatever exceeds the noise ordinance, that doesn't give him the right to do that. Now, we're not looking to create a problem for that. I think the bigger problem that Mr. Johnson's catching on, and I think we have the resolution of that, is understand that there will be noise there. We will not preclude noise from operating on that business. You can't do it. Even with the wall, you can't do it. Even with the screening on the trees, there is still going to be noise that comes through there. But the question is, does it rise to the level of exceeding what is, by law, your noise ordinance? And what can we do to mitigate it? Now, we're coming to the problem. So you've heard Mr. Wolfhart talk about taking that on to address that problem and to make sure we protect staff, because staff doesn't want to deal with those phone calls. I think that's probably the main concern of people coming and make that complaint. So we mitigate as best we can. We put information into the deed, into the HOA, so it becomes in the title for the homeowners that purchase into that project to know that there's industrial there. We're coming to it. It's not like industrial is moving in next door to us. Again, the transition between what we are proposing versus what's there now. Yes, there's a lot of trees that are out there. Mr. Wolfhart talked about the history of that those trees weren't intended for a lush green space in perpetuity. They were meant and planted for wood pulping. The utilization, the goal for that is different than what is being ascribed to it right now. But even so, with the development now, he's talked with and worked with Sam West to come up with a mitigation plan that I think for a project of this size and scope, if you look at the amount and percentage of what is kept either as undercut clear and tree kept, you know, for overhead shade, or for the actual tree preservation areas that are kept pristine and not touched, a huge proportion of the project is maintained and kept for open space. And I think the other point, and one of the things that I've tried to juggle the benefit and burden on this is kind of that first crack at your TOD project for this location. And I know the history of the DeLand station, and I know the whipsaw back and forth over the last 15 years of will we, won't we, what's going on. But what we're operating with now is that Sunrail station is coming here, and it's indicative of us to make sure that it works. In order for it to work, the county adopted policies that your comp plan implements, that we are implementing through the PD as instructed, to provide for a yield. And we're not trying to shoot the moon here. We are not grabbing every little entitlement that there can be. Far from it. It seems like a lot in contrast to what's out there now, but it's not in what was contemplated for what's coming out here. And I think that the project, and we didn't really scroll to the final pages of the presentation, but he's setting a good tone for what the expectation is for how this is to be developed. Because you do have your development here along 44, and you have your development along Grand, which will be redesigned, redeveloped, and to be clear, one lane either way with a median in between to allow for left turn lanes, plus the bike trail that goes into it, plus internal sidewalks, and a huge network internal to the project for pedestrians so that anywhere within that property, you can walk to anywhere else in that property and have the connection through the property that the Fords control, because again, that property is closer to where the Amtrak station is and where Sunrail will be, but allow for that connectivity as well. And I think what you see with what has been committed to and how it's being designed sets a really good baseline for what your expectations are moving forward out there. I think the question is it nothing going to come out there, or are we going to truly support the Sunrail? Time is upon us. The Sunrail is here, it's coming, and this project implements your policies in the best way that we know how. I'm happy to answer any other questions that you want, but I think the idea that this would be kept in perpetuity of you know, I don't see this developing as more industrial anytime soon and bringing those issues forward. But again, happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I don't, Heather Post has a question. I think in just hearing both of you, I think I just heard a gauntlet laid down against Mr. Phillips, that he's going to have to prove that his business is not too noisy.
No, and I want to be very clear about that. Like, he is in a place where he has an active business right now. There are policies and requirements that are applied to him right now. It just is what it is. We're not, whether we come in or not, or the person that owns the property right now comes forward, that is what it is. But we're recognizing that we're coming forward with development in proximity there. And we're coming, and rather than creating a problem, let's create a solution. Because at some point in time, that operation, if he continues that in perpetuity, you have to figure out a way to make sure that that gets built into and built around what the project is proposed. We think we have a means to resolve it. And Ms. Post, I wish it was buttoned up more tightly.
I get it, yeah.
But that doesn't mean to say that we can't come up with a resolution. And what has been proposed thus far with the additional buffer, with the additional setback, and with the wall, as well as the restrictions so the people coming in are aware of it, I don't know how else you could go about to recognize that existing utilization and still allow this property to develop as contemplated, as proposed. But yeah, it's not absolutely not meant to be a gauntlet whatsoever. The man is there. He's been there for 10 years. We're not trying to chase him away in any way, shape, or form. Not at all.
Heather Post.
I understand what you're saying about the TOD and Sunrail coming and the concept of the county for planning for that future. But I'm also looking at the current industrial zoning, and may I just ask the owner of the property thank you, Mike, how wide your property is? Because I'm basically seeing just about the width of your property to the right on the third one there, where you have your...
Yeah, on the third one there, how wide itself?
Yeah.
I think it's like 500 feet by 2,000 feet back.
Okay.
Something that
I'm just trying to figure out how much additionally that current industrial classification is to the west.
Oh, it's quite
or to the right.
You know, the thing is now if they change the zoning around me, I'm going to be the lone sheep there.
Right, I got
and
you.
I'm the target.
Okay, all right, thank you so much. So that's, so I do have a big question about that though, guys. I see that we have the A3 classification, which you're telling me, Clay, can be built residential, but I'm assuming when you say residential, it's
one unit acre.
Yeah,
Could
okay.
get to 74 units.
But we have, when we have an area that is assigned industrial, and we have a company who comes in and builds on that area, and at the time it's sort of out in the middle of nowhere, and maintains a business there for 10 years, and then people come in and build around him. I get that we have growth and those things happen, but he has built with the expectation that he's building in industrial classification. So he's expecting industrial stuff to be around him, and other things other than industrial not to be allowed to come in around him in the future. That's what I would expect as a business owner coming in and knowing the classification of the area, right? You don't expect it to change routinely. So that's the only part I have, I'm having trouble with, is the fact that we do have that business owner who has built a successful business based on knowing that that is the area, that's the classification that surrounds his business. Okay, thanks.
Just to clarify, we do have situations where industrial and residential lands do abut each other.
Certainly.
And we do have situations where buffering is required, and we do have the requirements, if you look through our landscaping requirements, all of that, regardless of if it's a PUD or a traditional zoning, we would be looking at that as the minimum standards to go forward
Right,
with.
and I get the noise. So where I live, actually, there's tons of there's acres and acres of woods that's now being developed, by the way. But there's acres and acres of woods, and but there's a water plant there, and there's also a stadium there. And I can tell you that on stadium days, we definitely hear the stadium, and it's interesting, but we hear the water plant a lot. And we are not like next door to the water plant. And they are now building developments next door to the water plant. And my husband and I have consistent conversations on the back porch saying, oh my gosh, can you imagine the people that are buying the developments next door to the water plant because they're going to hear it. Okay, thanks.
Barbara Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. The Sunrail contract date was when? 2007? So.
Yes, ma'am.
So Sunrail's been anticipated since that time, right? And development around that area has been anticipated since that contract and that discussion. So that was prior to 2011. Now, I know it's been up, down, and around, and and I'm not faulting the business owner. I'm just saying that this was an area projected for this type of development during those times around the Sunrail station, and that's where all of this is happening. So it's not unknown or unexpected. So I think we've made an investment in Sunrail, and in order to support that, we've got to make the hard choices to support developing and supporting the Sunrail and the vision for transportation going forward. Whether it's this project or something else, there's no other way for us to get to the needs without having people support it.
Ben Johnson.
I want bottom line, simple form, simple terms. If we didn't approve this, how many, basically units, people, could we put in this area versus how many people could we put in it at this time under his plan?
The comparison in regards to residential units would be roughly 74 under the existing zoning to the 648. In regards to non-residential use, it's roughly 1 million square feet to 55,000 square feet. So the purple area, which is shown as the current zoning of industrial, allows for industrial development that it can occur at a 0.50 floor area ratio. That's where we came up with the number that was identified previously.
And therein lies my dilemma. I truly believe in private property rights. I believe when a person buys a property, they have a right to develop it according to the zoning and the land management that applies under that zoning. So this becomes a negotiation. We're going from 74 people to 648. I've heard that, we've got an issue with the business there. I've heard that there are no endangered species. I don't know if I agree with that. I think right now, if this goes forward, every species that's on this property is endangered. And maybe we're not supposed to think about, the creatures that are there, but there's bear there, there's deer, there's armadillos, there's raccoons, there's probably rats. Where do all of those go? Now, I want to say to you that I think you're very close. I love some of the things that you've incorporated into this. I love what you're doing to Grand Avenue. It'll make it look like the Grand Avenue, more like the Grand Avenue on the north side of 44. I think I love that consistency. Before I got married, she wasn't a wife, she was just a woman of interest. We weren't even engaged. She lived in Largo, Florida. Some of the worst roads, some of the worst development in the state of Florida. Almerton Boulevard 19. I drove her here and took a very circuitous route to DeLeon Springs where I lived. And we drove down, all the way down Grand Avenue, and I said, so would you rather drive to work on this road or on Almerton Boulevard? And she looked at me and she said, I don't have to make that decision. I don't live here. And she knew something was up. My point is that it's an absolutely beautiful area. I know what Barbara said is true. There's going to be something here. The train station is there. Probably in a horrible place. It's surrounded by beautiful land and rivers and lakes, but that's where it is. And so we're going to have a development there of some kind. I think you have done really good work in trying to make it, I'm trying to look at other pictures and what's on the screen, trying to make it a beautiful place. Again, I love what you've done with Grand Avenue. I believe in capitalism. I don't mind that you've got as many units as you can there to increase profit. You've worked on this a long time. You're going to spend a lot more money on this. I'm good with all that. All of that money in capitalism is what keeps everything else going. Nothing happens in America until something is sold. And we need the tax money. You need money in business. I don't have any issues with that. What I have an issue with is that I think you're so close. I'm not going to be able to support it because I don't think you're there yet. I would like to see you come back with a resolution or a satisfaction with a business owner that's been there for 10 years that I don't want forced out. And I don't want, don't come up, but just shake your head yes or no. Have you ever had somebody come out and do a sound test? Have you ever had a complaint where code enforcement or sheriff's department has had to come out there? You know, because there's nobody, the bears don't complain. And I hear this, I hear from constituents all the time that we're taking the most beautiful property, and yeah, it's pine trees. There's a lot of other trees there. Things have grown and happened on there that makes it an important area. A lot of this will be clear cut, some of it won't. A good deal of it, thank you. I think that's the way to approach it. Once it's gone, it's gone. Then we have Almerton Boulevard and Largo, Florida, where it's a miserable place to live. She said yes eventually, and now we live in DeLeon Springs. We both use Grand Avenue a lot. I would like to see you bring it back with an agreement somehow that his noise won't, and I think you've got an idea in mind, won't bother the people there, but I want to see it. And I would really like to see, and I'm not the developer. I'm not the architect. So I can't demand anything, but what would make it comfortable for me was that there wasn't so much clear cut. There was more, and I think you could have a beautiful development with more swaths of the original forest, the current forest. But whatever you do, even if you do that, your residents are going to have trouble with bears in their garbage, small animals in their, I live with it where I am. I've chosen to put up with that. So again, I think you're really close. But I'm not there yet. Once it's gone, it's gone. Ben Johnson.
I have mixed emotions. I'm like you, Mr. Breyer. We're probably the only two that actually grew up in the area, and we always hate to see anything taken away. That's just a natural. But we're looking at what we have here, and I have to do some disagreement as for the property itself. This was an orange grove, and it wasn't in the 30s and 40s, because it was an orange grove up through the 70s, maybe in the 80s when it froze out. And what you have planted there are pines, and your oak trees. It's not like you have the old water oaks. Yes, that's all you have is water oaks, not really your live oaks are the really good ones in them. As it stands right now, I drive it almost daily. And I can understand people not wanting anything out there, but as for a beautiful ride down through there, it's not. Right now today, if you drive down, if you look on the east side of the road, about halfway between the traffic circle and Euclid Avenue, you're going to find an old sink sitting there that the only reason part of it's gone because somebody was trying to scrap the metal off of it the other day. It's a constant dumping grounds all through there. Y'all know that. It is, they pick up one time and as people dump their garbage and trash all along there, and it's weekly. It's not like it's a sometime occurrence. We inherited Sunrail. None of us up here asked for it really. We inherited it. And we're going to have to pay for it. And part of what it was this whole area in there was basically for people to commute back and forth to Orlando and other areas. We better not forget that. The idea was to put stuff that's close to the mass transit so that people did not have to travel near as much. This does that. Maybe it could take a little bit more. I don't want them seeing bothering that man right there no matter what, because he has been there. That's why I wanted some of those safeguards put in place. If we don't have one thing, there's not stopping something else going in there, is there, Clay? We're going to have something go in there. And you know, we can fight, and we're going to lose, and it's going to cost us money in the long run. That's a problem. So we want the very best possible to go in there. It's the best for the neighborhood that we can find, and also to support this money that we're going to be paying out to Sunrail that we've got to come up with from somewhere. Even ridership, because the lack of ridership costs us more money in the long run, because whatever it doesn't take care of, we have to take care of, because that train's going to roll no matter what. Once again, I'm saying I never would have voted for Sunrail at all, but we've got it, so we've got to take the next best option on what do we do with it. And the idea of putting stuff close to these train stations. I do want to see something done with Grand Avenue. I don't like the traffic. If I had my way, it'd be just like it was in 1960. We're not ever going to see that again, so we got to take the next best planning that we can do to try to make sure that we're doing the best for the neighborhood and for the people we can. And I understand where people don't want any more there, but I think we need to take our next best option.
Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. I think this meets pretty much all the criteria and then some. My biggest concern is this gentleman, like other council members, noted that he is protected every which way till Sunday. Number two, this gentleman has rights to develop that property to the highest and best use with our zoning and future land development and future land use. And thirdly is the conservation. And he appears to be going above and beyond. Now, he was willing to, if we can just recap, he was willing to commit right now to putting up that wall or whatever was needed to protect him. But we also have to, there is a portion of liability or assume risk. You can't have people, it's like people moving into an airport or moving near an airport complaining about planes. People have to live with some of their choices. And to hold that over his head or his head, that isn't right. They both have rights. They both should be able to do what they want. But also, too, if we want to keep our taxes down, we just cut economic development last week. You know, if we want to keep our taxes down and also supplement Sunrail, we do have to do a portion of this. We can't say no development. We can't say we support property rights. We can't say we support some of this stuff and then not do it. Our bills do have to get paid, and it appears really this is a small hangup just between two folks here that are very reasonable and that obviously respect each other to the point where they're just willing to sit down and make a deal. So let him do it. You know, it appears it's already being done, and he knows, obviously he has our support in that, and we don't want to see anything with his business go south or him being pushed around. And I can assure you that's not going to happen, not when I'm here. So as long as we protect the business owner, this individual, and maintain the above standard, the above par standards with the buffers, I can't see any other negatives to this. That's all I got.
Michael Dyer.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, members of council. Based on some of the comments I've heard so far from council members, and getting with the property owner to discuss some issues, I've heard the applicant mention that some language could be put in the development agreement as to that. You know, one option I would just mention for council's consideration, if the applicant would agree, is this item could be continued to allow that to happen and possibly bring back something revised to you. I don't know if the applicant is interested in that or if council is, but just based on some of the comments I've heard from some of you today, that would be an option, but it's not required.
Danny Robbins.
Sir, I apologize for you. What would you like? Okay. All right. You go. I just want to see. I want to try to find a.
No, I think that's not unreasonable. What would be the postponement? 1 or 2 weeks?
Next available meeting would be the September 21st meeting.
2 weeks from now. Look, we want to be good neighbors. It's a long-term relationship here. I will, in fact, when we leave here, we'll go ahead and set up a time certain over the next couple of days to do it, so we have it done up front. That way we can get Susan the information she needs sooner than later. And if we can collaborate and come up with something, then it makes your all decision easier. I hear the concern you have that we treat everyone, including myself, well, and I appreciate that. So I think the best thing to do is to do a 2-week postponement. Let us work out some kind of an agreement, and hopefully when it comes back, you'll feel good about it, and we can go on and start construction.
So moved.
I'd be in agreement with that.
Motion to accept your 2-week continuance by post, second by Danny Robbins. Ben, you're good?
Mr. Chair, and that would be at 10:30, no sooner than 10:30 a.m. on the 21st if passed.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. We'll see you in a couple weeks. Thank you.
And again, if anyone has any specific questions, either contact Mike or myself, we're very happy to address them.
Thank you. We appreciate it. And we're sorry for your loss.
Thank you so much for that.
Council, you're hungry, aren't you? Please say yes. Would you like to break for lunch we have lunch here in the back, so we don't need to take an hour, since this is going to be a long day. 30 minutes is good for you? So, the way he eats? So we'll adjourn for lunch until 1:50? 2 o'clock.
Just make it 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. We'll see you all at 2.
and welcome to Volusia Magazine. I'm Tammy King. Success story after success story. That was the scene at the 10-year anniversary celebration of the Volusia County Business Incubator, powered by UCF. The incubator is located on the campus of Daytona Beach International Airport, and Joanne Magley has that story.
The Volusia County Incubator Program is operated by the University of Central Florida in partnership with Volusia County government. The program provides mentoring and, in many cases, office space to companies in the early stages of their business. In 2021, the Volusia County Business Incubator celebrated its 10-year anniversary, and there has been a lot of innovation and business growth along the way. There are currently 15 clients, including Ramon Soto, the innovator behind Sensitech, a venture capital-backed company that developed technology to help tell companies that operate big engines when those engines are going to get too hot.
We're using technology that is, used basically in your cell phone. As we're using the antenna technology that is in your cell phone, and we created it using advanced ceramic materials that were created by researchers at the University of Central Florida. So Sensitech was formed to license the technology out of the University of Central Florida that utilized those ceramic materials as antennas to enable wireless high-temperature sensing on blades inside of jet engines that's spinning more than 1,000 miles per hour. And we're able to use high-speed electronic transceivers that captures the information on the blades in real time and within nanoseconds.
Ready in 3, 2, 1.
Soto came up with the idea while he was a grad student at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. He was doing research in the jet engine lab where he had parts in his jet engine that were overheating and failing.
And so I immediately, got involved with the UCF incubator program. I've learned how to do the customer discovery process. I went and talked to over 300 customers face to face to see if this was not only a big problem that was worth solving, but if there was also a business around solving this problem. And so when we had one customer that said, look, if you had a technology that can do half of what you said it can do, we'll pay you thousands of dollars for the technology. And that's when I discovered why, because these machines generate a lot of revenue, and when they're down because of overheating or because of bad parts, it costs hundreds of millions.
The company currently has in its pipeline Fortune 100 companies worth tens of millions of dollars of recurring revenue. As a result of the company's success, Soto was named Incubator Client of the Year at the Incubator's 10-year anniversary celebration.
I'm really honored to be considered the Entrepreneur of the Year. I'm humbled because of the amount of support that the community pours into us, like from Career Source, who helped us hire our first few engineers even at the PhD level, to the Small Business Development Center, who's helped us conduct financial analysis, to Connie here at the Incubator, that's helped us to think and implement the lean methodology not only in our product development process but also in creating our business model.
For Volusia Magazine, I'm Joanne Magley.
We are Volusia County Beach Safety. We're here to serve Volusia County's 47 miles of unique coastline. Volusia County beaches. Yeah, those beaches. But also these beaches. We have millions of visitors every year, and we work around the clock to keep our beaches safe and beautiful. And you can help.
Swim near a staff lifeguard tower.
Pick up your trash. And fill holes. Identify, avoid, and escape rip currents.
Please leave the beach cleaner than you found it.
There we go. Look out for one another and keep an eye on kids, especially near the traffic lane and in the water. Pets are allowed at our 2 pet-friendly beaches. Lighthouse Point Park and Smyrna Dunes Park.
If you see something, say something.
A clean and safe beach guarantees fun in the sun for everyone. Thank you for doing your part to keep Volusia County beaches beautiful. See you at the beach!
Make the most of your day at the beach. Download the Volusia County Beaches app today. Sign up for real-time notifications on vehicle ramp openings and closings. Find staffed lifeguard towers. Get updates on tides and beach conditions, plus off-beach parking and coastal parks info. Volusia County Beaches app is available for your smart devices at the App Store and Google Play.
Volusia County possesses some of the most beautiful parks in the Southeast. Beyond the surface level beauty and outdoor opportunities, many have a fascinating story to tell. And who better to tell that story than our very own experts, Tracy, Lisa, and Trey.
Volusia County has tons of outdoor opportunities for all to enjoy. Places where history, wildlife, and recreation converge for a truly one-of-a-kind experience.
Hi everyone, my name is Tracy and this is Lisa, and we work for Volusia County Parks, Recreation, and Culture Division.
And I'm Trey Hanna with Volusia County Environmental Management, and I also run the Explore Volusia programs. We're out here today at Spruce Creek Park, which is part of Doris Leeper Preserve. So Doris Leeper Spruce Creek Preserve is about 2,500 acres, and one of the confusing parts about it is there are 5 entrances to this preserve. One of the entrances, right here today, we are right here in this section. Right across the street there is Bayou Bay, which is part of the preserve. Just south of there, there is Sleepy Hollow. Across the street from Sleepy Hollow is DeVito. And then kind of over here in this section, you've got Martin's Dairy and Creek Shore Drive. This preserve has a lot to offer, from fishing, kayak launches. There's also frisbee golf, mountain biking, equestrian. So there's a lot to offer at this 2,500 acre preserve, and it's one of our most popular.
This preserve is steeped in history. Long before the Europeans came, Spruce Creek was a vital waterway to the Native Americans here. It provided a stable source of food, oysters, clams, and saltwater fish. And this allowed them to establish permanent settlements in this area and also create ceremonial burial grounds. The natives that lived here were the Tomoquin, and in 1500 AD there was probably about 200,000 here, and they occupied about 19,000 square miles in Florida.
The namesake of this preserve, Doris Leeper, was a well-known artist, sculptor, and environmentalist. She moved to Florida in 1958 and settled just south of New Smyrna Beach along the Indian River Lagoon to focus on her art. Over the years, she was commissioned to create large, modern sculptures that are now displayed all over the world. One such work of art, known as the Steel Quilt, is on display at the Orlando International Airport. Over the years, Leeper developed a deep love of Florida's natural landscapes, and she spent many years pioneering conservation efforts that led to the creation of thousands of parks and public lands, including Canaveral National Seashore. In 1999, Doris Leeper was inducted into the Florida Artists Hall of Fame. And 1 year later in 2000, upon her passing, they renamed this park in her honor.
This area of the preserve is what we like to call an estuary. Estuaries are extremely important environments. They are a mixture of salt and fresh water, which is called brackish water. And it's an area where a lot of animals will come. It's a nursery for all these different types of animals. As you can see, even behind me here, we have the yellow-crowned night heron. And you'll have a mixture of salt and freshwater fish. As you head down the Spruce Creek, the water will get fresher. If you head out towards Potts Inlet, the water will get saltier. So this area, there's a big mixture of animals, and there's one of the biggest biodiversities in the world in these estuary habitats. This is in the drum family. A lot of people just call it a spot drum fish. So this is a mohara, and there's quite a few different types of those. Their mouth comes down, so they're kind of bottom feeders, so it protrudes out. They'll kind of go down and it extends out, right? And then also their dorsal fin is pretty distinct as well. Sometimes you get a huge variety, sometimes it's all kind of the same similar fish, but always a fun time to get out there and check out what we can find. We're going to release these guys nice and healthy and happy.
I'm Lisa.
I'm Trey.
And I'm Tracy, and we're with Volusia Magazine.
You gotta come check out Spruce Creek Park Preserve.
Thank you.
They said I couldn't dream. Called me a piece of trash and swore that's all I'd ever be. Said a bottle couldn't see the ocean. Give up. Go back to the dumpster. But I didn't listen. I made my way. And now, I am what I've always wanted to be.
We've been dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic for the last 18 months. This has impacted us all and has reshaped life as we know it. But unbeknownst to many of us, there's an epidemic that continues to persist across many U.S. communities. It's the opioid epidemic. The Department of Health in Volusia County is here with more.
Did you know in 2019, nearly 50,000 people in the U.S. died from overdoses related to opioids? How do we as a community prevent people from developing substance use disorders? Well, lucky for us, we have a hard-working public health professional here to tell us more about it.
Elena Gerard has been working with the Department of Health for the last year, implementing overdose prevention programming.
The Florida Department of Health applied for and received an Overdose Data to Action, or OD2A grant, and in Volusia County, additional funding was awarded through an Implementing Overdose Prevention Strategies at the Local Level, or IOPSL grant. In an effort to continuously improve the well-being of Volusia County's residents, the Health Department is committed to work with community partners to increase education and awareness of opioid use and misuse, especially in high-risk communities. Our partners include local law enforcement, public protection, the medical examiner's office, local treatment centers, early childhood organizations, community coalitions, and our recovery community. And we each have a why for our engagement in this work. Mine is my beautiful little girl. She keeps me going on the hardest days. The other thing that keeps me going is listening to the people who've been directly impacted by substance use. Recently, I had the privilege of talking with my friend Victoria Camper. She shared with me what her life was like, the strength and the courage that it took to overcome all the barriers she was facing, and what her life is like now. And it's absolutely beautiful. So Victoria, what was it like? And how did you overcome all those barriers?
Well, when I was 18, I started misusing prescription opiates. Shortly after that, I got pregnant with my first son in 1995. I was able to stay off drugs during my pregnancy with him. Fast forward, I started back up using drugs again. And then by the time my daughter was born in 2013, I had a physical dependency. It was no longer a choice for me. So she did test positive for substances at the hospital. The Department of Children and Families got involved. They removed her from my care and placed her with my grandparents. And I used that opportunity to get myself well. I have been valued, and my opinion has been sought after as a person with lived experience.
Now that you've seen my little girl and gotten to hear a message of hope, you know what my two whys are. Another very important piece of the work that we do is partnership, connection, community. The data committee informs the work of our media committee. It helps us find those target locations, it helps us find the messaging that's appropriate, and it helps us share that we're listening, that the people that are impacted most have the messaging that's appropriate for them. We are able to support the Volusia Recovery Alliance's New Chance Narcan Committee in their distribution of naloxone and using the data that we collect to target areas that have the highest incidence for overdoses to get that Narcan in people's hands. Another awesome partnership is with SMA Healthcare. They are now able to put peers in the emergency departments to respond to a non-fatal overdose. They're there right in the hospital to share services and different options and what worked for them with people that have just come back from an overdose.
If you or someone you know is struggling with substance use, please visit pathforhope.com or call one of the numbers on your screen.
We're so excited to have this work. We're so excited that there's hope. We're so excited that recovery is possible. And I'm so grateful that I get to be a part of the work.
To save more people, we need to focus on public policy, prescribing behaviors, and dinner table conversations. Each of us has a role to play in addressing substance use disorders.
For more information about OD2A, you can contact Helena Gerard at helena.gerard@flhealth.gov or by calling 386-281-6558.
Together, this is our path for hope. I'm Ethan Johnson from the Florida Department of Health in Volusia County. Until next time.
Now to a story that highlights the county's cooperative partnership with the University of Florida, which is now part of our new Resource Stewardship Division. This partnership brings the latest research, information, and education from UF to our community. We have a new face at Extension Services who has a long record of serving communities. Please sit back and enjoy your introduction to our Urban Horticulture Agent and Master Gardener Coordinator, Brittany Council Morton.
Hey, thanks Tammy. Brad Burball here, the new Director of Resource Stewardship, and we're excited to welcome another new face to our division with Brittany Council Morton. It's always great when you can recruit people away from other jobs that they're outstanding at. And Brittany Council is someone who we've been able to recruit from Virginia Cooperative Extension. We're extremely excited to have her join our team because she's passionate about helping people and helping those in our community.
Hi, my name is Brittany A. Council Morton, and I am the new Urban Horticulture Extension Agent for Volusia County. I come from Petersburg, Virginia, where I served as the Virginia Cooperative Extension Agriculture and Natural Resources Extension Agent and the 4-H agent for the cities of Greensville, Emporia, and Richmond City. So I've been with Virginia Cooperative Extension for 9 years. As a newbie to the UF IFAS program, it is my goal and my purpose to extend and enhance the Master Gardener program in the County of Volusia, and also to provide assistance, educational information, and horticulture information to the residents of Volusia County.
One of the things that we know she'll do really well because of her enthusiasm and passion is teach about Florida-friendly landscape principles.
The Florida-friendly landscaping principles talk about low maintenance plans and best management practices for your overall lawn and landscaping operations. As you see here on the grounds, we have a lot of wonderful things going on, and the way the layouts of the Volusia County Extension Office is, they incorporate all 9 principles as you do a tour of the grounds. Welcome to our shady section. In this particular space, we incorporate a lot of principle number 1 of Florida-friendly landscaping, which is right plant, right place. For many homeowners, yes, you do have an area of your yard that has a lot of sun, but you might have that space that's, well, shaded. So what plants can you plant there? And as you can see, we have a plethora of different varieties in this section and in the section next to us that highlight different plants you can incorporate in your landscaping. And here in the Children's Garden, we're located at the Pollinator Picnic. This is the area of the garden that is more pollinator friendly. It incorporates the Florida friendly landscaping principle number 5 about attracting wildlife. At any given time, you can catch different varieties of butterflies, bees, dragonflies, or hummingbirds. And as we know, pollinators benefit our ecosystem greatly, and they're extremely essential here on the grounds at Volusia County Extension Office. Here are our raised bed gardens. As you can see, they're undergoing some construction right now as things are slowly dying off and we're prepping for a new gardening season. This is just a showcase of different things you can do in your yard, giving the space. A lot of urban homeowners may not have enough yard space to do an in-ground gardening, so you have different raised bed options. You also have aquaponics and hydroponic systems set up behind us as well, so you can see how to navigate your space and better utilize it for what you want to grow.
Brittany's a nationally recognized expert in horticulture, and she's really excited about becoming an active member of our community. So when you see her out, or if you stop by the Extension office, be sure to introduce yourself so she can make the connection. For Volusia Magazine, this is Brad Burball.
The year was 1896. Grover Cleveland was president. Utah was admitted as the 45th state. The first Ford vehicle ever developed, the quadricycle, was completed. And as you're about to see, it was the year that the 167-foot Nathan F. Cobb schooner ran aground in stormy seas just off the coast of Ormond Beach.
It's a story of tragedy and heroism, of rescue, loss, and reclamation. It's a maritime drama that has become an indelible part of our local history here in Volusia County. Hi, this is Gary Davidson with Volusia County Community Information. And with the events occurring some 125 years ago, the deeply unfortunate loss of the Nathan F. Cobb, well, it might seem like ancient history, but now the Cobb story of sorrow and triumph has been brought back to life with this striking interpretive panel on display at the Cardinal Drive Beach approach right here in Ormond Beach, just yards from where the Nathan F. Cobb met its heartbreaking end. As you can see, the interpretive panel, it's really quite impressive. The panel combines photo and text to tell the fateful story of the Nathan F. Cobb. The first sentence, it immediately draws you in. 1,000 feet beyond this panel lies a buried surprise.
One of the first things you notice on the panel is a remarkable image of the grounded ship right here on the shoreline of Ormond Beach. And the narrative, well, it tells the story of the Cobb from the maiden launch of the massive ship in 1890 at Rockland, Maine, to its catastrophic grounding in Ormond Beach just 6 years later. With its cargo of cross ties and lumber, the Cobb sailed out into the Atlantic on December 1st, 1896 from the port of Brunswick, Georgia, headed north to New York, but it never made it to its destination. An Atlantic gale battered the ship, and the high surf and winds pushed it south towards Florida. 2 members of the crew perished after the enormous wooden craft nearly capsized in the storm. A 3rd person died right here in Ormond Beach while desperately trying to save the crew. The rest of the schooner's crewmen eventually were saved, but the Cobb, well, it was a total loss.
Another thing you'll notice in the panel right here in the upper right-hand corner is a photo of the Nathan F. Cobb cottage. It's fashioned out of wood salvaged from the shipwreck, including some of the wood from the ship itself and some of its cross-tie cargo. And you can also see the original nameplate here from the ship itself. Now the house, it looks a little different today, but it's still right there in its original location, about 2 miles from this spot. So let's go take a look. So I'm here at 137 Orchard Lane in Ormond Beach, and this really is a very special location. In fact, it's a historic location because this is the Nathan F. Cobb Cottage. And here to tell us about it is Joyce Benedict with the Ormond Beach Historical Society. So Joyce, what makes the Cobb Cottage so special? In fact, it really is very unique, isn't it?
Yes, it is, Gary. It's very, very special. Our Historical Society just inherited this just a few years ago, and it was built from a ship, which is very, very, very rare anywhere. We are very treasured, our historical society, to have this in our presence, and the townsfolk really wanted to restore this and to keep this in a very special little area. Really wonderful gentleman by the name of Tom Masfeller bought the property a few years ago and restored it, put on a few things I'll show you later, and just really kept it up for us, for our Ormond Beach residents, and for future generations. Would you like to come in and take a look at our beautiful little cottage?
That'd be great. We'd love to.
Here's the mast broken off, folks, here, right here, and right here, okay? So she stayed afloat for 4 days. Here's the cottage. This is all made out of it. This is the original. This is probably taken around the early 1900s. Here's the original railings from that ship, from the Nathan Cobb. Here's the original name. The man who built this cottage was Captain Billy Fagan, and he was an old sea captain, as you can tell by his boots and his character. Quite an industrious and smart man. He decided, the city folk, after the boat crashed on shore, they didn't know what to do with all that wood, these folks people, but Billy did. Billy says, let's build a cabin. And that's exactly what he did. The floor. It is still original. We believe she is pine. The Nathan Cobb, you can see the Nathan F. Cobb actual name. This came from the actual boat. It's amazing, 1897, folks, to have this beautiful fireplace in such wonderful condition.
The sense of history just sitting here is palpable. You can feel it, you can sense it. Just really remarkable. So right there behind us at the ocean's edge is a sign marking the spot where the Nathan F. Cobb ran aground.
In fact, remnants of the shipwrecked craft remain buried below the sandy ocean bottom. People who grew up in Ormond Beach recall seeing the buried ship exposed from time to time, notes Volusia County's public historian Tom Baskett, who designed the interpretive panel. So why don't you come on down and check it out and treat yourself to the ultimate double dose. A day in the sand, and a step back into history. Because you just never know when the Nathan F. Cobb is going to make its next appearance. Until then,
I'll see you at the beach.
Stay connected with the latest Volusia County news, events, and updates on our social media channels. Like and follow us on Facebook and Twitter. Catch up with previous stories on YouTube, or just head over to our website, volusia.org.
Well, that wraps up this edition of Volusia Magazine. Thank you for spending part of your day with us. If you have any questions about the show, feel free to give us a call at any of the numbers you see listed here, or you can log on to volusia.org and click on the news tab at the top of the screen to find us. And we hope you won't forget to listen to Volusia Today. That's Volusia County Government's weekly public radio program. Volusia Today airs every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Sunday mornings on the local radio stations you see here on your screen. For Volusia Magazine, I'm Tammy King. And remember, have a fabulous day on purpose. Coming up on Volusia Magazine, we celebrate
know. I have a lot of notes. I did look a lot, but thank you. But thank you.
Excuse me, let me wash this down. I don't want to be rude. It is 2 o'clock. Is George in the, he can hear back there. So we'll start again if you're ready, ladies, because you control everything we do. Item 15. That's why Clay's on the front row. Ordinance 2021-19, first hearing, amending Chapter 72, Section 72-41.
Thank you, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. In front of you today is an amendment that the County Council directed staff to pursue. It was brought to our attention that the size of the lots within community redevelopment areas oftentimes are legal non-conforming lots and have difficulty in meeting some of the zoning requirements that are needed for redevelopment. And this hampers the ability of those areas to see improvements and expansion of those uses. So one of the tools that is available is typically a rezoning to planned unit development, which can allow for flexibility in regards to development standards and as well as uses that are allowed. So the County Council asked staff to go in there and look at to see what could be done. And we've amended the code so that therefore in the future, if this is approved, anyone who has a piece of land that's within a designated community redevelopment area within the unincorporated jurisdictional areas, which right now is only the Spring Hill area, could apply for a rezoning to PUD regardless of the size of the property. That will give the owners of the land greater opportunity to come through, work with staff to come up with a redevelopment plan that can allow for the reuse of those properties.
Motion to approve.
Really?
I know you're shocked.
Motion to approve Chapter 72, Section 72-41, amending that one by Gertman, second one's by Wheeler. And when I see that the current ordinance limits the ability to do infill, that gets my attention right away because we need more infill projects. So I don't see any questions.
I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Clay, you said it was only Spring Hill that met that criteria this time?
Yes, ma'am. There's no other CRAs within the unincorporated areas.
Oh, okay.
All the other 16 community redevelopment areas are located in the cities.
Okay. Now I feel even better.
So they could follow our lead.
We can set the standard.
There you go. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that takes us to 16. A major amendment to Resolution 2003-223 to reinstate and amend the Birch Trust land development. Go ahead, Clay.
Yes, sir. This is an existing planned unit development that had a specific criteria for basically expiration. That has occurred. They were supposed to go through and follow through with subdivision standards and those types of things. This originally came to you back on August 3rd. The previous owners did not follow through. The PUD expired. The property now has changed hands after being subdivided without proper review through the county staff. The current owner is trying to clean up whatever can be done because there is multiple ownership in there. So 2 out of the 7 parcels that were originally identified as part of this PUD are now coming forward to reinstate this PUD. There was concern in regards to the location, that this is located near the city of Edgewater. It's close proximity to the Indian River Lagoon. This is an older existing home that we're talking about. So that it is on septic, and there was concerns with regard to that. If you look through what has been put in place by the applicant as part of the reinstatement of the development order, on page 1611, it clarifies that they will be complying with all of the environmental standards that we have currently. 16-13 shows that they will be addressing the drainage to ensure that it meets our Class 2 waters standards of at least 1/2 inch coverage for over the entire property. And then on page 16-14 of the development agreement, that's where they are also working with us, because right now we have road right-of-way which is not fully dedicated to the staff, to this county. So what we have is a property owner who's looked at what we've asked them to do in regards to bringing this into compliance to the maximum extent possible. Also realize that they are under requirements that any further development will require 100% compliance with our current standards and that are not grandfathered under the old 2003 standards. So this is in a situation where we have a half-developed existing piece of land, gives us a better tool to allow for any future development will have to go through this same process. Those that are subject to the conditions we have here automatically have to meet our new standards in regards to environmental protection. So staff initially made a recommendation of approval to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, who subsequently made that same recommendation to you, finding that the proposed reinstatement was consistent with the comprehensive plan and all the other criteria we have in regards to PUDs and zonings. The applicant is here. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Johnson.
Second.
Second by Robbins.
I did, Chair, excuse me, I just wanted to go on record. I did have ex parte communication with that.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
With the
with who?
The landowner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody else have any ex parte to? You do? Heather Post.
Same.
Same. Okay, I'm sorry. I haven't learned sign language yet.
One day we'll get these down.
This is a public hearing. You didn't have any requests to speak. You're the owner. Would you like to speak? You're the owner of both or one of the two? One.
I'm acting on behalf of the other owner. Kim Booker, Booker & Associates, 1019 Town Center Drive, Orange City, Florida. I'm an attorney as well as the owner of the property. I just wanted to make a couple quick comments. I wanted to clarify that this was a 2003 development order. It was adopted with the preliminary subdivision plan attached to it. The individual owner, Rose Birch, passed away in 2007. There was a provision in the agreement that provided that within 5 years they would record the final plat. Well, after Rose passed away, it expired in 2008. After that period of time, the purpose of the division was to divide the estate, some estate planning. After she passed away, it was divided among the heirs. No one realized that this provision was in the agreement of the heirs because they weren't familiar with the process. And it would not have been discovered. There have been building permits issued. There are 3 existing structures built in 1977 and one in 1954 on the property. The seawall that's been there has been there since 1975. This property is, the adjacent property is run as an RV park, and it's been there for years. So it wasn't that anybody was acting outside of any subdivision regulations. The property was developed to the point that it had been when the subdivision was adopted, and no one realized it until I inquired with Scott Ashley about the PUD agreement, and it was read, and at that point in 2015 there had been building permits for additions that were approved that the county didn't know it either. So I just wanted to make it clear that this wasn't something that, one that is not developed because it's already developed. There are certain vacant lots. This application only pertains to 2 of the properties, which one is my property, which has an existing structure. That the underlying structure was built in 1977 and was remodeled and improved in 2015. So, but if you, this request is going to comply with the current standards. Any future development on the 1 vacant lot that's part of this will have to meet the current standards. I've also agreed to place an additional buffer if I ask for any kind of permits on the property from the Indian River Lagoon. So if you have any other questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
I don't know if you can put 1620 on this. I think that's it's the right screen. Are you the property to the east or west?
I'm in the blue house.
In the blue house.
I am to the east.
Okay, the longer.
So I do want to put a record also. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I would like the transcript of the electronic reason. One of the reasons this was continued last time because there were some concerning comments that were made online. I would like to make sure that that is attached of record to this hearing process. And one of those comments came from you. So I had reached out specifically to try to find out exactly what your concerns were, but I was unable, I didn't get a response. So if you have some specific concerns about the existing structure on the property, I would be more than happy to address them.
I didn't have any concerns about the structure. I have concerns about the lagoon and all the homes on canals. And that's what I was going to ask you. I'm sorry that you didn't hear back from me. I don't remember seeing your name, but it seems like I would have contacted you because I did have questions about the property. When I see these properties right on the canal that feeds into the lagoon, my concern, and I don't know on your property, behind the property line to the canal, it looks like you have more than 5 feet. You must have the 10 feet buffer between you and the...
Added a 15-foot buffer.
Okay.
Would go to the boundary of the house.
Is it...
Existing structure there in 1977 that was built before. It's an existing structure.
She's parcel 1.
Yes.
Is the buffer sod? What?
Yeah, the house is built, and there's 15 feet between the house and the seawall. There's grass.
It's grass. That's all I'm trying to figure out. What it's planted, if it's natural vegetation or sod grass or
grass.
Okay.
It's all grass. There are no mangoes or mangroves.
Right.
It's all grass.
Where is the drain field on this picture?
It is near the fig tree. You don't see it there, but it is on the eastern side, adjacent to the home. Approximately 100, maybe 95 feet from the west line. It's an existing septic tank that's been there since 1977.
Okay.
And it was re-inspected in 2015 with the building permit that was issued by the county.
Good. Okay. I would just, those were my 2 concerns, was where the drain field is, is it an elevated drain field?
No.
No.
But it is located to the property.
So you must have decent soil there. Mine's elevated.
Yeah, do we have an aerial of the whole site? The whole site has, is the river, you know where the Riverwood Community Park is? And then there's a river breeze, and the Riverwood RV Park. So it is all sandy soil. It is all since 1975 has a seawall surrounding it. It doesn't have any, mangroves, nothing.
Sure, right.
So.
Okay,
You can see it right there on the middle photograph, if you can make that larger, right?
No, that's okay. I've made it larger at home. Stay right there. Don't go away. Heather Post.
Hi, I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon.
Yeah.
Thanks for staying today. So just for the record, Kim Booker is actually the one I spoke to out of the two. But I just wanted to thank the two of you actually for taking the initiative once this situation sort of transpired in trying to reach out to the other people involved in this sort of mess. And working to alleviate it and working to get everybody on board with according to the requirements and everything else. I know you weren't able to get everybody to jump on board to coming in for this, but I appreciate the effort certainly of working to do that. That's what we don't want is 7 different council agenda items like this. So I thank you for that. I just wanted to say that.
Appreciate it.
I don't see any other questions. Is there a motion on item 16? Ben made the motion, Danny seconded it, or you seconded it? Danny seconded it. All in favor of this amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the amendment passes. You haven't been here all day, have you?
She has.
Well, thank you. Item 17, open public hearing, so we will open that up. It's another adoption hearing for amendment to Chapter 5, Housing Element of the Volusia County Comprehensive. You're doing this one.
Yes, sir. Within our comprehensive plan, we are mandated to have an affordable housing element. We are proposing a update that really is just an administrative cleanup to address the planning horizon to 2035, make sure we get updated terms, updated policies. There's been no major change to any of the goals, objectives, or policies contained in that. We did update it in regards to the powers and requirements that we've assigned now to the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. So therefore, it was sent on to both the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity and the Volusia Growth Management Commission after y'all authorized transmittal. Department of Economic Opportunity and Volusia Growth Management Commission both have authorized approval. There was a comment from the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity to make sure that we properly defined what is affordable housing, what is workforce housing, and you see that we've included those changes into the final adoption, coming to with you for a request for approval. Also, just to let you know that this was originally reviewed by your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, who also recommended approval and finding it consistent with the comprehensive plan.
Motion to adopt by Wheeler, second by Robbins. Clay, are you still here? Let's, never mind. You answered me in the in our agenda meeting. I had 2 questions, and you gave me the answers on both of them. Any discussion? And I'll call for the vote to adopt the amendment to Chapter 5. All in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0.
Thank you.
Item 18, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Carmen.
Good afternoon, Carmen Hall, Community Assistance Director. So this agenda item is to appropriate approximately $13.2 million in emergency rental assistance funds. This is our second allocation that we have received. This program is to target households that are up to 80% of area median income. That would mean a family of 4 would have an annual gross income at $52,300 a year. Okay. So this program provides for the same items as ERA 1, rent, rental arrears, utility assistance, and utility arrears. However, there are new few items that are in addition. The first is court costs for tenants that are facing eviction is an eligible expense. We also have housing stability services for applicants. The whole intent of the program is to keep households or families housed in their current living situation. But if that is not possible, we do have the ability to rehouse families. And so this program allows for us to provide stability services. It could be, security deposit for their rent or for their utilities. It could also be application fees. We also have the ability to provide landlord incentives, which is new. This is sign-on bonus, maybe an additional deposit so that they will rent to those hard-to-house individuals. There's a specific definition of how hard to house that we have to abide by, but if they meet that criteria, we could provide that type of assistance. We also can provide rental arrears to previous landlords if they will drop the eviction on their record. So that will make these households easier, or make it easier for them to attain new housing. We also are able to use self-attestation of income and their hardship, which is new. We do have to go back and collect the documentation after the fact, but this will allow us to get these households assistance quicker to prevent an eviction or to find them new housing quicker. The maximum amount of assistance is up to 12 months. That includes arrears, so some households might have 1 month of back rent or they could have 11 months. It just depends on the situation. We anticipate being able to serve 1,200 families, and the funds must be expended by September of 2025. Now, there have been some questions regarding the eviction moratorium being lifted, and so how does this program fit in with that scenario? So the whole intent of emergency rental assistance is to reduce barriers for our household. So there's a few things that we can do with this program. Some of them I've already mentioned, but I'm going to go ahead and point them out as they specifically relate to those households that are being evicted. So we are able to prioritize applications with eviction notices. So let's say somebody applied in July for our assistance. We've actually had this happen a few times in the last week. They can call and we can prioritize them and make sure that we can determine their eligibility and get them assistance and hopefully keep them where they are currently renting. We also have the self-attestation. We can make payment directly to the tenant if the landlord is unwilling or we can't get a hold of them to make payment. We also can provide the housing stability services and landlord incentives. So that is it. Are there any questions?
Heather Post?
I'm not seeing where we got the presentation. Did everybody else get it? I didn't see it, but if next time, can you just make sure we get it? So can you go back? I was starting, not the slide before this, I was starting to look at it and then it switched.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, and so the question I had on the 12 months of rental assistance, I'm reading in the description, it says assistance is available for up to 18 months. However, to remain consistent with funding sources, staff requests that the assistance is provided for 12 months only. So I'm wondering, 12 months just seems like a very long time, but maybe not so long if you don't have a lot of money to pay. So I understand maybe paying the arrears and getting them up to date, but my question would be, how far in advance are we paying, or how far out are we paying? Because my intent would be to give them sort of the hand up and not the hand out, so not just maintaining them for 18 months, because we want to ensure that at some point they're self-sustaining, and but that just seems like a really long time. So
correct. So there are different scenarios that we could propose underneath this program that would still be up to 12 months of assistance. I would recommend with ERA 1 because we are already moving through that process to keep it as is. With ERA 2, some categories, for instance, if the household needs stabilization services, I would recommend up to 12 months because those households tend to have a much larger financial crisis that they're currently experiencing. They might have rental arrears to pay for a previous landlord, and then maybe they still have to move into a new unit, and then they could still not be housed because they were still in that crisis. So from a staff perspective, I would say for those households, I would think that they would need to receive up to 12 months depending on the scenario. But there are different ways that we could provide assistance, those households that are receiving 10 months of rental arrears, they would probably still need a few months of rent in order to stabilize. So you could make a rule with the up to 12 months still being eligible, that households that receive like 6 months of rental arrears or less only receive up to 9 months of rent moving forward. But those that receive more of 6 months, like your 7 months, could receive 3 more months. So they would get 7 months of rental arrears, and the month 8, 9, and 10 would be in rent moving forward. So that gives them a cushion to get stabilized after they've been behind in their rent, if that makes sense. But all of those could fall under that up to 12 months rule for adoption of the program. But there are definitely a lot of combinations that we could implement internally if that was the direction that we wanted to go.
Okay, and then my second concern was if it is people, so we gave COVID assistance at the beginning, and we had that rental mortgage, and then E1, E2, you know, we're going through. So, and my understanding is a lot of these have consistently used each, correct?
Some, yes. I don't have an exact number, but you are correct. Some households have received assistance from all of the programs.
So how long are we offering assistance to a family to, I mean, at some point, you know, after 3 years or whatever it is, I mean, at some point they have to maintain, or we need to figure out another program.
Correct. So in this case, we can't look at it as 3 of the same programs. For this program, it would still be up to the maximum amount that we set, because it doesn't take into consideration what they received from COVID rental last year, unfortunately. So we have to look at it as just for this assistance because it's a new program, and that's, if they qualify, they would be eligible.
And is that guideline set by us or set by? It's set by us, right?
Yes, I think that the intent, you know, of the intent of the program is to make sure that these households, if they are behind and they are facing a hardship, that they're eligible, and not to create more barriers so they can't access the program. That's how the rules are written from the federal guidelines.
Sure. I just have concerns with dumping, you know, large amounts into one family as opposed to dumping, you know, several amounts into numerous families and having that ripple effect.
I understand.
All right, I'll listen to council comments on that.
Barbara.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess one of my questions is there case management or any support? Because I feel like Councilwoman Post, like, okay, if you've had to take advantage of each program, I know there's still issues with employment, even though they say there's thousands of jobs out there. People are still having a hard time getting employed for whatever that reason is. But what resources are we using to try to connect people, you know, so they don't have to rely on that, number one. But number two, how difficult is it for us to determine what percentage of applicants have utilized the other programs? Because to me, that would also be an indicator of there's some other need for support, right? And if we don't have it, you know, are we aligning them with whatever other help there is, whether it's Career Source or whatever it is that can get them employed, or if it's childcare or if it's illness, whatever that is, how do we help make that broader connection? Because when these funds dry up, they're in the same place that they were before any of this started. And, you know, it's thousands of dollars that we've invested, right?
So ERA is a little bit different than our previous COVID rental and mortgage program in the fact that the last time we just provided assistance and that was it. With this program, because they are receiving assistance for some households up to 12 months, some of them we don't see as much because they were far behind in rental arrears, so we don't have a relationship with them as long moving forward. But they do have an assigned caseworker. Every household, we are connecting with on the phone or email a minimum of every 3 months. I will say majority of them, it is on a monthly basis because we are working with them to make sure they're going to reach out to us because they need assistance with their utilities. And so that is a way that we have a contact with them on a monthly basis. Now, our caseworkers are working with them and providing referrals to other services as needed. However, that information is only as good as what's disclosed to us. But we are working with them and making those contacts and trying to refer them to other sources that they can take.
Okay. So I'm also told that a lot of landlords have shifted from a lease to a month to month, so they're not tied in when it comes time for eviction or whatever, resources they have to, changes they have to make. But I'm also told in order to be in our program, you've got to have a lease.
That is correct. And we do have several participants that now have a month-to-month lease because, as you just described, they were at the end of their 12-month lease. The landlords are concerned about extending, so they are doing a month-to-month lease moving forward, and we are working with them. However, we can only pay 1 month at a time, so we are relying upon that tenant to reach back out to us, or I shouldn't reach back out to us, to respond to us so we can make sure that they receive rent for the following month. So they can still receive assistance. It's just we are making a contact on a monthly basis instead of every 3 months.
Okay. And my understanding, this is for rent as well as utility, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you know where I keep going and haven't gotten sufficient answer yet.
Okay.
So people who need support for rehab, roof, other, that doesn't come through these dollars, but what program is available for that?
So we do have our emergency repair program that we are accepting applications. That could be for a roof, septic tank, HVAC, electric work, and it is a grant. And so eligible households can apply for assistance through there for those small one type of repair. Now, if they need a lot of work on their house, they would have to go through homeowner rehab, which is a much longer process and a longer waiting list. But we are receiving applications for emergency repair, and we are able to get to those much quicker because it is an emergency nature.
So that's not a 2 or 3 year wait program like some of the programs that we've.
Correct. Not emergency repair, however, housing, homeowner rehab, that program is a much longer wait, at least 2 years. I don't have the exact time, but it's at least 2 years at this point. But if it's just one type of repair that's needed, then it could be under emergency repair. Now, if we go out to the house and they need multiple items completed, we won't be able to assist them under that program.
Okay. And is there a specific amount of dollars that is set aside for that type of repair?
For the individual or for the county as a whole?
For the county as a whole and for the individual.
So we do have, at this point, we have SHIP funding that is available for the program. And I want to say we're using CDBG funds also, sorry. And then as far as the individual, we are able to provide up to $20,000 depending on the repair.
Okay, thank you.
Danny Robbins.
Is there a way that, or there may already be a way, are we making sure that that money gets to the landlord themselves?
So,
how does that, can you just explain it to me real quick?
So at this time, our first preference is to make contact after the household is eligible. We contact the tenant and then make sure that they are set up in our system and that they're willing to accept payment. And so we will prioritize making payment to the landlord. However, we do have the option per the federal grant, if we are not able to make contact or the landlord's not willing to participate, to pay the participant directly. I will say at this point, we haven't had that occur, but I do anticipate it happening at some point, so.
So I just want to make sure, as we talked last time, there's a lot of landlords in tough shape as well.
Right.
And they're just having that same problem. And I mean, it's a mess all the way around. There is no right, I don't know what to say about it, but in the event that we do start running into that problem, do we have plans on tracking that? If that money, if we're giving folks that money and it's not making the landlord, do we keep giving them money because it's hurting a lot of other people here? And if our goal is to obviously get them off that system and they're abusing it, can we require, hey, if we're going to give you more money, can we also show us proof that you're applying for jobs as well to get out of this hole, as Ms. Post had alluded to? So is there other measures in place where we're thinking long-term to kind of curb this problem?
Right. As far as, at this time, I would not say we have a measure in place to track if a tenant was paid directly, what they use those funds for, if it does go to the landlord or not. The way the program is written from a federal perspective is we are supposed to give it directly to the tenant if the landlord won't participate. We don't have any measures in place. We can look into that and see if it's an option. I'm not sure if it is specific to these grant funds.
Would council be in agreement to maybe look into that, just an added protection for everybody, the landlord as well, to track that? And if the money doesn't make it there, is there a way that we can look at to just holding people more accountable? Why should we give them more money from other programs if they don't do what they're supposed to do with that one? I don't know if councils would be up to looking into something like that.
I certainly would be. And Barb, I see you, and Heather now. I think there's two issues that we need to strengthen. One, pardon me? One is, you have your hand up?
I did.
You're going to have to raise it louder. But I see it on here now. But let me just finish real quick that I don't know if you can do this because of the federal guidelines, but I think Barb had an excellent point that we want to help people and not just perpetuate it, but we want them to get off of assistance and get on with their lives. So I think it would be wise to get that information from do they need job training? Do they need other things? And Danny's exactly right. This problem cuts both ways. There's a lot of landlords that are suffering. They're in trouble. And I'm really not comfortable with making the payments direct to the tenants if the landlord doesn't want to be part of this program. Then I think that excludes that property. George, do you want to go first before Barb and Heather?
Yeah, it occurred to me when you were talking about that, and I need to talk to Donna and Carmen. We don't want to break any federal rules or anything, but we have to do a recertification every 3 months. So maybe as part of that process, that might be a good opportunity, at least to gather the information and find out if in fact they are paying it, and get some sort of if we're allowed, maybe we can demand that information, but if not, maybe we can get it just as part of interviewing them during that period, and then that gives us an idea of how big the problem is of money not getting to those landlords, and then we can go from there. But right now, I'm not so sure we really know. All we really know is we have a lot of landlords not getting paid. That may not be, though, through our program. That just may be as it is in general. So if we go through this process, that would be give us a database and then maybe come back at, well, what can we now do about it? I think that's a better way to work the problem.
In fact, Carmen said that, I think she said that we don't have a landlord right now that's not participating in it, so it's not been a huge problem of who's getting payment.
But I do think that there's stuff we don't know.
Right.
Because, again, they pay the people directly, so we don't really know, and I think that'd be good data to have. There's some other things that occurred to me we were talking about on the job part too while that's going on, but that's again for a little bit different day. But we definitely are gathering a lot of data off these programs that I think could be harnessed down the road to help people. And so especially when we get into, you've got that disconnect of a lot of jobs out there and nobody filling them. We happen to own a database now of a lot of people getting assistance, and maybe we can marry some of that to some of these either large employers or people that are, or some of these job assistant agencies that are out there. So we'll work on that part. And Don, I think you got something.
Just to date, we only have paid landlords. We have not paid any clients
very good.
directly,
Yeah.
as well as also for their utilities. Those payments do not go to them. We are paying the utilities after the fact. Once we receive their bill, as soon as they receive it, we make the payment. But to date, we have not made any direct payments. That's consistent across our programs.
Well, then therefore,
In terms
that's
of
good.
requirements for asking for that information, whether they give it to us or not, it'd be great if they could, and we'll encourage them to do so. We cannot turn them down for assistance. Whether or not they
but
respond.
the good news, you're paying the right people anyway, so.
Right, so we're paying the landlord no matter what, but if we recommend, hey, get with CareerSource, see if you can find a job opportunity that might work for you, and they don't do that, we do not have a method to not pay them future rent to their landlord, but still we don't have the option to not do that. But we can come back to you with some options for how we could make the program a little bit, put some flexibility in so that it's not just a hard set 12 months, but instead we look at the number of months before to get them caught up and have stair steps as to where we can go. We'll bring that back to you if you would like us to, so that we can maybe serve more people and not automatically serve them for 12 months.
Barbara?
So has this program already started, the ERA 2?
Yes, it has. So we accepted applications originally in March, and then a second time in July. Those applications that we received in July, they were in anticipation of receiving ERA 2 funds and also to help us expend our remaining ERA 1 funds. So from a administrative standpoint, we're looking at ERA 2, the ERA 2 applications. If they meet the criteria for ERA 1, we're moving them over to that program to help expend the remaining funds there. If they qualify only for ERA 2, we're helping them with ERA 2. But I do anticipate that at some point we will be able to accept more applications. I just don't have an exact number at this time because we're still getting averages and the normal amount of assistance for this program.
Okay. Because I think that's been one of the big challenges, and I think with the eviction moratorium and concerns, we open the door and close the door, and there's people sitting waiting that are, you know, at their wit's end and have no other option, and we're like, sorry, we've got money, but we don't know how much we're going to spend, and we can't open the door back open for you. So I think, I don't have an answer for what we could do different, but I wish there was something on an emergency basis that people could qualify to, you know, to open it, to open and gain access, because, you know, if you don't apply within this 24-hour period, the door closes, and I just can't imagine that's how this should be.
So you'll remember when we came with ERA 1 to you, we asked that if we could make these positions permanent temporary positions with benefits and so forth, thinking that that would allow us to recruit more staff and to keep more staff. We have not been as successful as we had hoped with that option. We had a full staff, we've lost, we've constantly rehiring. We're trying to add 15 more right now, which is, you know, you gave us authority under the manager's authority to be able to hire more as we saw fit, and we're, every week, they are doing, I mean, over the course of 2 days, I think they did 20 interviews, just trying to get more staff, and then of course we have to train them. So
Yeah.
they are working as fast and furiously as they can. They want to be able to give you those numbers, but until we get more staff on board, they have caseloads of a minimum of 80 per staff member. That's high.
But that's the first we're hearing that you're having trouble, you know.
The advertisement is constantly open, and we're
with
constantly
staffing,
looking for
so,
staff.
I mean, that's just good information to put out there, because again, I'm reading about posts of people applying for jobs and, you know, and looking for a way, so maybe we need to however we're posting our information, maybe we need to expand that or make it more public. So, but thank you for all you do. I know it's not easy, and I'm not pressuring you. I'm just saying whatever we can do, and now that we know you need more help, let's get the information out there and get the support needed. Thank you.
Heather Post.
Are the people we're hiring leaving, or what? So it's just a revolving door, I guess? Okay.
So some of our staff members that we had hired, they did take on other, they found other jobs that were permanent positions. Because even though it's a county position, it is still temporary.
Right.
So they're anticipating about a year of employment. And if they find a full-time position that isn't temporary, they are normally going to take it, so.
I still can't believe that out of all the people that are, you know, out of work or looking for work, that we can't find anyone to fill those positions. That's, yeah.
Well, we are, at this moment, we have 7 offers of conditional employment out. And so hopefully those employees, our future employees, will be able to get through, you know, everything, and they'll be able to start soon in the next couple weeks. So we're optimistic.
You mentioned that we're not allowed to turn people down when they put in? Well, that was said, and so I wanted to have that clarified.
That was me.
Yeah.
So that that referred to if someone's already been accepted in the program and we've paid rent for them for a 3-month period, and they have to recertify. We cannot at that point say
add new requirements.
If at the first time we met with them, we said, hey, you're looking for a job, get with CareerSource, go to this agency, and try to receive additional assistance. When we come to recertify them, if we ask them, hey, have you done that? And they say no, we can't say no, we cannot fund you further.
Gotcha. Okay, so
that's
mid-process. Right. So can we add more? Can we add requirements to this program at all?
The federal government won't allow us to do so. It cannot be contingent upon those things. Correct? Yeah, they want to eliminate barriers, not put further barriers up.
Well then, so I would ask, how about we do something on our end then to encourage them to partake in whatever programs if we can't require them to? So maybe can we look at doing, Ryan, do you remember the number? We did the number in our agenda meeting for how many people that it would the 11 million would cover if you're looking at 12. I think it was like 900 families or 900 people that it would cover if you were giving 12,000, so 1,000 a month.
So we put 1,200 in there. There's always a certain amount that just absolutely don't qualify. They did not meet the criteria, but they applied anyway. But as soon as we figure out what that is, however, some of you all have suggested that we have some flexibility and not automatically go to 12 months. So if that's the case, that's gonna, while that may save us some money to be able to help other people, telling you right now or even in the very near future how many that might get us to, that's going to be a variable. We'll know that as we go through the applications and say, oh, you're 6 months in arrears, okay, you fall into this amount of assistance. You're 11 months in arrears, you fall into this amount of assistance.
Would council be up to just providing 6 months worth of assistance, not providing, you know, the empty basket to whoever comes in, and just saying, look, we have 6 months worth of assistance to provide, and because we're talking about if you're behind in your current rent, giving future rent, and then if you had previous landlord that you were behind in and it's messing up your credit, and I'm worried about in the moment helping as many as possible, as I know you are, of course, but in just trying to figure out the best way to spend the 11 million.
Sure. So we've got 3 options, 3 levels that we'd like to propose. And if you want to hear it now, that's fine. We were planning to bring it back in an informal agenda item. So the first would be up to 12 months of assistance for households that need to receive housing stability services. So otherwise, if they can't stay where they are, because the landlord said enough is enough, I don't feel comfortable. So it takes a lot more money, and they're going to need more time. So we're going to pay their arrears just so they maybe have a better credit standing, and then help them get into a new apartment. So for those that need housing stability, we're saying up to 12 months. Households that receive 6 or less months of rental arrears would be eligible for up to 9 months of assistance. So if you need 6 months in arrears, you'd only get 3 months after that 6 months to get back on your feet. Then households that receive 7 months or more of rental arrears are eligible for up to 3 months of rental assistance, not to exceed a total of 12 months of assistance with rental arrears and rental.
Yeah.
So we can bring that back to you at the next meeting, and you can think about it. If you have questions, if you have other suggestions, we're happy to try and address those.
I think my final suggestion and my ask actually of council would be to make it no more than 6 months and see, let's see right now in this moment of COVID and everything else when people need various things, let's see how many families we can help right now to get going rather than, I really want to give them a leg up, and I know we have a lot of people in the county that need a lot of money, but I can't see sustaining people for 12 months, 18 months, I was a single mom for a long time and didn't have any assistance, and would have been very grateful for any of that for sure, but I also would have been very surprised if someone came to me and said, I'm going to cover your stuff for 18 months. Like, to me, that seems a little much.
Billy has a question for you, Heather.
Yes.
Yeah, so Heather, are you saying 6 months total, like 3 months in prayer and 3 months going forward?
Yes.
Okay, I agree.
And Danny, you're next, but I want to ask you too. You had something that you wanted to add to this.
No, that's fine, Chair. Appreciate it.
Go ahead.
Heather, I'm on the same page with you. We got to do something there. But what we're also hearing, though, is a lot for the renters. Can we think about enacting or looking at a local program that we enact with possibly some of that ARPA money? There is a portion if the renters refuse and fail or don't fill out that application. Did I miss that? Do we have something?
That was a motion, by the way. I just want to make sure
sorry.
everybody. No, I'm not. I just want to make sure everybody knows that was a motion. So go ahead.
Do we have a program that fits the landowner if they do run into that?
So the landlord can submit an application, but they do have to have information from their tenant in order to move that application forward. I believe we're up to over 60 applications from landlords, none of which have been completed to date.
What are you seeing that they're missing the most, or why they're not being
The
completed?
information from the tenant. The tenant does not wish to participate in the program.
You mean the landlord?
No, the tenant.
Oh, the tenant
So
doesn't want to participate?
the landlords have an opportunity to call our office. Over 60 have called our office and have started an application process. The tenant is not providing them the information to complete the application.
So what can we do to make sure that the landlord still doesn't get a raw deal here? Because
Nothing out of this program, unfortunately.
can we, and I'd be open to making a motion after we clear up Ms. Post's motion, to seriously look at something for these landlords, because a lot of them at this point, what I'm hearing, they don't even want to go through this process because it's not in their favor. So they're just saying, hey, we don't want the money, we just want these folks out so we can get going, which, that's something they have to deal with. But if there's something we can seriously look at, because this is a pretty one-sided deal, and I'll take the heat for saying that, but it is. But I think we just need to show the love to everybody, because everybody's not getting it.
I'm going to second your motion.
I was just going to ask if there was a second on that motion. And discussion, Barb?
Yeah, I received a couple questions. One is, does the landlord receive a 1099? The answer is yes. Yes, they do. The other question I received is, are we open to contracting with a housing entity that can help your team process?
Mr. Chair.
Like the
Suzanne.
community, one of the community housing entities, if we would be open to that.
If I could take an opportunity to try to answer that for Mrs. Gertman. We'll look into that, but our experience in contracting with programs earlier in COVID and in the past has been that they've not been as effective and efficient as we've been able to manage in-house. We're in a very tight labor market. I know I'm not sharing anything of news to any members on council, but if you've kept an eye on our jobs page in Volusia County, you've seen the positions for the rental assistance program consistently posted since the beginning of the program, ERA 1. And my hat's off to Carmen and the whole team there. They've been constantly interviewing and filling those positions. While I'm not adverse to looking at a third party to assist, our experience is that's been both expensive and not as efficient, and with audits coming from the federal government on these programs, we made a very purposeful decision to try to manage these programs in-house. I think they're being managed as effectively as we can, and we'll be flexible to the motion on the table or any other changes that the council wishes to make to it.
I would be open to you guys reaching out to this, it's Mid-Florida Housing that does work in the community, and they said they've done some similar work before. So I'll leave that where it is. But as far as limiting to 6 months, I'd like to hear the recommendations from staff, and since they're the ones looking and working with the public, if 6 months is a good number. I just think we're 18 months now into a pandemic, and if you're not employed, if you've been ill, if all these things have added up for you and you're 6 months behind, right? 3 months isn't going to catch you up, and another 90 days isn't likely to get you out of your situation. So for me, I'd rather it to be, if the person meets the established criteria, we still have up to that 12 months for extenuating circumstances or however it would be established. But I don't want to limit to 6 months under these current circumstances. This is an extraordinary time, and I think it's an extraordinary circumstance. That's just me.
Heather Post.
So certainly, community assistance has access to a lot of various programs and tons of nonprofits in the community, and we have Career Source. We have, so we can help with employment, we can help with utilities, we can help with all these various things, and so that's outside of rent, and so I still think just limiting it to the 6 months is not, taking away any of that outside assistance, right? So still giving them way more than they had, right? 6 months, that's a hell of a lot of money, right? For rent. So we're still tremendously assisting a lot of people in the community with these funds, but starting to work to gear them out, and your division is very busy, and it continues to be busy, and it's hopefully it'll slow down after COVID, but that's part of actually helping your division as well. If you start to sort of farm them out to these various agencies or different ways of getting them out of the system, food, whatever it is, just giving a family food for the month. That saves them a lot of money for sure. So which then they can apply to rent, right? So I wouldn't look at it as we're cutting off assistance by doing the 6 months. I think 6 months is very generous. And again, most of these, I think we heard before that a lot of these people, if not most, have applied for and gotten assistance from us in the past. So at some point, we have to think about that.
Carmen, are you seeing now, my guess is that when people come to you, they're in arrears somewhere. How long?
Yes, most of the households are in arrears by the time they come to us. Some are only a month behind. We've had a few households up to 11 months behind. So, and then it varies in between. So.
Okay, don't go away. Billy Wheeler.
So is that so you're saying those that have been 11 months, this is the first time they've come?
To us, yes. So they could have gone to another entity, but to us, yes.
Or our door was closed. It wasn't open. Remember, they closed the door in 24 hours if they got a certain amount of applications. So it may not even be that they could have been accessed within that 11 months. So,
how many applications do we have right now?
So at this time, we have received, for when we opened in March, we received almost 1,400. When we opened in July, we received right over 1,300.
So of those 2,700 there, what's the average? What would you say would be the average of arrears that they're in?
So our average arrears right now for rental is 3 months.
So I see where Heather's going with this, and I concur that we could spread right now. How many do we have outstanding? Is this 1,300 or 1,400? Is that what because we're short of help, or what's the situation?
So outstanding, we are still processing.
So on ERA 1, they have all been touched.
Okay.
And so those averages that she was just sharing are for ERA 1.
Okay.
We are starting to actually go through the process of the initial review for ERA 2. And currently, of the 1,340, we've got 944 that we're still looking at.
Okay.
366 of those are in the eligibility determination phase. If when they're originally looked at, they meet the criteria for ERA 1, they're moved over. And if you all are going to make significant changes to the program, we will have to say this is ERA 1 and this is ERA 2, because these are going to be so significantly different that we have to do that.
Yeah. And you really can't say how long it's going to take for one to go through, because if they don't comply with all the information,
right,
that will hold them up.
Right. A lot of them stay in a pending status because, and we go back and touch them, before they're even gone into a, hey, we're not going to help you pile, they're touched a minimum of 6 times. And then we go back monthly and still see if they're interested. So we keep touching them and touching them, trying to see if we can assist them. Some of them have maybe gone and applied for the state assistance, or maybe they've gotten a job and they said, okay, we're fine, because we were only 1 or 2 months behind and we've caught ourselves up. But for the most part, we keep trying to touch them. So we're in the initial stages on ERA 2. If they meet ERA 1, we're sliding them over because we still do have funds to expend there. But ERA 2, if you're going to make significant changes, totally fine. We will just have to make sure we've communicated that to the public and to the applicants that have already applied.
So Barbara, see you there, in the current program, 12 months, that's the same as what we're talking about, arrears and future rent. Okay.
Right. It's a total of 12.
Heather, I really like the idea of 3 and 3, but I'm trying to look at it from the perspective of the landlord too, and I'm thinking of those landlords that are out there with 6, 8, 9, 12 months in arrears. Barbara.
I guess my concern still is it would be different if you can apply anytime and gain access. You can't, right? The window is open for a 48-hour period. You get 1,300 applications and door is closed. So it could be 6 months before we open again. what happens to that person in that 6 months? So, am I misunderstanding where we are?
Not misunderstanding our program, but just know that the state's process, once they open, which is after our ERA 1, but before our ERA 2, is ongoing. And anybody that calls now, we automatically refer them to the state process, and we also talk to the administrators for them. Email back and forth, but to get their list of who they've served, and we give them ours as well, so that there's not a duplication of benefit whenever we can. So we are automatically referring them to the state that has very similar rules to ours, because it's still under the guidelines of what HUD has put in place.
Yeah.
Well, it's not HUD, but the federal government.
Right. So that also says to me, why are we limiting our program then? If the Fed gave you 12 months to work with it, and there's another source that we referred them to that's also 12 months, what's the point in changing? There's another source for, I don't know.
Didn't it used to be 18? It was 18, right? Where was I seeing 18? On, right here. 18.
18 is the maximum the federal government has. We've never implemented it. You all instructed us in the beginning to limit it to 12 months.
So that's
when we brought ERA.
Right,
1.
that's my point in the response, is the federal government is providing 18, but to me 18, oof, too much. Right? Yeah.
Okay. I'm done.
So may I call the vote?
I am. I don't see any other questions. So the vote is to limit the program to 6 months, however that works out as far as arrears and future rents.
Period. So really, to clarify the motion, I want to ensure that we understand it's 6 months in totality. So whether that's 5 months in arrears in 1 month, or 1 month in 5, or whatever it is.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. I think there's 2 of us that are opposed, but motion carries 4-2. Okay, that was a side trail. We still haven't dealt with your the main item. What else do you need from us? Because we just changed the program. Well, no, we didn't.
Did actually.
Yeah.
We're going to have to come back to you. We need to do some research about the housing stability services, the top bullet that's up here, and how that would be impacted by your policy to do no more than 6 months. So we'll come back to you with that, because we really need to research it. I'm not sure how that plays into this, because if they need it, I believe that we are required to provide it. Yeah. Anyway.
Suzanne, well.
Oh, go ahead. I definitely have a question.
Suzanne.
Go ahead.
Well, I also think, however, that the council has a budget resolution before them to expend the monies, and so I think that motion would still be appropriate for this afternoon. That was the motion on your agenda item.
Heather?
Sure. But I'm looking, one of the requests that was made to council was approval to limit the term of assistance to 12 months. So we're taking the 18 months that was federal guideline and eliminating it to 12. So I'm not sure.
So your motion would be has already been delimited to 6.
Right, so I'm not sure of what are we going back and researching to see if we're able to even do that?
So no, the problem is you've made a commitment to, in this very bottom line, your motion was for a commitment of up to 6 months of rental assistance. And you said whether it was arrears or moving forward. Different than that is housing stability services. So I want to come back and be very clear and open about what that means and what that implication might be in the context of the 6 months.
Before
housing
we
stability
make a
means
decision?
If they leave, no, 6 months is 6 months, but I'm very uncomfortable with saying that can include the housing stability services for applicants. So we just really want to be clear on that. We're just going to do research. Housing stability is essentially like rapid rehousing.
Mm-hmm.
So there are additional costs associated with rapid rehousing that are different than providing just rental assistance for a total of 6 months. So we want to come back to you for that, so that you can.
Well, then I would, how about, I don't know whether I need to remove the motion and make a new one, or whatever you need to do, Mike, but we were going to provide $1,200, correct, per month, up to, was that the totality of the monies? How much, was there an amount out of, for each person that we're limited to?
It's based on fair market rent, so it varies depending on the unit size.
There wasn't a maximum amount that we're doing for rent?
There is, it's based, the maximum is fair market rent. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it varies depending on the unit size. A 3-bedroom would be different than a 2-bedroom, or a 1-bedroom would be a little bit higher, and I can get those numbers.
So, okay, but we don't have a maximum amount that we're providing for?
I want to say 1,500 would be the maximum.
Okay. That's based on 80% AMI, Carmen?
It's based on the fair market rent, so it depends, yes, it's set by the federal government.
So if the maximum that we are able to provide is $1,500 per month, then, Ryan, 1,500 times 6 is 9,000. So would it make it easier for you then if we simply said a maximum of 9,000 in assistance?
I would recommend that you would go by the number of months of assistance, because we also have to factor in utilities, and some households, their electric bill and water, it varies, and that's in addition to their rent, and so a household could receive more than that maximum a month.
I'm not sure where we're going, Council, but we made the recommendation of 6.
Right, and Barb, I see you there. And I'll let you talk before I do this, but we do need to approve the request to spend $13,219,301. However, we end up spending it here. But before I ask for a motion in a second, Barb, you've been waiting for a long time.
I just wanted to ask, I guess it came back to me that the ERA $2 opened up in July, so you opened up with people under the understanding that they had 12 months, and now 2 months later you're telling them that there's 6 months. How do you do that? How do you do?
We can't change them. You got to do 2 programs.
So when we opened up, we did say up to 12 months of assistance.
So how do you change? So how do you change this in midstream and tell them it's 6 months?
We would just have to notify them, because we did advertise up to 12 months, which doesn't guarantee 12 months, but.
That was my question to staff in the agenda meeting, and so what we proposed to the public was up to 12 months. So not everybody should expect, and that was again my question: is everybody expecting then 12 months? But not everybody is getting that. Some are getting 2, some are getting 3. The average is 3. We just heard. It's really our guidelines as to what we're providing, correct? We
will provide the assistance if they continue to be eligible, and work with our caseworkers to provide that documentation every 3 months to determine eligibility. So you are correct, not everybody receives the full 12 months, because maybe they.
But it was based on their eligibility, not us limiting.
Correct.
The amount of months. That's what I'm saying is the difference.
Okay, well, we had a motion, a second, and
Yeah,
we're not going to address that, and we're moving on and letting staff just come back at some other time about it, then okay, but
yeah,
not appropriate?
Let's deal with, I'll ask that, and we'll now nail down a time for it to come back, but let's deal with the motion, which is just we know we're going to spend the money. We don't know exactly for how long for each person. So the motion on the floor is to approve the expenditure of $13,219,301.
Second, Gertman.
Motion by Wheeler, second by Gertman. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, staff, they're going to bring back to you the request, the majority request of the council to limit it to 6 months. You need to come back and tell us if it's possible, how you're going to do it to the people that think it's up to 12 months, and how much time do you need? When can you bring it back?
We can endeavor to bring it back in 2 weeks because we have the 1,350 roughly applicants who submitted in July. We've not cut checks to anyone under ERA 2 because you are just today adopting the budget resolution for those dollars. We'll continue to review the applications, and if they qualify on ERA 1, they will move into that program. But I think with your vote today, we could process applications in the next 2 weeks for up to 6 months worth of rental assistance. Donna and Carmen both alluded to coming back with some clarification. So on housing stability services, just to be clear, that's like rental deposit and moving expenses, which may not, as I'm hearing it, is not captured within the 6 months, but we want to come back and talk with you about what those expenses might be so the council is aware and is approving of what those criteria are. And I'm seeing a question from across the dais, so I'll pause.
Well, that was my motion, was to ensure that that was included in, so that it was, that's what I'm looking for at, is the amount of money we're putting out in. So it's in totality. That's what I said before, in totality. So if we're looking at, I don't know, whatever council wants to do, that's fine. I made a motion earlier, we moved on to 12 other things, that's fine.
Well, the motion is to not expend ERA 2 for more than 6 months worth of eligible rent, and we'll keep to that. I think we have some homework to do on housing stability, and the federal program will report back to you in 2 weeks whether there's any implications with respect to those components, and we'll continue to process the applications as rapidly as we possibly can.
So that'll come back September 21st.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Somebody said at lunchtime the rest of the afternoon was going to be easy. Item 19, publicly owned and operated emergency medical transportation. This is revenue. This shall be easy. Ryan.
Good afternoon, council members, chair. Ryan Osowski, Chief Financial Officer. Before you is the PEMT program. This program has been in front of council for this particular part of it for the managed care organizations. This will be the third time. In January 2020 was the first time the council discussed participating in this program. Last year in September was the second time, and this September 2021 that we're here today is the third year. For the first year of the program, we have received the funding that is promised by this program already. We received it last year in October. This year, we just, for the second year of the program, submitted our contribution to the state for this program, and we are awaiting the reimbursement. And we expect to receive that in October. This year is for the third year of the program, which we would anticipate paying the state for the match part of it in next summer. But let me back up to just an overview of what this program is. This program recognizes the fact that Medicaid rates for ambulance transport are very low, haven't changed in over 20 years, and that we are a local government and we can sit in the shoes of the state when it comes to Medicaid match. In order to do that, what we have to do is contribute to the state side of Medicaid costs, and then the state will use our contribution aggregated with all the other rest of the local governments that participate in this program to draw down the federal side of Medicaid. In turn, all of those pooled funds are then paid to managed care organizations, and by contract, each one of those managed care organizations flows those funds back to the ambulance providers that originally participated.
So basically, we have to put up the state side of the match for Medicaid so that we can get not only our money back, but also the federal side. So in this program here, we would, in this agreement here is with the State Agency for Healthcare Administration, or ACA. We contribute an estimated $1.17 million to the state so that they can draw down $1.8 million of federal Medicaid, that and then in turn we will receive $3 million, both our 1.17 and the 1.83. So basically what this program is stand in the shoes of the state, put up the local match so that we can get a net revenue of $1.83 million for our EMS. With the original implementation of this program, there were some worries about us having to send money to the state. Would we ever get it back? The first year's program has already been completed. We did receive all the money that we were promised. The second year of the program, I expect no different. We will get those monies back in October before we ever have to submit this year's dollars. And if we ever had any trouble getting year two's money back, you better bet that I would not be paying year three's money without coming to council and informing it. So there was a little bit of discussion back when we first implemented this, but it has worked as intended and created, with this year's program, $1.83 million of new revenue for our EMS program. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Billy Wheeler.
Yeah, this was brilliant. I can remember when you brought this to me, and I understand it as much today as I did then. However, one thing I do, I really know that you're not going to gamble with county's money. That I can assure you. So this actually, we had to make sure other people paid in also.
Yeah.
And we've had real success with that. So this was brilliant. This was just brilliant. Thank you for bringing this forward to us. And thanks, council, for us trusting in him. And this has been a good deal. How long can we do this?
Each year, the state has to appropriate in their budget. This is a program that's been in the works for many years. The managed care part of it's only been in existence for 3 years, and each year the state has to budget in one of their trust funds to actually receive our contributions. Our contributions are a revenue to them. Then they also receive, they budget in their Medicaid fund to receive the federal share, and then they budget to spend it. So this program is limited to the amount that the state decides to put in their budget. Each year the amount has gone up based off of the amount of qualifying Medicaid costs that all the agencies that are participating have. At this point, we anticipate that this program will continue. I anticipate that this program will continue to go up, but there's no guarantees. It requires the state to put it in their budget to make sure that those pass-through dollars are budgeted at a high enough amount. And I think the state is taking an incremental approach to make sure they don't run into any troubles with the federal Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. So I anticipate this continuing in perpetuity would be the answer to your question.
Thank you.
Ryan, have you ever gambled with your own money? Ben Johnson, you had a question?
I don't have a question.
You don't have to answer that, but I bet George looked into it before he
I wouldn't want to play blackjack against him, I can tell you that.
Like an accountant would. I need the $5 blackjack table, and then it's got to be like...
Have you ever been to Las Vegas?
I have.
Yeah.
I have. Oh. When you look at odds in Vegas games, blackjack is like the closest to 50-50, so it's as close to gambling, but still somewhat of a sure return.
Did this come out in the interview?
That is not what we're doing. It's all just conversations about what I like to do.
Sorry, but back to serious things. Ben Johnson.
I want to commend you last year when you came to us with this. It's kind of a deal. You looked at us and said, I truly believe this will work. We took you for your word at it, so we couldn't fire you last year. But we appreciate it. Really good job. Did you make a motion, Billy? I second it if nobody did. But good job as always, Ryan. Thank you.
Okay, your motion was to approve by Wheeler, second by Johnson. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 5-0 with one away from the dais. Thank you, Ryan. And now item 20, Kevin Captain has a short community events update for us.
Yes, sir, I do. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Where is there a $5 blackjack table? I think they start at 10, right? Community events. I just want to give you an update on the Affordable Housing Initiative. We are continuing to work with Community Services on the reschedule of the actual summit. But meanwhile, they have 2 webinars coming up, one on September 10th and one on October 1st. And so we're looking forward to the execution of those meetings. Also, Adam Leith and his team with Animal Services, they're going to have another free microchipping event on Saturday, September 18th. So excited for that. Also at DeBerry Hall events, there's several new events that are scheduled for the month of September. Plant pruning, line dances, story time, and even a palm tree class, which I might go to. Public meetings, just want to give you a little navigation of how to get there to look at the county meetings. And pretty soon we'll be announcing the 5-year road program listening sessions that Public Works will be scheduling. We are working with Ben Bartlett and his team and coordinating those. So that those will be coming up very shortly. And I do want to mention the 4 social media campaigns that we have on the County of Volusia Facebook page and the Emergency Management Facebook page. They're continuing through the end of the month of September. And I'm happy to say that when it comes to reach and impressions, we're up to some of the impressions over 500,000. So really making an impact, and we're very happy about those. Also for coronavirus, we are working with DOH Volusia, our city partners, and all of our public information network as well in the coordination of messaging for COVID, all sorts of initiatives. We did also support the news release that DOH Volusia put out, and testing sites, just to reiterate, and Mr. Johnson will kind of expound on this, but Curative has a site in Daytona Beach at the Midtown Cultural and Education Center. That started on the 3rd, and we have another site beginning tomorrow morning at Dewey O. Boster Park in Deltona. That's also a cooperative county event as well. So definitely keeping our efforts on that, and we did have a video with Dr. Crossman, Dr. Smith, and Dr. Fulcher, and basically how we're communicating and how we're dealing with the surge, and so that'll be coming out in the coming weeks. It was a very, very good interview with very good information. Any questions before Mr. Ethan Johnson comes up?
Barbara Gertman?
I failed to forward to you, and I will. This Saturday is the ribbon cutting for the Dr. Joyce M. Cusack Resource Center at 11 a.m. Following that will be the Spring Hill Turn Festival, the annual festival. So I'll get you and Pat that information, and I apologize for not getting it to you earlier.
And we'll be happy to assist in pushing that out.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. All right, Mr. Johnson.
Good afternoon. I like to, when I can, start with some positive COVID information. So don't get to do that too often, or haven't. But this graph here depicts some good news. Although the end of July, beginning of August marked an all-time peak in COVID-19 cases, we've been experiencing a decline in cases and case positivity in recent weeks. And as of yesterday, the 14-day positivity rate was down to 15.47%. This is good news, but an important item to note is that although our cases are declining and the positivity rate is declining, our community transmission rate is still pretty high. It's around, I believe it was 396.9 per 100,000 population, which, to give you some reference there, high is considered 100 cases per 100,000, so we're almost 4 times that threshold still. So although that has declined, because back in mid-July we were around 600. So those are both indicators that we're going in the correct direction. Another silver lining, let's see, when we look at our vaccination rates. So during this surge, we did experience an increase in our residents being vaccinated. Prior to the beginning of June, we were hovering around 50% for several weeks. But since the beginning of June up through August and presently, we've been increasing the percent of our residents who are vaccinated. So right now we're at 63%. And then when we're looking at residents who are 12 to 19, it's around 40%. And residents who are 65 and plus, we're at 85.6%. An area where we've started to see some improvement, and of course we hope to see more, is in hospitalizations and ED visits. This graph right here is just depicting emergency department and urgent care visits. This includes freestanding emergency departments as well. The graph depicts Volusia County residents who have visited emergency departments or urgent care facilities with complaints or diagnoses related to COVID-19. And of course, in August, you see this this spike here because it occurred directly after that surge and the peak we had at the end of July. And typically, if you're diagnosed with COVID, it'll take a little bit before you actually present with symptoms, especially symptoms worse enough for you to present to the ED or, of course, be hospitalized. So that data will lag a little bit. This is hospitalization data that's publicly shared by CDC. There were, let's see here. The hospitalization is this data is publicly shared by CDC. There were 242 admissions in the 7-day period listed here above, August 28th to September 3rd. That marks approximately a 26% decrease in hospital admissions from the previous 7-day period. So again, that's a positive indicator moving in the right direction. Let's see. The second, there's approximately I'm sorry, losing my point. 25.66% beds used for COVID were used for COVID during this same 7-day period, and 58.63 ICU beds were used for COVID during this same 7-day period. This marks a 4.5% decrease in beds used and a 1.83% decrease in ICU beds used when compared to the previous 7-day period. So again, moving in the right direction here. In terms of DOH Volusia, in the beginning of last month, we expanded our testing hours at the Holzenbach location to include all 5 days of the week. And then the following week, we started offering testing at the Orange City location 4 days of the week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. We weren't able to do that prior to then because of some staffing constraints, which we're still working on, specifically with recruiting and retaining nurses. But we have been able to meet the demand with testing. Once the press release that went out about a week and a half ago, maybe 2 weeks, we did see an increase in the utilization of testing, but we still are scheduling appointments either the same day or next day with testing. And now with the curative site opening up in Daytona Beach and the additional site opening up in Deltona, we think that we'll probably see a decrease in the utilization of the testing that we have at either Holzenbach or Orange City, since they're geographically speaking in similar areas. If we do observe that decrease, we have spoken with county leadership and EM about the possibility of maybe reallocating some of our resources to the southeastern portion of the county, possibly our New Smyrna site. The only issue with that being, logistically speaking, is just the size. There's a very small parking lot, so that's something that we could talk to county leadership about if that's the trend that we see in the utilization of testing. Other than that, the last point that I'd make is that we have been offering the third dose of mRNA vaccines for immunocompromised individuals. If someone has had their second dose within 28 days or more and they had either Pfizer or the Moderna vaccine, then they can call and schedule an appointment for a vaccine, and we'll provide it to them, or they can walk in as well. And that is all I have for you if you all have any questions.
Barb Gertman.
I know you're surprised. When do you anticipate that opening up for the booster shot?
We've been providing the booster, I believe, for about a month now. And
We did.
That only immunocompromised.
Oh, okay. So the third dose, from what I've seen recently, they're saying this fall. So the third dose for everyone who received the first two would come sooner than the second dose of Johnson & Johnson. So what we'll see first is a third dose for Moderna and Pfizer, and then following that, we are expecting to see a second dose for Johnson & Johnson. Of course, that's because Johnson & Johnson was offered in the United States slightly after the first two, so they're still completing some of those studies before we see that.
And do you have any involvement with the Ormond Beach location that's doing the treatment for those that are in early stages of COVID?
We don't have any direct involvement with them. We do receive an update in terms of the utilization, and we can provide that to you all if you're interested. It does seem at this point that it's about, I know the week of August 23rd to the 29th, there were 1,198 individuals that utilized the service there. So we're keeping track of that.
And did we get any information on outcomes from that? Is there any way to determine the success of that?
Most of the information I've seen so far has been anecdotal, but they're individual stories. People explaining how the treatment worked and the impact on them. It seems to be positive.
Good.
What we've seen, anecdotally speaking.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Billy Wheeler?
Yes. Hi, Ethan. How are you?
Good.
Thanks for the report. On the third shot, you're talking about the booster.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So let me ask you this, and hopefully you can answer me this. If someone has had the third shot and they've been directly exposed, should they still go get that monoclonal antibody up in Ormond? Because they're saying if you're exposed, you've been exposed, should they still get it even if they've had the booster?
So it depends, and that does get a little tricky there. People, depending on where you read, people will tell you different things. However, it's preferable for you to be a confirmed positive before you go and seek treatment, not just because you're a contact. And if you're vaccinated and you're asymptomatic, you wouldn't even be considered a contact.
Well, okay. I will tell you, the reports that I've been getting out of there have been fantastic. The service has been great, and the people who I've recommended to go there that have been exposed or tested positive have had a very good outcome. They're doing very, very well. But I will tell you, one person went in on Saturday and got her shot because she tested positive, but they went ahead and gave her husband the treatment also. He was negative, but because he was with her, they went ahead and gave it. He had no symptoms.
Yes, and they will do that. And I know the governor has also pushed that in certain long-term care facilities and certain group living facility settings as a prophylactic.
So I've really been hearing a lot of people that have gone to that have really been very grateful that they got that. So I just did want to hit that positive.
Tony Robbins.
Did we have any update on the death or mortality rate, sir?
At this time, I can say that there were, we've had 1,080 COVID-19 deaths reported in Volusia County, but that is since the beginning of the pandemic. There have been 68,477 COVID-19 cases.
Yeah, I just haven't been seeing them on the update there. So how are our hospitals? Are they still in black or are they still red?
I think it's red last time I checked.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Barbara Gartman?
So the last time I had seen when they were reporting the number of deaths for Volusia, we were approximately 30% of those who were hospitalized expired. So has anybody looked at where we are? Because I saw the report that like 600, we're like 200 more this year than 2020. So I know that we're improving, but we're still at what, 15, 18%, whereas we need to be under 5%.
Right. Well, I mean, if you look at the share of cases alone in 2020, so I just mentioned there were 68,477 cases. In 2020, there were 23,139 cases. But in 2021, which of course isn't finished yet, we've already had 45,338. So if you just look at the distribution alone, then we would expect to see significantly more hospitalization and death. In terms of death data, I know it's frustrating with the way that information has been being shared or lack thereof. I will say in terms of death data, the state does report that to CDC, and there is a query that does show that data and updates it. I don't know if it's daily, it's definitely weekly, and I can provide you all with that information, as well as I know that there are provisions within the local county health departments when local decision makers or elected officials are, for planning reasons or planning purposes, or trying to make decisions, need data that isn't publicly available, then we can also connect with our elected officials to provide that as well.
So still the message is, if you're sick, stay home. If you're out in the public, we ask you to mask, especially if you're in a public enclosed setting, right? And it's still back up, wash up. I mean, everything is still, basically the same message. And if you're going to be in an internal environment for a long time, right, you need to take those same precautions, because it's determined that it gets more out into the atmosphere in the air, and that's usually how it's transmitted more so than by touch, is my understanding. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's correct. The messaging is the same. I think and this was predicted with the curve we see now, we see it declining. We know that there have been many people who have been infected and they have antibodies. We know that there's been many people who have been vaccinated and they've protected. So we expect this spike and then we see this decline. But as I mentioned earlier, because we still have this high level of community transmission, what that really means is in our community, the virus is everywhere. We're all exposed to it when we go to the grocery store, when we go, anywhere. And many of us will be perfectly fine when we're exposed to it. So it's, not to say that, but at the same time, some people will not be. So it is important that we continue to practice that multi-layered mitigation strategies to protect ourselves and each other until we really get through it.
Thank you for that. I just have one thing that I wanted to add, because I had this concern for ourselves, and that is staff have been asked, if they're not feeling well, to stay home, and I think we have to apply the same to ourselves here on this dais. We have an opportunity to be virtual if we need to be, so I really ask my council members if we would consider that same consideration, going forward. Because I think the last thing we want to do is expose each other to a deadly illness that we know is impacting our community. So, Ethan, I thank you for your time.
Billy Wheeler?
Another question. Do you have any records on how many we've had on breakthrough cases, those who have been vaccinated?
I don't have that number in front of me right now.
It does seem like I'm hearing more that are having that. In fact, I've had three friends recently that were vaccinated at the same time I was in January that now have COVID. So along with Barbara's message, Barbara and I have been pretty consistent on our message. I really want to share that even though you're vaccinated, you can be a carrier with no symptoms. So you may think you're okay because you're vaccinated, but you could be carrying it to someone that could possibly take their life. So it's very important even if you're vaccinated, you could be a carrier. So just think about that when you're in close quarters with someone. Just think about the person next to you and their family. Thank you.
Danny Robbins.
I agree with you, Barb and Billy. Definitely need to take all that into consideration, be respectful of one another. Is it possible, I haven't seen the death numbers on the reports, the daily reports through Mr. Kaplan. Is it possible, Mr. County Manager, can we start having those again?
They're not provided to us.
Well, they're not.
Everything that we get, Kevin is providing it.
Okay.
So
is that something we can?
I'm not sure if they'll be daily, but I can check. It'll be at most weekly, but I can.
We have a lot of people emailing us and asking this stuff and calling, but they're not seeing the full perspective or the full transparency of things, because with the numbers you gave me, it's still 0.00195 death rate. So people need to know that so they can choose what's good for themselves, their family, their kids, to get a shot, to get a monocular treatment, whatever the case is. So that's all. But thank you.
She turned off. I just want to thank you for the report. This really isn't directed at you, or it's for all of us. I want to add one thing to Barbara's list of things that we can do. I think this would be a great time for us to have a Get Healthy Volusia campaign, because there are things that each of us should be doing personally to take control of our own health and building our immunity system, whether it's losing weight, in my case, eating less sugar and more green leafy vegetables that my wife puts in front of me, taking vitamins, getting outside, getting out from behind the devices and running, walking, swimming, playing ball, going to the beach, surfing, walking. We have a responsibility as well to try and increase our own immune system, because this isn't going away. This is probably with us forever, just like in flu seasons, and it's tough. So do everything and then some.
Chair, do you want to make that a program? You want a motion for that? We can something we can look at.
Do I have to participate? Do I have to run?
We're going to run you.
If I can swim, I'm good for. Yeah, I would love, but it's going to end up at Kevin's desk to.
I can make that. I'll make that motion.
I'd like to make the motion that, again, we take the same accountability that we expect our staff to, and that when we come into this environment, that we protect them as well. And if we are ill, we take the precaution and not come into the environment. And I don't believe that that's been taken seriously. That's why I'm saying it and why I'm repeating it. So I think if we're going to take accountability, that's where we need to take it.
Okay. Let's deal with the first motion on the floor made by Danny to have staff to begin to work on a Get Healthy Volusia. Was that
Just
it?
An informational campaign, Get Healthy.
Right.
It's ways to stay
That's all
healthy.
it is.
Yep.
Motion by Robbins, is there a second? Second by Wheeler, I see no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, any opposed? Motion, job security. And then, are you making that into formal motion?
That is a formal motion.
Okay,
There's a deadly illness in our community that we have not taken seriously on this dais, where people have come in feeling ill, knowing they're ill, and not masking and exposing staff potentially. And I'm saying staff have been asked to wear a mask, and if they're not feeling well, don't come in the room. Don't come to work. We've got to take that same accountability. There's nothing so serious that we have to sit here when we can sit virtually and still get the work done. So that's a motion.
okay, I think the motion is that if you don't feel well, don't come in to the county building. Is there a second? Seconded by Wheeler. I have a suspicion that you're speaking to me. And so I'm going to, what?
And Ben.
Oh, and Ben.
If the shoe
I'll
fit,
let.
I know what I had. I went to the doctor and
That's
found
right.
out it's bronchitis.
wherever the shoe fits.
Ben and I both knew what was wrong. I knew what was
I
wrong
was
with
tested
me.
3 times. But I've got a friend of a friend whose first cousin has it, so can I stay home tonight?
You can stay home every day, Ben. I feel good.
Yeah, at some point, we have to trust each other and not make judgments that any of us would purposely or even accidentally risk the health of anyone else. I was sick. I came in with pneumonia. I did not have COVID. And I was on the downside, I think. But you weren't going to catch pneumonia from me. And so if I was included in that, yeah, I didn't feel good, but I wasn't contagious. I was tested, and so I came in. And I think it's the same with Ben.
And I missed a meeting, but the night before I was in the hospital. I was checked out that night for COVID. Did not have COVID. Have not had COVID. I've had all 3 shots, and like I said, I just can't talk anymore.
Good.
I think it's a fair thing to say. So if it applies, if it doesn't apply, then it doesn't hurt anybody. But we're all on record that that's the expectation. If it hasn't happened, fabulous. If it has, now we're on record that if that happens again, we know how to handle it and what our expectations are of each other.
So did we vote on that motion? We had a motion, you seconded it. Barb, are you done? You're done. All in favor of being respectful of one another's health, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Item 21 is City of DeLand nomination for the Spring Hill Community Redevelopment Agency. They have nominated Helen Woolard, and we just need any council member can put that name forward as a
I'm putting her forward.
nominee.
Helen Woolard.
Nomination is made by Barb Gertman. What? Ben seconded. I thought Ben had a question. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And Helen Woodward. Item 22, District 4 and Chair nominations for the Historic Preservation Board. Mine was for the east side, and I would like to nominate Penelope Young Carrasquillo.
Okay.
Was that who you were going to do?
Yes.
Well, if
Hang
you
on. There's some. Well, there's another
we
one.
have another East Sider that I could do if you really want to take that one. Yeah. You know, Brian Wilson is from the East Side. He's the only other East. Well, yeah, he's your district.
Penny was from my district. She's the only one from my district as well. So.
Okay, take her, and I'll take Brian.
All right. Thank you.
Pardon me? Yeah, but he's East Side for me, so. You have that, Carissa? Brower for Wilson, Post for Penelope.
Just need a motion.
Motion and vote.
I move to appoint Penelope Young Carrasquillo. Yeah.
Is there a second? Second by Wheeler. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I nominated Brian Wilson. Is there a motion for that nomination?
I'll second your appointment, or
I know, I'm
approve your
chair,
appointment.
so I'm always worried. Is there a second for Brian Wilson? Second by Wheeler. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Who was the original person of that motion? You were?
For Brian, I was. I asked permission. Item 23, appointment to the Health Planning Council of Northeast Florida. Motion to approve Juanita May by Wheeler, second by Gertman. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Item 24, 4 appointments to the Human Services Advisory Board. Any council member?
These don't have to be in your district, right?
No, ma'am.
I'll nominate Peter Migner from District 1.
And I'll nominate Richard Forquer.
If you can't say it.
Don't do it.
You can have,
You don't have all these names on one slide, do you?
and you can have one motion appoint the slate.
The next two people are Steve Groner, he's District 2, East Side, Incorporated, Daytona Beach, and Phyllis Terry Malia, District 4, East Side, Incorporated, Daytona Beach, and she's an incumbent.
Okay, let me back up a little bit. Billy, you did Peter?
I did Peter Migner.
You did Peter. Barb.
Move to keep Phyllis Malia on.
Okay, my count is that's 3. We need one more. Steve Groner by Ben Johnson.
So I'll go ahead and repeat. Ms. Gertman nominated Peter Miner. Wheeler nominated Richard Forquer. Mr. Johnson nominated Steve Groner. And Ms. Post reappointed Phyllis Terry Malia. There's a motion for the slate of everyone.
Is there a second?
Second.
Heather, your name's up here.
Second.
Okay. The slate is seconded by Wheeler. Motions by 4 council members. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
I just want to clarify that to approve the slate, I'm thinking it's Ms. Post seconded by Ms. Wheeler. I can't show 4 council members making a motion. Has to be one.
Okay, Barb did one. Heather did do one.
Well,
Johnson,
it would be
Wheeler.
to approve the slate of everybody.
So I move to approve and.
The
But
slate.
you need another second.
No, Billy was the second. I think we're just.
Right.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure. I didn't know who the first was because
Okay.
all 4 can't.
Okay.
Here we go. Okay.
Gosh, everybody left. All right, item 25 will be at 6 p.m. It is a public hearing, a public participation, so everybody is welcome back, and we will take that up at 6 p.m. And that brings us to county manager's report. Anything you'd like to say?
Nothing today.
I'd like to note that I have no public participation forms for the afternoon either.
Really? You don't have COVID, do you? Okay, Michael Dyer?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ms. Slack is here. Just wanted to provide you a brief update on redistricting.
Oh, good.
Uh-oh.
Dates, I hope.
Sort of dates. Good afternoon, Sabrina Slack, Assistant County Attorney. The major updates for the redistricting process is that on September 2nd, the Census Bureau announced they were going to release their street level data on September 16th as opposed to September 30th. Also, our software programming should have that data a week earlier, so we should be able to start actually plugging information into the mapping program and getting an idea of where the population actually lies. We'll definitely have that by our next meeting, if not before. So we'll know where the population is. Once we have that, we can start figuring out where we have to generate new maps or move population around to achieve the near equal population. As you recall, we've grown by about 58,000 persons, so each district's going to have to grow don't make me do math, it's 110,790 people per district. We sent out a memo showing you, last census, the deviations were, 2 of the districts had 1,200 more than the equal populations. 3 of the districts had about 900 less. So that's how we shook it out last time. So hopefully we'll be able to do that this time. The other thing that you may notice is that we have, Community Information has added a redistricting website page that just basically explains to you what the redistricting process is. That's for public input. It will be expanded for public input, but for now it's just informational. It also has a short video from the Census Bureau about redistricting and what it means on a larger scope. The only other thing we have is, that's pretty much it. So any questions?
Where is that on the website?
If you do redistricting, if you search that from the volusia.org website, it'll redistricting.
Under
will
government, or is it on the homepage?
You're asking a non-technological person, but if you do
And
search
Mr.
it-
Captain just walked out.
Yeah, yeah. Where's the redistricting on the website? He'll send you the
Okay.
link. See, there you go.
Thank you.
You're asking non-technological people. Math and technology lawyers do not do. Any other questions?
I don't see any.
No, so by next meeting, we really should, it's almost like we're on the last exit before Disney World. We'll really get going probably next meeting.
The Tragic Kingdom. Thank you, Sabrina.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Suzanne, did you have anything you wanted to share? Ms. Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to mention again about the Spring Hill Turn Festival and the ribbon cutting for the Joyce M. Cusack Resource Center this Saturday on September 11th. I also wanted to mention that I received notice recently of committee appointments and board for FAC. I'll be on the board representing our district, or representing the at-large position on the FAC board, as well as the Health, Safety, and Justice Committee and the Community and Urban Affairs. Some may not understand the importance of being engaged at the state level, developing the relationships, and finding out some best practices and opportunities outside of our county and bringing them home. I do find value in that, and I have found value in that. Again, that's how I choose to serve my district, and I think it's up to each of our council members to determine how they get engaged and let their public respond to them for how we choose to do so. So just wanted to let you know that's how I'll be serving, at least on the FAC board. There's also appointments for NACO, but right now there's upcoming conference, and I'll just be there for one day. But the third week of this month of September, on 22nd or something like that, for some upcoming board meetings and committee meetings. So just want to put it out there and let people know that's how I choose to serve and improve in leadership to serve better. Thank you.
I've only been to one, but I concur that it's beneficial for you and for your district and for the county. Ben Johnson. Dr. Lowry's next. He's not here. I just want to bring his name up and ensure his family that he is in our prayers. We got an update, and it's just he's very sick. I'll just leave it at that. He's very sick with pneumonia. Heather Post.
How do I follow that? Yikes. I said, how do I follow that? Yikes. I certainly hope he's doing well. So to branch off of what Barb said, FAC has provided their appointments. You all know that I was appointed by the president of FAC to be on that new preemption committee, so very excited about that. But this year as well, assigned to the Health, Safety, and Justice Policy Committee, the Water Environment Committee, the Federal Committee, and the Community and Urban Affairs Committee. And again, very proud to receive the Presidential Advocacy Award again. I know some of my fellow council members received that as well, and I've received that every year since I've been in for working together to come up with solutions and solve issues. So very happy to be a part of that, and certainly very beneficial in my role for sure. Just wanted to say, normally for open discussion, I go back over the calendar from the last meeting and look at what's happening or what's coming up as well. We had the guy here this morning that mentioned Officer Rayner's funeral. Just wanted to address that as well. There's been a number of officer funerals recently. Tomorrow there's another one, and we just had one for Flagler County deputy. Those are COVID related, but certainly a lot of public responder funerals in the mix lately, and everyone's in my prayers and absolutely in my thoughts on that. Wanted to bring up as well, we had someone this morning come in from corrections. We keep having people come in from corrections. We keep having emails sent to us from corrections asking for help and looking to talk about issues or address these issues. And I'm wondering if we can do that. Maybe schedule a time or something instead of what we're doing. Is council open to that?
Can I just
Sure.
point out, right now, we're in active negotiations with their union, and that has been the holdup. We were very close, as recent as a couple weeks ago, where we had, I discussed with all of you, and we had pretty much accepted most of the things that they were looking for. However, their attorney has delayed, and maybe actually, I don't know if they've actually declared an impasse, but they've delayed it. And I can't, part of the problem with addressing what they're talking about is I have to get a union contract, and we have to get these things put in place. So
Gotcha.
I
Okay.
will, continue, and we certainly are available anytime to talk to them, and we'll continue. But when you're getting into some of the specific requests, we really have to get a union agreement in place. So that's the holdup with them versus some of the other places where we've taken action.
I would just add that the union did declare an impasse.
Okay.
And the attorney for the union has asked for dates before a special magistrate.
So we'll be working diligently on that.
Okay. Well, maybe after that's resolved or something, we can chat about it. And also in the same vein, EMS. We've had people come in to public discussion. We've had emails. We've had lots of input on EMS, and same thing. Over the last year or so, we have said that we're going to discuss and actually talk with EMS and maybe have input from the public on it. We said we were going to have a workshop on that, and I brought it up in ARPA. No one wanted to discuss it in the ARPA workshop. We said we were going to go ahead and have a workshop on it, and it ended up being a presentation only. And council wasn't open to much discussion at the time, I think. So, you know, I keep getting asked and asked and asked, are we going to have the opportunity to discuss as a council and go over what are some obvious issues?
Well, what I got out of the last, I thought was a workshop, a presentation, I think everyone, it was decided to let Mr. Coleman come in and review the situation, give him a few months, and then we would address it. In the meantime, I have met personally with the union chief to assure him that we are, again, working on a lot of the issues that they have, and a lot of them are in motion now, not even waiting for Mr. Coleman, but certainly he's due here this month, and that was what the direction I received from this body, I thought, after our last meeting.
Well, I really don't feel like I was availed the opportunity to ask a lot of questions in the workshop. We had, or it wasn't a workshop, it was the presentation. You know, I think I was able to ask 3 or 4 questions at that point, and so not so much of a discussion. I just think council should be provided the opportunity to understand the scope of everything. You know, this morning we had the ME's office come in, and many of you weren't on council when we went through those discussions in 17 and 18, and then he was brought in 19. And so you may not understand, right, a lot of that backstory and process that went into the ME's office and making future decisions. So we've been getting requests for these things, and various other entities have made requests. So, I mean, I've brought it up, and we said we were going to have a workshop, and we never did. So, and every time I try to bring it up, no one really wants to discuss it. So I'm just wondering, I just want to get from the council, either are we good with discussing it or not good with discussing it?
We need to leave it alone until Mr. Coleman has a chance to look at it.
Yeah, my feeling would be that I think we probably need to get past the union negotiations. And then I think we do need to talk about retention, things like that, and maybe it's too late for this year after the negotiations, but it's
mess in negotiations now? George?
No,
They're not
EMS is not, and if you'll recall, we have given EMS retention and recruitment bonuses.
So during that workshop, I believe George, what was it? We appropriated 1.6 or 2 point some odd million for 2 facilities. So we are working on this stuff. We just have to, like Mr. Johnson said, you know, wait to hear back just a little bit. But by any means, nobody is ignoring this.
Well, I've just heard some discussion that there is no issue, or that no one's heard of an issue because people aren't emailing in. Citizens
I don't believe anybody said there wasn't an issue. We said let the people work on it right now. We can't talk about the
What
union
I'm hearing
stuff.
then is that what I'm hearing consistently, and I believe Councilwoman Wheeler and Councilman Roberts both said it at one point, that they haven't heard, you know, they haven't had a ton of citizens contacting them about it. Well, maybe the city of Port Orange, you know, maybe this, maybe that, but the city of Port Orange is pretty significant. The staff, because the commission, the Port Orange Commission, is listening to their constituents. I think more often than not, it's interesting, but public safety is not typically where you would have a lot of citizens writing in, right? They're not aware of ambulance response times. It's something that they look at to get accomplished, but.
Correct me if I'm wrong, didn't the Port Orange Fire Chief just this past week go in the paper and say he had no issue?
I believe we also had a Port Orange fire chief that got fired.
He got fired not for what he talked about, he got fired for behavior. Let's get that straight.
No,
he got fired
that's
because
not what
of
I said,
bad
Ben.
behavior and arrested.
Pardon me, open discussion. Pardon me, one sec. But you're right, the Port Orange fire chief has spent the last however many years fighting and trying to get the message out of what's occurring in their area. And working on those things. So if council's not open to discussing it, then okay. But I just keep hearing that you are open to discussing it, and then every time we go to discuss it, nobody wants to discuss it.
We are with the Post, and we're making attempts to rectify some of this stuff with the signing bonuses, with the retention bonuses, with the buildings that we supported that some people didn't support. So I don't want people to get distracted or down in the weeds with this, or the folks that are listening under the impression that this council is not doing anything. We're hearing everything. The problem is it can't be done overnight. There's multi-layers to this. People are still getting those services in our two-tier system, okay? There's no risk of life or death or injury at risk at the moment from what I've seen, okay? This is on the radar. We're doing it. What's happening is this is going in once again, another bad direction, and it's going to be, it's not going to accomplish anything, but we are paying attention to it, and we're trying. It just can't be instant.
And I might add, nobody's been contacting me by email or on the street saying we've got an issue.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Just wanted that on the record.
Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to talk about something positive. And it's not just because we're around budget season, but I want everybody to know what the hardworking men and women, our directors, our staff do year round. And I don't know what this equates to in millage rate. I'll let Ryan figure this out, but before even budget season started, this is just a few of them that I just wanted to highlight. Internship program that we cut for internal auditors, we saved $34,136. There was a wage increase cut for coastal collection contractors, $445,267. We also cut a co-op extension director salary increase of $1,021. Parks and Rec new software, $40,000. Cut there. IT, we cut $45,000 there. We also found a cut for support office build out of $81,400. That totaled $646,822. There was also a reduction that I'm very proud of in corrections overtime of $838,620 due to preparation for adding additional positions. So just like that, I just want everybody to know that they do have an excellent staff. You have an excellent council that is working around the clock, year-round, 24/7, just not in the fourth quarter and in crunch time to tighten that belt. So, if we're looking for savings, I just want people to know that this is going on. It's not just going on in the last couple months of the year. On a different note, I would also like to seriously look at a local program that we can enact or send to staff at their earliest convenience. We have to get through the 21st, but a program to assist the landlords when renters refuse to fill out the necessary paperwork to get compensated, and so they don't go into a foreclosure themselves. I think it's more than fair that we offer them some sort of relief. In my opinion, relief should be for everybody, and it just appears to me on the surface that they are getting the short end of the stick in a lot of cases. So if we can collectively right now, maybe send that back, or if we need a week or two, Chair, if you're in agreement or support of that, we can send it back and have them bring it back after tax season, if this council is in agreement to that.
Yeah, I think we'll know a lot more next meeting when we hear back from staff on how the changes we recommended affect the program. I am in favor of that. So can we take it up next meeting after we hear from staff on what their findings were?
And just in closing there, with just there's more, believe it or not, and county manager was going to get us another number of savings for the people, just so they know. But combined with the 2.8 million from last meeting that we were able to cut, we're almost at 4.3 million in cuts. So I applaud you guys for that. Thank you. Good job.
Billy Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. Just want to send my thoughts and prayers to Jim Evans' family. That's the attorney that was lost off the coast scuba diving. I went to a prayer vigil Sunday night at Sunglow Pier with about 150 people, and it was very, very touching. But my thoughts and prayers go out to the family, and again to our colleague Fred, who I did get a text from, and he's pretty darn sick. So let's all keep him in our thoughts. I agree with Barb and Heather on the importance of FAC and NACO both. Getting on those committees, I've always been on the environmental committees. I've been on numerous committees. How vitally important it is for us to have a voice from Volusia County, but also the interactions that you have with the other counties. I learned so much getting together with them. You learn so much from them and hearing how their counties handle things. It's vitally important. Also on FACT's websites, they have a lot of training, and I have used those on almost all occasions, everything that they've had. A lot of them are virtual right now, which is wonderful. So we really, those organizations are vitally important to us and our relationships all around. That's one of the reasons why I'm on East Central Florida Regional Planning Council. That's got 8 counties involved in that. And I'm on their executive board as well as their board for their resiliency, and how important those things are, that we are constantly at the table and matching our funds to be ready to reach out for grants and everything. It's vitally important that we do. There's so much more to our job than just being here. As the chair this year for the River to Sea TPO, dear Lord, the first week I'm in, the executive director resigned. So we just, in the search committee that I appointed, we just took on SGR as our search committee to try to find a new executive director. So we're in the process of just setting up those guidelines for hunting for a new executive director, and hopefully we'll have someone by the end of the year. But that's vitally important for us to get somebody in there. And on Friday, the acting executive director notified me, and I've got a meeting with her tomorrow. And our accounting director from there is resigning at the end of the month. So the 2 key people, and the accounting director does a lot of the grants and everything. So staff, if you've got any suggestions, because it's just the active director that's working on all these things. So it's kind of the blind leading the blind. So that is why this year I am not on. I turned down the boards for the fact because I knew I was going to be the chair of TPO, and I knew it was going to take a lot of time and effort. So, but I'm still very much engaged. So that's my reports on some of the things I've been doing.
Thank you. I just have one thing that I would like to ask if, I guess I'll have to ask you, Michael Dyer. I think last time Clay answered me. Do you have any update on the impact fee study?
Mr. Chair, I think
See, I picked the wrong person.
Well, my understanding is we extended the submission of the proposals until tomorrow, Wednesday of this week, and there were 2 firms last week that indicated that they're submitting proposals to us. So we should have the proposals in this week, and then we'll have a committee assessing and bringing you a recommendation for authorization of a contract.
By next meeting or?
No, it will be
meeting
longer
in-
than that. It'll have to go through our assessment committee. It at earliest would be late October, more likely the beginning of November if I had to guess.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me. If no one else has anything, we will adjourn till 6 p.m.